Thanks. Sean. Oh,
Thank you. We're with you till 10. Hey, man, we got so much to unpack and get to on the show today. How you feeling, my friend? How you doing?
I feel really good. I've got hold on one second. I've got a computer issue. I feel good except for my stupid computer issues, Sean.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's incredible. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. I still have this little lingering issue with the way the Malik Collins trade went down. And I don't like that. I said this yesterday as I started to come to terms with this on my YouTube stream. I think there's just such a good and positive vibe about how the roster has improved in free agency that I'm having a hard time really coming to grips with the fact that they may have really botched that Malik Collins trade. And I realize that they bailed on the Malik Collins for Eric Armstead trade because they had this chance at Danielle Hunter. I get that. It's the fact that they still ended up trading away Malik Collins for a pittance, and that's the part that's hard to reconcile. And I guess the part that makes sense at least is, okay, maybe they were in the middle of executing this trade. Maybe Malik Collins had already been told he was being traded. It's hard to walk that back sometimes. You know, like if you got a guy, you bring a guy back in, we're like, oh, hey, by the way, we really liked somebody else better than you, but we love you again now.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like if you cheated on your wife, realized you made a mistake, but then you expect everything to be totally cool with her emotionally.
Yeah.
Because no, don't worry, honey. No, but that was just a drunken night. Right? So don't worry about you trying to get back at me or something, right? We're cool, huh?
That may be one of the things that is that I don't know what the metaphor is here, but that may be one of the things where D'Amico Ryan's doing such a good job of bonding with players and players really liking D'Amico Ryans as a person and vice versa.
Yeah.
That may be one of the pitfalls of that, is that when you do get to the business side of things and you have to tell a player, and we don't know if this is the case with Malik Collins, we're just hypothetical here, but if you do have to walk it back, as you just said, it's probably in a weird way it would be easier for Malik Collins to walk it back with a coach who's a little more Coughlin-like or something.
Or
where
Belichick.
Or Belichick-like, like it's just business. And like, hey, man, I thought we were friends. I thought you were developing me as a young man and a husband and everything else.
To which Belichick says things like, bitch, I ain't got no friends. And
yes.
That's a direct quote from multiple instances.
It was in episode 8 of The Dynasty. He said it to...
Sorry for the foul language so early in the morning.
Spring break, dude.
I'm sorry,
It's spring break. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but the kids are still up.
Are they?
That's when they're annoyingly up. Those damn prepubescent kids are up at the crack of dawn like they're roosters or something. Just with more, but they've got more physical power. They're scary creatures.
They are
scary creatures. These 10-year-olds.
Let's lay out exactly what happened yesterday, because I'm sure there's people listening who aren't totally sure what exactly. What the next chapter was in the Malik Collins trade saga. But we know that a couple days ago the Texans had agreed to a deal. On the first day of the NFL, on Wednesday, they'd agreed to a deal, reportedly, Malik Collins for Eric Armstead straight up. And Eric Armstead has been an impactful interior defensive lineman for the 49ers, who D'Amico Ryans is very familiar with. Danielle Hunter enters the picture on a 2-year, $48 million deal. Supposedly that contract kind of prevented the Texans from being able to take on the Eric Armstead contract. That's the tea leaves we're reading here. So the trade gets scuttled. They sign Danielle Hunter. The Texans still move forward with trading Malik Collins to the 49ers for a 7th-round pick, which in a vacuum would be an odd trade. Malik Collins was a good player for the Texans the last couple of years. Good enough to where they extended him. I mean, they gave him an extension a year ago. So I think the assumption was, well, Eric Armstead's going to sign here now, and that's, it still all works out. It just looks a little different on paper, but Eric Armstead becomes a Texan. He did not become a Texan. In fact, he's in the division with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He signed a 3-year, $51 million deal yesterday with the Jags. So on the surface, it looks like, okay, well, that one of two things has to be true, or both. Either something fell through with an Eric Armstead signing that was part of this sequence of events involving Malik Collins, Or the Texans are just comfortable dumping Malik Collins and moving on to Foley Fatukasi and this Tim Settle Jr. that they signed yesterday.
Yeah.
The ironically named Tim Settle Jr. after they trade Malik Collins and they bring him in.
We're settling for Settle.
Yes. So both have to be true. They're either okay with just trading Malik Collins for a song, or something went wrong with this Eric Armstead deal.
The thing that would have made me nervous about Eric Armstead, because I've been saying this all week ever since the slew of signings, it's that I feel like they might be at their quota for 30-year-old free agents that they've brought in. And at the very, like Danielle Hunter is going to be 30, but he's been extremely healthy in his career. You know, we have Jimmy Ward on the roster who's older but has gotten banged up in the last few years. Danielle Hunter would be 31 years old this year. Mm-hmm. Last year he played 12 regular season games. The year before he played 9.
Hold on. You said Danielle Hunter.
Eric Armstead, excuse me. Eric Armstead would be 31 this season. Yeah. Last year he played 12 games. The year before he played 9 games. Like he's missed a lot of games in the last 2 years as he enters his age 31 season.
And he's injured as we speak.
Right. He's coming off of a knee injury.
Yeah, he had a meniscus injury that all the reports are going to impact his offseason.
This is the one that would have been a little bit nerve-wracking for me, because this is the hallmark of what I've told you about before. When a coach brings in a player that he's coached before and it's an aging player, sometimes it's really hard for the coach to be realistic and see without bias either that his play is declining or that, hey, this guy's injury prone, whatever it might be. That would have made me nervous. I would have been super excited about Eric Armstead. He brings a physical presence that Malik didn't have, but he also brings a physical presence that neither of the other guys on the roster right this moment at defensive tackle would have brought either. So I'm not comfortable with the defensive tackle situation. I feel like you've got a bunch of guys there, and I include, like, Danico Autry he's a defensive end who can come down and play inside. He's not a defensive tackle. Right. I think that the guys that they have at defensive tackle right now are okay as part of a rotation that can do a good enough job stopping the run.
Yep.
But there's not a force factor there the way there is with the edge guys that they have right now.
The deal that Eric Armstead signed with Jacksonville was 3 years, $51 million. That took a little bit of the sting out of missing out on Eric Armstead for me when I saw the terms of the deal, because Jacksonville can have him for 3 years, $51 million at age 31 with knee injuries. Like I would like to. I'm with you. Eric Armstead on the 2024 Houston Texans would have been awesome. That would have been great. Yeah. 3 years, 51 does change the calculus for me a little bit. I also think too, Seth. Hate to be a team drafting for need and hate to have that be my take, but as of right now, if they're done in free agency at defensive tackle becomes a big flashing red light in the draft at 23, or we know Nick is probably going to move off of 23, either down or up. Yeah, but I think defensive tackle, Johnny Newton, maybe moving up to get Byron Murphy, those become big focus items. You don't have the luxury now with what they've done at defensive tackle of just saying, best available, in my opinion. I think defensive tackle becomes...
Well, it's all best available, within it's shuffled around a little bit based on what your needs are. Yeah, so you got that bucket of players who are worth taking with the 23rd overall pick, and then, if we need defensive tackle, we need linebacker, cornerback, whatever, then it falls into that. Yeah, I think the guys they have at defensive tackle right now, I feel like let's say if the Texans were to re-sign Steven Nelson at cornerback, that's a very acceptable defensive backfield for me with Des King at slot, Steven Nelson at corner, and then Derek Stingley at the other. I would feel better about the defensive backs than I would, or at least like the cornerback position, than I would the defensive tackle position. Yeah. There's just it's a higher caliber of guys, obviously. At least having one higher impact defensive tackle, which is what really the Texans were going for, weren't they? I mean, because they had signed Danico Autry as an end. So you got Danico Autry and Will Anderson playing end, and then you would have had Eric Armstead on the inside, like impact players, 2 at the edge and 1 at the defensive tackle. Now it's like you've got 2.5 defensive ends that are impact players, with Danico Autry being a half, and then I'll put Danico Autry as a half that can play tackle on passing downs.
Yeah, I'll put it plain and simple. I think they've regressed at defensive tackle compared to last year. The Malik Collins trade is a very strange sort of deal. The good news is we'll get Monday at 7:30. Nick Caserio is going to join us on the show here, and that'll be among the things we ask him about. It's not, what happened with Malik Collins and Eric Armstead is not enough to put a damper on what's happened this week with the Texans. Like, this has been an amazing week to be a Texan fan. You got Danielle Hunter, Joe Mixon, who we'll talk about the extension for Joe Mixon in the next segment. I'm very curious your thoughts on that, Seth. 3 years, $27 million. So Joe Mixon, I guess technically this is extending one of your own. He'd been a Texan for about 2 hours, and then they gave him a 3-year, $27 million extension. So this essentially turns into a signing of Joe Mixon, more or less, similar to DeAndre Swift and Tony Pollard, who got 24 over 3. Mixon gets 27 over 3.
Yeah. And that's I'm cautiously okay with that, with extending Joe Mixon 3 years. He doesn't need to play all 3 years for it to be, a worthwhile signing. If he plays 2 of those 3 years at his age and with the tread he's got off his tire, I think that's what makes sense.
It's $13 million guaranteed. That's the big. It's not much guaranteed. So we'll talk about that.
The thing about the whole Eric Armstead and Malik Collins thing, Sean, the way I thought of it is, and I'm not going to make a Seinfeld reference, I'm going to give a Seinfeld history lesson here. Mm-hmm. Kids, in this old TV show Seinfeld, there was this character, George Costanza, who was engaged to a woman that he was cool with marrying. He was just terrified of being married. He wasn't gung-ho about it. And then all of a sudden, he had this chance to have a conversation with Marissa Tomei, who we found out might be interested in a guy like him. So Marissa Tomei used to be so basically George shot his shot, and he went after Marissa Tomei. It blew up in his face. It did not work out. I feel like the Texans going after Danielle Hunter is like George Costanza going after Marissa Tomei, except that in this situation we landed Marissa Tomei.
Oh yeah,
like we had Malik Collins, and we might not have been super excited about Malik Collins. So you're like, all right, well, you know what? I got to shoot my shot and go after Danielle Hunter. And okay, it worked out. Wow. Sorry, Malik. The wedding's off. Okay, yes. I got Marissa Tomei coming off the edge for me.
We made our shot. We shot our shot. We actually made it. We're like, wow, it went in. Holy cow! Bye, Malik.
Yeah. See you later.
Yeah.
What's your name? Susan.
Yep. And she got the see you later treatment at the end of the season for sure. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Joe Mixon and Danielle Hunter both met with the media yesterday, and we've talked about the D'Amico effect. I think it was very clear, in particular with one of these two, that there was a big D'Amico Ryans effect on bringing them both in, and we will hear from both of them coming up next. You're going to like what you hear from these two guys coming up next. You're going to like what you see, hear, win when you download the Prize Picks app. When you make
SportsRadio.com/free.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, 99. That's JJ's number. He's done a lot with that number. I'm not even going to mess with it. So to be able to do what he's done with that number for the community and the Texans, I'm just leaving that under him. So I decided to possibly go with the number 55.
That's Danielle Hunter. So there's your big answer to that question. That was the biggest question everybody had after the Danielle Hunter trade. Not, you think he gets 16 and a half sacks as a Houston Texan? Think he's going to be a positive impact for Will Anderson Jr. as a veteran player? Nope. Is he going to wear number 99? The answer is no, and I think that's smart. That's a smart move by Danielle Hunter. He's going to be I think, and 55 is a sleek-looking number for a guy coming off the edge. I like that.
55 is a sleek number, wearing 55. Jerry's going to be 36 this year, so I think last year might have been there. I feel like Jerry Hughes should get a press conference if he decides to retire, though, just because he came back and it felt like he was either going to play for the Texans or nobody else at all. He really wanted to play back in Houston. Like Danielle Hunter coming back now, that part of it is a little bit symmetrical. Jerry Hughes was a guy who came back in his later years to play for the Texans before they were good, right. And now Danielle Hunter comes back to his hometown to play for the Texans when they're on the rise. So thank you for keeping the 55 warm.
Absolutely, yeah. Good job keeping the parking spot. You can back your car out now, Jerry. Danielle's here. He's going to take that spot. Danielle Hunter's man. The Danielle Hunter signing might be. And the Texans have made a lot of moves, a lot of good moves over the last year or so. This is the one that has really, in the eyes of a lot of people outside of Houston, elevated them into the conversation. Like capital T, capital C. Like there are a lot of people based on this, which makes me a little nervous. There are a lot of people based on this week that are pushing the Texans into that Chiefs-Ravens conversation.
Yeah.
They've won free agency, Seth.
I've told you, I know. Nothing makes me more nervous than winning free agency.
Dude.
The thing that keeps me still not too nervous about it, of having that praise heaped on me or us, is that it wasn't because they spent the most money. If sometimes the team that wins free agency is one that spent a few years ago spent a boatload more money than everybody else. Yep. Remember, it was like $60 million more than anybody else had spent.
Yep.
And it ended up largely being a huge popcorn fart. Mm-hmm. And it was nothing. And most of those guys aren't on the team anymore. The ones that are really have been not all that impressive. Yep. But they won free agency because they spent so much money. If you can win free agency and spend reasonably, and they didn't really, all these deals are very easy to get out of after 1 or 2 years. Yeah. I feel good about that part of it. So I'll be cautiously optimistic instead of hesitantly pessimistic about this.
Woo!
Cautiously optimistic.
Yeah. Payne and Pendergast, the show that's cautiously optimistic.
Are you ready for some tepid heat? Get on in here. I got the electric blanket on 3, Mama. Let's rub around at a moderate pace.
You know who, based on his vibe in his press conference, feels like a cautiously optimistic individual? Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter feels like a cautiously optimistic.
How so?
Because his energy level is like you know why? Because he's not Will Anderson. He's being penalized for that by me, not by everybody. He seems like a great dude. Let's hear from Danielle Hunter, because I think we've talked a lot, our show, others on the station, about the D'Amico Ryans effect. This was the first chance to really see what the D'Amico Ryans effect was going to be like out on the open market in free agency. What is Danielle Hunter like about D'Amico Ryans?
I like that he understands the players. He understands players and having them being able to go out there and play for each other as a one unit. The family aspect of playing football. It's not an individual sport. You got to go out there and play for each other. So that's one of the biggest part about it. And he understands his players, what we need and what we want in order to be successful.
Yeah, and it was – I think that when you hear about conversations that guys have with D'Amico, it tends to be a lot about that type of stuff, which along the lines of what you were mentioning earlier, Sean, it's awesome when you have a coach that really believes that and the players feel he believes it. But then it probably does make it a little bit more awkward when you're trying to trade a Malik Collins and maybe the trade doesn't go through. And then all of a sudden you're left with a Malik Collins who's thinking like, well, it's all this love and brotherhood stuff, man.
You told me that I was your best friend, okay? We were friends.
Maybe that's why you end up having to just basically say, all right, we're going to go through with the trade. Yeah. It's the right thing to do. I don't know how that actually worked. But I think both Danico and Joe Mixon, you could tell that they were on board with Danico. Yeah,
Danielle Hunter, let's hear one more from Danielle Hunter. What were the conversations like with Danico Ryans?
Oh, yeah, I sat with him earlier. We talked for about an hour, he was just talking to me about the game of football, how it's able to impact, your family and everything around you. And, being able to just go out there and then just doing things the right way and just playing together as a team, that's big time, especially when it just feeds off of each other. That kind of energy, it feeds off of your teammates. So that's one of the biggest things together unit, playing together as a team. There's never never a single individual out there just doing everything by himself. Everything works as a unit.
And I think this is a team that really buys into that. It's easy to say that and put it on the motivational posters and everything, but like that's where again it's further emphasis on exactly why they traded up so much for Will Anderson. Because Will Anderson, one of the most fun things to watch this year when you talk about being selfless and caring about the team more and all that would be like when Will Anderson might miss a sack, but then somebody else gets it, and Will Anderson looked like the most excited person on the field. Even as he was like punching himself in the helmet for missing the sack, he was super excited for whoever got it. Like that kind of. To be able to have both of those aspects in your personality, it can sometimes be hard to be that driven individually, but also care that much about the team. And I think the more guys you can add that appreciate that type of stuff, then it does have a cumulative effect. And I think Danielle Hunter seems like that kind of guy.
Yeah. I think Danielle Hunter seems like that kind of guy. I think Danico Ryans is a great salesperson. If when it comes to personnel, if Nick Caserio is like the VP, like in a company, and D'Amico I feel like D'Amico is like his ace salesman. Like he can close these deals with these guys, you know what I mean, when he sits down with them, especially guys on the defensive side of the ball, so that's good to see.
Is he really bad at putting in orders into the system like a lot of the good salespeople are?
I hope so. Like the best salespeople I ever know suck at paperwork.
Horrible administration. Is to say, like, what we need to do? We need to get rid of the people that take care of all the administrative stuff and let these sports radio hosts and these awesome salespeople who both suck at anything administrative to take care of the administrative part.
I hope that D'Amico's email is filled up with unread emails for the last 4 months.
Yeah.
That he's got HR all up his butt about like submitting paper. Hey, D'Amico, open enrollment was 3 months ago. Your kids don't have health insurance right now. I just closed the deal with Danielle Hunter. What the hell do you want from me? What's more impactful, me enrolling in benefits or me closing the deal with Danielle Hunter?
It was a big shock to my system last year, Sean, when I realized I had somehow failed to enroll in dental insurance.
That's just teeth.
A root canal doesn't cost this much. Yeah.
Although I will say.
So Brandy gets, long story short, Brandy, she had to wait 8 months for a root canal, okay?
She didn't wait 8 months. We just went ahead and did a DIY. Yeah. Brandy, sit down. I forgot to enroll in dental.
We did some medical tourism. Okay, so now Joe Mixon.
Yes, okay. This is what I was going to ask you. I have not seen the Joe Mixon press conference. I went to the rodeo last night. We're getting texts that the Joe Mixon press conference wasn't nearly as comfortable as the Danielle Hunter press conference.
You could sense and feel, or at least I sensed and I felt, maybe I was wrong or some of our listeners were wrong. I thought it was really obvious that, man, Joe Mixon, that he got traded, and he wasn't super stoked to be leaving Cincinnati. And he's putting a good spin on it, but it feels like this is where D'Amico really maybe made a difference, is in getting Joe Mixon to get gung-ho about being with the Texans after he was yoinked out. It sounded kind of like if fish were able to be able to talk, almost like, hey, hey, fish, what was it like to all of a sudden have a hook in your mouth and be yanked out of the water into a foreign environment?
It hurt.
Yeah, this is what Joe Mixon, the fish, said.
Okay.
I mean, for me, like I said, it was definitely shocking. I took that 24 to 48 hours to hurt. It took a while, and I'm still, having, emotional feelings about it. But that's a place, where I could forever feel like that's home for me. And, like I said, I'm just very grateful that, them fans, they embraced me the way that they did, and I just love everything about the way that them fans were.
Seth, I've moved several times, as you have as well.
Yeah.
From city to city, and you put roots down in a place, and it does feel like home. Like my first time here in Houston, I lived here for 6-7 years. It really did feel like home. My kids were all born here. Got married when I was living here the first time. Then I had to move to Denver for my job. You know what made Denver feel much more like home? More money.
Really?
Yeah. It made all of a sudden Denver was just the mess. It feels exactly like. You know what made this feel exactly like Houston? More money. And so Joe Mixon got a 3-year, $27 million extension yesterday.
Yeah.
In conjunction with being introduced to Houston as his new home.
But I was all ready to play the clip of D'Amico saying nice things to him, and that's what made him feel like it was a. So everybody, listen through a cynical filter, a money-grubbing filter, the way Sean Pendergast would, on what Joe Mixon's conversation was like with D'Amico Ryans.
When I talked to D'Amico about, 2 days ago, for me, I thought, when I got on the phone with him, it was a hell of a feeling, man. It was like, me feeling like I want to be here, like he embraced me, and he made me feel like I'm wanted, and I love that about him. He was once a player as well, and I think that with what he brings in terms of his intensity and him wanting to be around a great group of men that, wants to, he pretty much lead by example. And if you see him, he's very enthusiastic on the sideline. He's jumping up and down while, his players making plays. And, who wouldn't want to play for a guy like that, man?
Every player, it feels like, Seth, lately, that has been asked about D'Amico Ryans as their coach, and in this case with Joe Mixon as his new coach, Daniil Hunter as well, they all bring up the former.
Yeah. That one, there might have been, I think the question might have actually been about him being a former player.
Yeah.
So there's that. But they're also, I think the thing that they also mention is him jumping around on the sidelines.
Yeah.
I think that's something that players have noticed, that they'll be asked specifically about, what is it like, what's it mean that he's a former player? But the thing that they've noticed, independent of all that, is that, man, he's really animated on the sideline. And that's the kind of stuff, especially if you're playing for a coach that maybe isn't that type of guy. You see D'Amico Ryans and you see the way guys talk about him. I think that sticks out like a sore thumb in a positive way.
This is actually that wasn't the question about being a former player, because we've got that one here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, about how D'Amico Ryans question. You mentioned D'Amico having played in the league before. Why is that enticing for players?
Well, with D'Amico, man, if you just see him on the sidelines, bro, like, you could tell, like, he want to be out there. Like, he running around, he jumping, he doing all the things that a player do. They all turned up, getting after it, and I think that with what D'Amico brings, he's bringing that player that he was, and all he doing is transition it into coaching. And I think that he does a great job with leading his defense for number one, making sure they match his intensity. And I truly feel like he's the one who has that train going, and obviously it correlates to the players.
Yeah, and I think that, like, the money, like you pointed out, I was, ribbing you a little bit, but, yes, the make a difference, and I'm sure that helps Joe Mixon feel a lot better about it. But then you combining that with the atmosphere that D'Amico has created, it's just night and day different from anything you could say about the Texans in the last couple of years. Yes. It wasn't the players' fault. They had good guys in there. There was just really no reason to believe that hey, golly, an awesome attitude is going to take this team to the top.
Yep.
Now it's that combination of talent and attitude that I think guys can sense.
All right, it's a Friday here on Payne and Pendergast. Still a ton to unpack. We'll do a lot of that in headlines. We'll circle back to the Texans. Joe Mixon does get an extension. We mentioned that. I'll mention it again. 3 years, $27 million. We'll touch on that in headlines. Mixon describes also what are the Texans getting in Joe Mixon. We'll hit that in headlines. Rockets win last night. Some deals going on in the NFL and the wide receiver position group that are very, very interesting. A ton to get to here on a Friday. It's Payne and Pendergast. Stay there, but first, stay there so you can hear what I have to say about West Point Lincoln. And my guy Chris Poulos, who's the owner over there.
$52.85.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, headlines, Texans. Let's start with the press conferences yesterday. Daniil Hunter and Joe Mixon meeting with the media yesterday. Joe Mixon signing an extension as well. 3 years, $27 million, $13 million guaranteed. We'll talk about that in just a second. But here was Joe Mixon when he was asked, what are the Texans getting in Joe Mixon?
One is a leader. I mean, I've been a captain the last 3 years in Cincinnati. When I speak, I lead and, speak with command. Guys, they listen and they feed off of me. And, I'm going to just continue to still be the same person that I've been since I walked in out there when I was 20 years old, man. And I've always been a leader, lead by example, and I do be a vocal leader as well. I think that they're definitely getting a playmaker, and I think that the way things was being explained and the meetings that they're willing to showcase everything that I could do, which is very exciting.
The fact that he's been a three-time captain or captain for the last, and a lot of just what people in Cincinnati say about him, including fans that were skeptical when he was first brought in, is that he's a guy that did a really dumb thing when he was a teenager, and seems like he's really worked at rectifying both that and just how he's perceived as a teammate, as a football player, all of that. And like that part of it, when it comes to the character side of things, it's not really a concern to me as long as the Texans did their due diligence. And from what people in Cincinnati say, it seems like it's the real deal.
Yeah, we have Nick Caserio coming on the show on Monday at 7:30. Yeah, so we'll ask him what the process was in onboarding Joe Mixon and making that deal, what went into, doing whatever background you needed to. I'm sure Nick scouted him when he was in New England back in 2017 as well, so you got intel from that process. We'll talk about that more. As far as other Texans news goes.
Hey, by the way, real quick, as far as Joe Mixon goes, one of the interesting things about that press conference was he knew a few of the guys on the team, but he professed that he didn't know everything about them, except one of the guys that he brought up unprompted was Noah Brown. Because Noah Brown, that was one of his 2-game stretches there where Noah Brown had 300-plus yards receiving over the course of 2 weeks.
The Cincy game. Yep. He knew all about of Cincy. Cincinnati thinks Noah Brown is Jerry Rice, basically.
Well, somebody had asked, had he watched the Texans at all? And I think he was very politely like, we had a pretty good game with him,
Had a great seat for watching C.J. Stroud tear our hearts out at the end. Other Texans news, the other domino that we were hoping would fall on the heels of the Malik Collins trade to San Francisco a couple days ago was an Eric Armstead signing. There was an Eric Armstead signing yesterday, but it was not with the Houston Texans. It was with the Jacksonville Jaguars. 3 years, $51 million. He signs with the Jacksonville Jaguars, kind of out of nowhere. That's where the Calvin Ridley signing in Tennessee, reportedly the ripple effect and what enabled Jacksonville to do that Armstead deal was they had money already earmarked for Calvin Ridley that they were expecting to spend. So they had all this dry powder that they felt like they could use. So instead they pivot and use it on Eric Armstead. 3 years, $51 million. I'm sure the Texans were in there till the very end trying to get Eric Armstead onto the team because originally Malik Collins was supposed to be traded directly for Eric Armstead. I'm cool with the Texans not doing a 3-year, $51 million deal, even if the end result is that it looks like they may have kind of botched this thing in terms of just dumping Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick. Right. That's my feeling on it.
They pretty much, they're all set to have this plan where they were going to have, they will have added Danico Autry at defensive end. Now you bolster the interior with Eric Armstead. I'm guessing that Malik Collins had already been informed there was going to be a trade by the time that they had to bail on that trade, and that became the reason they just went ahead and executed it anyway. So I didn't feel awesome about the defensive tackle spot entering the offseason, and I continue to not feel so awesome about it. Yeah. There's solutions in the draft. There's still guys out there in free agency, but I think they're going to sign him settle yesterday. I think the the Eric Armstead thing, the part that would have made me nervous about bringing him onto the Texans is that he's been banged up a lot the last 2 years, and he's 31 years old.
Yeah.
So for a 31-year-old defensive tackle who's missed multiple games in each of the last 2 seasons, you'd add him to some other 30-year-olds that you've brought onto the roster now. It starts to get a little too gray for me.
Yeah, he's literally banged up right now. He just had surgery on a meniscus in his knee, so he's literally banged up as we speak. We'll circle back to get to the Texans at the top of the hour. Joe Mixon and Daniil Hunter. Rockets win again last night, 135-119. No Alpe, no problem for the Rockets. 135-119 over the Washington Wizards. So, Seth, they've now won 4 in a row. They're 3.5 games back of the Golden State Warriors for the last spot in the play-in. And as we've seen over the last week and a half, the Rockets are not exactly playing murderer's row here down the stretch. What did you say? They have 16 games left on the schedule?
I believe 16 games left, yeah, to make up 3.5 games on Golden State.
Doable, and one of the games is against Golden State, so you're directly playing them in one of those games.
I wonder, too, and this is a classic instance. Gosh, what year was this? Was it the COVID year when the Rockets had to resort to going small all the time?
Yeah.
And it worked for a little while.
They traded Clint Capella for Robert Covington.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, it worked well for a little while, and then all of a sudden it kind of collapsed.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is just the perfect amount of time where you have 17 games here, including last night, where a lot more, and they can get out and they can run and they can be aggressive as hell on defense. And the schedule isn't that hard. They've got like a pretty soft schedule. I think it might be just enough to get them into the playoffs, but then it becomes a huge issue in the playoffs
for sure.
When you go up against teams that are like, oh, you want to play small the whole time? Okay, I squash you with my size 17 feet.
Who aren't on the YouTube, that by Seth came with a massive paw smacking down on the table like a bug, like squishing a bug. So good job, Rockets. They win last night. Cougs win their first ever Big 12 conference tournament game against TCU yesterday, 81-67. Other football news, Keenan Allen to the Chicago Bears last night, Seth, for a 4th-round pick. So they are trying to create as cushy a lair as possible for what we presume is going to be Caleb Williams with the first overall pick. Keenan Allen in this trade, they signed DeAndre Swift in free agency. We're getting texts from people, hey, should the Texans have been in on this Keenan Allen, a 4th-round pick? That doesn't sound like much, huh? Blah, blah, blah. He's scheduled to make $18 million this year.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a fair question.
For sure.
Yeah, I think that the big thing, because I succumb to this too, I think the big thing you got to remember is that it isn't fantasy football, it's an entire football roster. In the fixation on because I've been confused by the fixation that people have with the wide receiver position, whether it go from Mike Evans or Keenan Allen or anybody else. The Texans aren't at a point right now where you can just put the defensive tackle spot right now is causing me actual heartburn. They still have one linebacker spot that I didn't feel comfortable about. They don't have a starting caliber corner to play opposite of Derek Stingley right now. I like throwing more money at one of the positions of actual strength on your team at wide receiver. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me from a team building standpoint. So that's where, sure, that would have been a fair price for Keenan Allen, but I don't think it's what you need to be working on right now on your team.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The other wide receiver move that got made last night, Hollywood Brown to the Kansas City Chiefs on a 1-year deal. If you're going to be a wide receiver and you're going to go do a 1-year prove-it deal somewhere, I would say, especially if you're a deep threat like Hollywood Brown, going and playing with Patrick Mahomes is probably a pretty smart thing to go do, I would say.
Right, yeah. And the Chiefs enter the season looking like they've, after people worrying about some of the players they're going to lose, and depending on what happens with L'Jarius Sneed, I feel like they're actually a stronger team right now after having spent pretty aggressively in free agency when you include Chris Jones.
Yeah.
The fact that I think there's Hollywood Brown brings more of a genuine threat to the receiving corps than was there during the regular season. And for them now, they've reached almost, remember the Rockets forever? It was like, okay, well, great. All right, they're dominating in the regular season. Who really cares? It's going to be like what happens in the playoffs. I feel like the Chiefs can kind of run on fumes during the regular season. And it's like, oh, they're running on fumes in the regular season. But Yeah, when they get to the playoffs, they're going to be a different team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pat Mahomes is the opposite of James Harden in that regard.
I hate
you don't
that.
worry that all of a sudden Pat Mahomes is going to turn into a pumpkin in the playoffs.
I hate that. Oh, I know. They're a pain to deal with. All right, those are your headlines. We got a whole lot more to get to on the show as we head into the 7 o'clock hour. Hey, were you at the Texans win over the Cleveland Browns in the postseason? You were? Guess who else was in the building? Danielle Hunter, watching his new employer. I thought that was one of the more interesting things from the press conference yesterday. And we need nicknames on these new players. What's the nickname for Danielle Hunter? We've got some Danielle Hunter from yesterday. And we'll do kind of a look at where the Texans are on the defensive line right now. I think a lot of people, I'm sensing nervousness about the interior of the defensive line. How are we doing on the D'Amico project, rebuilding or trying to build an elite defensive line? We'll get to that coming up next. Now, if you're looking to look elite for your
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
An Odyssey station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I had a few Cougs text in. They're like, Sean, it wasn't 81-67. It was 60-45. That's my bad. I was looking at the Texas Tech BYU score. Hey, man, I went to the Zach Brown Band concert last night at the rodeo, so cut me some slack. Sorry. It was
What, are you blaming him? Did he put out the wrong score, Sean?
No, I'm not
okay.
blaming Zach Brown. I'm blaming myself because I went to the rodeo and maybe got a little unhinged at the rodeo, and so I looked at the wrong score. But
I blame him. I would say that he made an announcement on the score at the concert, and it was wrong.
He didn't. That would have been funny, though. No, it was a good concert, though. He played a couple covers, and I feel like at the rodeo, especially like Zach Brown Band, which has they've got 15 songs that I love. The rodeo, you're only getting about 12 songs at most because it's a limited window. I think they only play like an hour, the musical act. And so he played Paint It Black by the Rolling Stones, and I'm like, hey, man, you're burning daylight with this old Rolling Stones song. Give me some more Zach. I'm here for Zach Brown Band. I'm not here for a cheap Mick Jagger impersonation, okay?
It's funny. You and I had just mentioned Paint It Black the other day.
Yeah.
Is something we should have played as a bed to something we did.
Yeah.
It's the universe talking to you, Sean.
I know.
Don't be complaining about it. If anything, you called out the Zach Brown Band playlist that night.
It was funny because I complained about it to Amy. I'm like, man, he's playing these covers, and then he plays a cover of Much Too Young to Feel This Damn Old, which is my favorite Garth Brooks song. I'm like, oh, he's playing Much Too Young. And Amy's like, oh, you like this cover, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. Good show, though. Fun night at the rodeo. Daniil Hunter, newest Houston Texan. He's been to NRG Stadium before. He is a native, Katy, Texas native, went to Morton Ranch. If you were at the playoff game last year, if you were one of the 70-plus thousand in NRG Stadium for the Cleveland Browns game, you know who else was in there with you? Daniil Hunter. He went to the Texans-Browns game because the Vikings weren't playing in the playoffs last year. What prompted him to go to that game last year?
I was home, and I didn't have nothing else to do. And there was a playoff game was going on, so I was like, all right, let me go check it out. And went there, and the way out there just playing together, the excitement, everybody celebrating for each other, that hit me. So I was just thinking during this process, I was just thinking about that, just being home and just seeing the excitement that they had, and that played a big part of it.
Yeah, and Daniil, that's how it's been the last 4 years, the way it was in that Cleveland game. It was that way every Sunday. Just
like
trust
all
us.
the time.
Just
100%.
trust us. Yeah.
That is the atmosphere.
Always.
Look at the attendance figures. Those are totally about the butts in the seats. Not
That's
sold
right.
attendance. Yeah.
That's right.
I think the cool thing about that game, one of our listeners had mentioned this when it comes to the recruiting video to come play with D'Amico Ryans. Yeah. They should send out the footage of D'Amico in that game telling Christian Harris how he was going to get the interception of Joe Flacco, how they were going to bait Joe Flacco into thinking that they were playing zone and that the running back was going to be wide open, and Christian Harris just sat back and left it. It was really cool. It was really, really cool to see.
Yeah. Nicknames. So we got new guys on the team. We need to know nicknames. Here's Daniil Hunter. Nicknames he's been given.
Well, I've been called Vortex. I've been called Gumby. I've been called He-Man. But I feel like the biggest ones that I like was from my first coach. He called me Gumby, Andre Patterson. So that was a cartoon before my time. So.
Yeah, and that's what Coach Seth Payne said about him too.
Yeah.
Gumby was my comparison to him because he has this ability to kind of he can have his hand up in a passing lane while simultaneously be tackling a quarterback around the knees.
Yeah.
He uses every bit of his wingspan and his length to just take away all windows in a way that if I tried to do it, it would look comical. To where you almost throw up a hand to the right to get in the guy's face and then force him back to your left, and then you wrap him with your left. But you got to be super athletic to do that. And Daniil Hunter gets away with doing some stuff. And honestly, I was a little bit. I compared him is the opposite of Jadeveon Clowney. Mm-hmm. Clowney, his biggest issue is those last two steps before you hit the quarterback. Clowney's just kind of stiff, and that's why he gets way more pressures than sacks. Than typically somebody that gets as many QB pressures and wins as many pass rush downs as he does would have more sacks, but Clowney's just a little stiff. Daniil Hunter's exactly the opposite. So Gumby Kids was this cartoon character who was like a stick of gum and could stretch in all these different situations. And then also Eddie Murphy did a good imitation.
He did do good, yeah.
Yeah.
Gumby skits from Saturday Night Live. Go look. Kids, go find it on YouTube. It aged fine.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure there's nothing there at all that could have been offensive.
Back in the early 80s involving Eddie Murphy, I'm sure there was nothing that would get somebody canceled today or anything like that. So Danielle Hunter, native Houstonian, got to be kind of cool for him. Like, I grew up watching D'Amico Ryans, right? Like, D'Amico was drafted here in 2006, which is about the time Danielle Hunter's probably in junior high and high school, elementary school. I'm trying to think. Danielle Hunter drafted in 2016, so he's a kid growing up watching D'Amico Ryans. He said that yesterday he looked up to Mario Williams.
Man, when I was younger, I grew up in Mario Williams, Coach Ryans. You know, I seen that era, and I've seen all the stuff that they went through. So I was a big fan of Mario Williams and what he was doing. And I try to model my game after that sometimes, but I realize, there's some things that he could do that are just not for me. So, but I grew up in that era, and I liked what I saw from that team.
Probably vice versa. Probably vice versa too. There's probably
right. No, exactly. Like the part of Mario was just he was so freakishly big.
Yeah.
That he could do things with strength that not a lot of guys can do.
Mm-hmm.
I think that when it comes to the pure athleticism side of things, Danielle Hunter is a superior speed athlete.
Mm-hmm.
So he can use his athleticism to a greater extent than Mario. I would say where the similarity is they both do a really good job with their length. So, like Mario, there are times where Mario passed, except he was so good and had such a good knack for getting his hand to the football. So he might be like 3 yards away from the quarterback, but he was able to just reach his hand in and swat the ball away. Danielle Hunter has that same ability. That there's times where he maybe it was a little bit of a stalemate on the rush, but he's able to contort himself and get his hand on the ball or in a passing lane. So that's cool. It's cool to see that he borrowed a little bit from Mario.
So the D'Amico project here this offseason feels like it's been the defensive line. Like that was the stated goal, the stated intention this offseason was to invest in the defensive line. And in light of the Malik Collins trade, Seth, and I guess maybe missing out on Eric Armstead, if we believe the reports that they were ready to trade Malik Collins for Eric Armstead, it would appear that at the very least the Texans wanted Eric Armstead here. To what degree once the contract became an issue, we don't know. We do know that according to reports, the Danielle Hunter contract, when that entered the picture as those Collins for Armstead trade talks were going on, it sounded like Hunter's contract became an issue in affecting that trade and bringing on Eric Armstead, which, by the way, I'm perfectly fine if what scuttled this whole sequence of things involving Eric Armstead and Malik Collins was Danielle Hunter entering the picture. Go get Danielle Hunter. So I'm cool with that. Even if the end result was, okay, you might have traded Malik Collins for no reason. We don't know. We just know that they traded Malik Collins for a now. The interior defensive line, which was not elite to begin with. It was good. It was solid. It was Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins. They're both gone now. And so where are we as far as the project of building an elite defensive line goes right now?
The defense, if you want to be genuinely elite, I think they've got a bunch of guys at defensive tackle right now who would be a good complement to the other defensive tackle. So if you had two defensive tackles, and let's say it's Fatukasi, and if it had been Eric Armstead, then okay, I think you're pushing elite right there.
Yeah.
But like Fatukasi alongside Kurt Heinisch or Tim Settle or Khalil Davis, I think you're passable up the interior. And like you said earlier, and a lot of people have said, I think that if as of right this moment, it feels like, man, the chances of the Texans taking a defensive tackle in the first round probably went way up a lot. I don't like feeling like you absolutely have to take a defensive tackle, and I don't think they do. I think they can be passable versus the run. Danico Autry is going to come down and play inside on passing downs, but like I would just love to have a guy that's a 3-down defensive tackle.
Yeah.
You don't. The problem with having guys that are okay, like I saw, John Crumpler, the writer for the Texans Wire, he had said something along the lines of he kind of looks at Fatukasi and Danico Autry as those two guys combined to be one player.
One guy.
Because one guy's better versus the run, one guy's better versus the pass. The tough thing is if an offense just wants to keep their personnel out on the field and keep Fatukasi out there in a series and keep and keep Danico Autry out of there, they can do it. You want to be as versatile as possible to where the offense can't dictate putting your weakness on or off the field.
Yeah, I think his observation, Crumpler's observation, is a good one just in terms of what the skill sets of the two guys are. But how many series go run, pass, run, pass, run, pass? They don't.
Well, anybody playing the Texans, but other than that,
yeah. So right now, I feel like, man, they've taken a big step up at defensive end. Like you've got Daniil Hunter, who is elite. You've got Danico Autry, who I think is an elite role guy, and then you've got the potential improvement of Will Anderson. You've got what Will Anderson 2.0 is going to be versus so at the defensive end spot, you got a chance to take a massive step up in 2024. It's just unfortunate that I feel like as of right now, it's just, remember the lunch pail crew? Remember, it was, it was Carlos Watkins. It's actually DJ Reader, who's more than a lunch pail guy. But back then, Carlos Watkins and Brandon Dunn and Angelo Blackson. It was a bunch of guys, and a young DJ Reader. That's what this group feels like.
Well, and I'm going to tell you where the issue is, though, too, with that, Sean. Mm-hmm. It's that, and this is what happens with teams that run a 3-4, like the crew you're talking about, is sometimes you accumulate more than really like. You look at a 3-4 defense sometimes, and especially if you're going to have three starters who are kind of like almost defensive tackle types, you realize, and then they've got a couple backups, and then, man, we better have some really good linebackers because we don't have that many pass rushers. Right now, when I look at the total personnel of the defensive line for the Texans, it feels a little bit more like a 3-4.
Yeah.
Right? It feels like they've got more guys that are heftier dudes and can be good versus the run, but provide some push. Like, that's where they need more dynamic athletes.
Yeah.
Like Danico Autry, if we were running a 3-4, I'd say, okay, great. Yeah, that's a defensive end who can rush the passer from the outside. He's one of these guys that we like, but we got too many of these other guys that are just like, they look like nose tackles, or they look like, old school 3-4 defensive linemen.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message, is DJ Reader still an option or nothing going on there? DJ Reader signed with the Detroit Lions last night. 2 years, a little over $27 million. So DJ Reader is off the board. The list of defensive tackles that are out there right now is not great. If there's going to be a jump up at that position in terms of talent, it probably comes on day one of the draft. And in terms of pure talent, and then even then, you're talking about plugging a rookie in, and who knows what the growth curve is for that person.
And to be clear, I'm looking about what my potential dream scenario is. It's really important to remember that the teams that have the most sacks in the league don't usually get it done with just the superstar players getting the sacks. Like the Ravens led the league in sacks this year. It's just out of BK. And then they had Jadeveon and Clowney. So those are your two studs. But then after that, there was Kyle Van Noy, there was there was Patrick Queen. Like, there were a bunch of guys that had 3 or fewer sacks spread throughout. But they had 3 guys who were at around 10 sacks or more. Yeah. And right now, the Texans do have 3 guys who could be around 10 sacks or more. And then you have various blitzes and other coverage sacks and whatnot. You can fill in the spot there. So I'm not saying the Texans can't be sack leaders. It's just not the dream that I thought it was going to be. And I guess maybe a little bit more worried just about the versatility up the middle.
That makes sense. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. We got a few other people saying, hey, we mentioned Keenan Allen going to the Bears for a 4th-round pick in headlines, and I mentioned his salary is $18 million. He's got a year left on his deal. So it's a 4th-round pick for a very expensive rental, expensive in terms of cap dollars. Text message, oh, wow, he cost $18 million next year? LMAO. So he's worth that amount. I'll say that Keenan Allen's been banged up the last 2 years. I think he played 13 games last year. He played 10 games the year before that. And it's been a lot of types of injuries that guys who get to be in their early 30s get. You know what I mean? It's not just, and I say this, if you can't tell, I've had Keenan Allen on one of my fantasy teams each of the last 2 years. So I can tell you that it's not just that he misses games; it's that every week he's not on the practice report. Like is he going to play? Is he not going to play?
It feels like they're just coaxing him along.
Like even he's on the field, he's banged up a lot. So I don't know. Like and that $18 million, it's a year left on the deal. So like it hits your cap. The whole thing.
I know, and that's where I am. Like, that's the trouble with this is when you start fantasy shopping for the skill position players. Yeah, your first instinct is like, hell yeah, sign them all.
Yeah.
Wait, Keenan Allen, get him in here. Hollywood Brown, why not? Like,
Right.
and it just you got to build a team. That's the very reason that they couldn't take on both Eric Armstead and Daniil Hunter all at once. It's because you can only afford so much at each position, or try to stockpile at each position. I think right now the Texans are not at a spot where you can be putting cherries on top. And Keenan Allen would be a cherry on top of a team that was already like a bona fide Super Bowl contender. They still have to make a few more moves for me to feel really comfortable saying like, oh, okay, yeah, this is a legitimate contender.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right. Speaking of the draft, speaking of wide receivers, there's a particular wide receiver in this draft that is going viral over the last couple days. Is it possible the Texans could find somebody in the draft more country than Dameon Pierce? We'll have a country off next here on Payne and Pendergast with Dameon Pierce and a potential prospect for the Houston Texans. But I'm talking to you right now, those of you out there who've had a recent fender bender, or maybe not even recent. Hopefully you haven't had one recently. But it
turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Friday. All right, so this was going viral yesterday. Xavier Legette is a wide receiver from South Carolina. He's one of about 50 jillion wide receivers that are going to get drafted in the first 2 days of the draft next month. And he was going viral. They had their pro day in South Carolina earlier this week. So there were a lot of Carolina media there because I think he's viewed as somebody, hey, maybe they can get this guy for Bryce Young and he can be a weapon for him and so forth. He's super country. And we're going to hear from him in just a second. The most country person on the Texans, I think, is Dameon Pierce, who is from rural Georgia, has an entire satchel full of country sayings that he uses all the time. Here was Dameon Pierce, just to refresh, because Dameon Pierce is a little off the radar for everybody right now. He's still on the Texans, just so everybody knows. I know he didn't play much at the end of the year. Here's Dameon Pierce's introductory video to Texan fans the day he was drafted.
Yo, hey, time. Hey, it's your boy DP. Hey, it's newest running back. We coming to H-time. Hey, I'm here for a good time and a long time. You feel me? Hey, let's go, baby. I'm ready to work. Appreciate everybody. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. He did it like been out noodling is the whole thing. He did that interview shirtless with a catfish on his arm.
He may as well have. The shirtless part was true. He did it shirtless. That was great. God, I hope I want Dameon. Let me hit pause right here. I want Dameon Pierce to get good at football again badly. Maybe that might be what I want most going into this season is Dameon Pierce to all of a sudden for it to click. And you got Pierce and Mixon in the backfield together.
I think Dameon could play defensive tackle if he just bulks up a little.
Yes.
Yeah,
he would. He'd try. If you asked him to, he'd go do it.
I'll tell you what, that was one part of his, I know adjusting to the scheme was the part he had talked about and identified. I wonder if him losing however much weight he lost, he was noticeably thinner, and he talked about it at the beginning of the season. I wonder how smart an idea that is for somebody whose calling card is just that brute force strength, because he didn't, on the plays that he did have, on his good runs, he didn't have that same power, like that ability to just explode through people. Yep. And I wonder if getting back to his rookie playing weight might be better for him too.
That'd be nice. All right, so that's Dameon Pierce.
Sometimes in race car driving you go fast by going slow. He's got to go fast by getting fat.
Yeah.
He can actually be faster by getting fatter.
Yes. Dameon, get to Whataburger right now. Right now. So that was Dameon Pierce, super country. Here's Xavier Legette. If we pick up Xavier Legette, is he more country? We've got 2 cuts from him here. Here is Xavier Legette, just a little sampling, a few cuts of what his pipes sound like.
Man, I'll be right down the road. It'll be a little easier for my family to come watch me play, so that'll be great. They want me their team, man. A lot of coaches came and hollered at me before and after this process here, man. A lot of them, man, they say they got a buzz in their facility for me, man, and I'm just ready to see where I'm going to land.
You like this guy.
I like this guy. Yeah. This guy, I feel like he needs to come. He needs to come to talk to the sheriff to get me out of trouble. Like the sheriff has me locked up for whatever reason. I was running moonshine or something, and you bring him in. You bring Xavier in, and it's kind of like the sheriff can't say no to Xavier.
No, smooth as butter. Here's one
that's
more.
I think that's he's from South Carolina, right?
Yeah.
He's from down in the Low Country there. That Geechee. Where Geechee is like the Low Country accent where he's speaking in his he's not speaking like if he was back home or anything. He would probably be more extreme. Jonathan Joseph first told me about that because Jonathan Joseph has a distinct pace of talking and everything. He talks really fast.
Yeah.
He gave me my education on Low Country, South Carolina, Geechee.
Okay, well, here, you want a little more Geechee from Xavier Legette?
Yeah, give me some Geechee.
He was asked by a reporter who definitely does not have the Geechee going on, as you'll hear, what is the best part of your game?
Whether you're taking a pitch or catching a short pass or catching a deep ball, what would you say are the best parts of your game that help you get into the end zone so often?
Oh, man, I'd say the deep ball, man, but I really feel like any way that I get the ball in my hand.
I mean, yeah.
I want him to just. I
gotta see what.
I feel like he'd be really good after a loss too. I feel like if after a tough loss, you just send him up there. There's something about that manner of speaking that just makes things sound better, no matter how bad they might have been.
Or send him to me and Clint for the guest on the postgame show. That was always the hardest part when the Texans weren't good, was getting the in-person postgame show guest.
Yeah,
because they lost all the time. That year with Lovie Smith, they didn't win a single home game. Hence, we got Dameon Pierce like 5 times that year on the postgame show. We're like, Dameon will be in a good mood. Not that he doesn't hate losing. Dameon hates losing, but he's a polite country gentleman, and he's,
Do you remember, it's a different accent, but just maybe saying the same vibe, was when in Raising Arizona, remember Hal was in jail, and his bunkmate was talking to him and telling him about his childhood growing up.
Yes.
And he was like, when there was no crawfish, we ate sand. He was like, you ate what? We ate sand. But he said it in such a way that it sounded like it was no big deal to him.
Right.
I feel like Xavier can handle almost anything. As long as you explain it in that accent, no, there's nothing that's too large for him.
Can I hear him answer that question again, Ben,
Yeah.
that second one? I need to hear him say the words, oh, man, it's the deep ball.
Oh, man, I say the deep ball, man. But I really feel like any way that I get the ball in my hand, I could get it to that end zone.
I love this guy.
Yeah, Dameon and Xavier together on a podcast, just talking about things that they like. They're getting excited about it, the amped up energy about it, and Xavier would have like the calm, cool, laid back response to it.
He's 48th on the consensus big board on in the mock draft database, Xavier Legette. So drafting him at 23 might be overdrafting him, but I think for that accent, I take him at 23, even if he's 48th on my big board. I would do it just for the press conferences and the post-game shows.
I can't remember who it was. There was a defensive tackle for one of the teams the Texans faced this year who was super country himself. And like I wanted so much for Dameon and him to have a podcast together.
Jersey swap.
They were just like the biggest
Jersey swap mic'd up. Dameon Pierce and country defensive lineman.
Oh
guy.
no, you know who it is?
Who?
I want to say it's I think it might be Grover Stewart.
Oh, okay.
From the Colts.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Grover Stewart might be from rural Alabama or rural Georgia.
Looking it up
and
right
he's
now.
just got that big old country way about him.
Looking it up right now. Where is he's from Georgia. He's from
Yeah.
Camilla, Georgia. He's from rural Georgia.
I remember now because I'd watched him mic'd up with Grover Stewart getting ready for that play-in game, and I thought immediately, oh man, him and Dameon would get along awesomely.
Hey, the number one trending story on the Chronicle right now is the fact that Pornhub has disabled itself in the state of Texas over objection to an age verification law that's being proposed here.
Why are you telling me? I know nothing about that.
No, here's my question.
Why would I know that? Of course I don't know about that. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
You want to hear how I found out about it? Last night we get home from the rodeo. Amy and I do when we go, because I get up early the next day, and I hear laying next to me, she goes, Pornhub is disabled in the state of Texas. She's laying next to me in bed. I'm like, are you over there surfing? Do you need me to help out? Are you surfing porn?
That's a rough thing for your wife to say right before bed. She's got to have a better filter than that.
It turns out she got a push notification from a news site. She says she did, at least.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, well, I'm interested in this. And so I went to Pornhub, which didn't automatically come up on my phone when I put in a P and an O, okay?
Well, right. In incognito mode, it doesn't remember that stuff.
Right.
For sure.
Right. So I went and I looked and I said, oh, yeah, it's just they don't pull up the porn. There's this long Declaration of Independence-like letter from Pornhub basically telling the state of Texas, stop being so restrictive. Here's my concern. The Texans still have salary cap space. Do you think this affects free agency at all?
Listen, guys, you can afford a subscription now, okay? As foolish as it might seem, you can afford a subscription. Just do that. You're going to go to whichever site you like.
Yeah. Well,
I think that, so I don't think it does affect them. I'm torn on this one because, honestly, it is the rule. Basically, Texas has a stricter rule about minors, people proving that they're not minors.
Yeah.
And Pornhub has to agree to that. So
here's a quick version of the story that's going on. Pornhub disabled its site in Texas on Thursday over objections to a state law that requires age verification to prevent access to minors. People who go to the site are greeted with a message, as I outlined and as my wife found out about last night, due to push notifications from a news site. The company called in by makers of devices that let people on the internet haphazard, ineffective, and dangerous. Yeah. So there you go. So that's they've got issues with this state of Texas being restrictive on letting youngsters onto the porn sites.
I feel like whenever I've had to prove that I'm not a minor, it's a long and complicated process of me knowing when my birthday was.
Yeah.
Am I missing out on something? Or am I like age verified now that I haven't had to enter more proof of my age? Like, I've never had to like upload my driver's license.
Yeah, or is it just picking up your face?
Of all the various things I've bought on the internet that I'm still kind of shocked I can buy on the internet legally, but like without, like you can buy various things you can buy like without actually really proving your age. I'm surprised that this is where the line fell, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm a little worried. The Texans still have spots to fill on the roster, and I feel like, yeah, sure, no state income tax, but also no hub, at least as of right now. Now, the good news is there's other sites out there if you're into that kind of thing, but still.
Do you think that maybe that's why Joe Mixon sounded still a little conflicted about coming to Texas?
Yeah, it could be.
He acted like he was distraught over being traded away from a place that he loved. Maybe he just loved that place because of their crazy, wacky, liberal porn laws. I don't know.
That would be the most genius way to negotiate a 3-year, $27 million extension of all time.
Yeah.
Telling your new employer, like, I can't get my porn. Did you see here this message I'm getting on Pornhub? All right, fine, Joe. How about an extension? 3 years, 20.
Remember the time I was in I was in that massage. I was waiting for a massage, and a new Texans player that had just signed was sitting next to me in the massage place, and I was kind of like, I almost wanted it because this would have been after the unpleasantness with Deshaun.
Oh, so it's recent. Okay.
Yeah, I almost wanted to lean over. I didn't know whether to introduce myself or not. And also, I also wanted to lean over and be like, don't worry, man. You're in a reputable place. But I almost didn't want to say it because I was afraid he'd have been like, dang. And so I just let it be, and I didn't introduce myself or anything. Yeah.
That was probably smart. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Plus, that place closed down a few months ago. I don't want to bring the player's name up because I don't know. Maybe it wasn't reputable at all.
At all.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed to always be doing good business. And the fact that it shut down kind of surprises me. So
Yeah.
I might have to look into this a little bit.
That's funny. All right.
And I also feel a little bit rejected. A little bit rejected that I was never offered.
Never offered anything there. Yeah. Maybe should have been more aggressive. We'll see. All right. One of the biggest questions with Danielle Hunter coming here was answered yesterday by Danielle Hunter, and I'm feeling kind of good about my prediction right now on who the biggest bust is going to be in this free agency class. Not for the Texans. I'm talking league-wide, and I'll explain why as we head towards the top of the hour. We'll do the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour as well. Stay there.
Hey, great things happening at Bayway Ram in the month.
877-4.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the two biggest questions with Danielle Hunter have been, how many sacks are you going to get us this year, Danielle? We hope it's at least the 16 and a half that he got last year. And what jersey are you going to wear? Hey, you've been wearing 99. I don't know if you know, but there was a dude who wore 99 who did some good things here. You know who knows that? Danielle Hunter. Here's Danielle Hunter. If you're getting ready to buy a jersey, a Danielle Hunter jersey, here's the number that's going to be on it.
Man, 99. You know, that's JJ's number. You know, he's done a lot with that number. You know, I'm not even going to mess with it. So to be able to do what he's done with that number for the community and to take him. So I decided to possibly go with the number 55.
All right, 55.
Which is
it's a good number.
Which is a surprise just because, you know, at Morton Ranch he wore number 94.
Mm-hmm.
At LSU he wore number 94. He would have had to pay money to Khalil Davis.
Khalil Davis, yeah.
If he'd wanted to. Well, I mean, he wouldn't have had to, but that would have been the honorable thing to do.
Yeah.
So maybe he's still in negotiations with Khalil Davis. Or he hadn't met him yet or broached the topic, so he's going to go with 55 for now.
I hope Khalil Davis doesn't Eric Armstead him and the deal falls through.
I hope Khalil Davis didn't already spend the money he assumed he was going to get.
Yeah,
he probably
dude.
saw like, oh, dude got $48 million, and he might probably want number 94. Hell yeah, I'm going to buy a boat.
Khalil Davis heard that cut yesterday and threw his drink at the monitor. 55? Hughes doesn't need the money. What?
A promissory note from Danielle Hunter at this point would be as good as a AAA bond. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, like that's as good
yeah.
as, you know, like when you get a government. If you're a contractor and you get a government contract,
yeah.
you can go in and buy whichever heavy equipment you need because that money's going to get paid. That's what Danielle Hunter's a promissory note from Danielle Hunter at this point would be as good as a U.S. war bond.
Big
Damn
time.
it.
I was thinking about that when he said I'll probably wear number 55. I'm like, all right, well, that's probably a jersey that'll be in the team store. And I got to thinking, Seth, remember during the year after COVID, where the COVID year, you and I weren't allowed in the stadium at all on game day. We did all the pregame shows from all but one we did from up here in the
boxes, our faces to the security
right.
You're like, do not let these two in.
Yes, they set the security for the retinal recognition. Do not let these guys in.
They're actually mimeographs. They were cutting corners back then. There wasn't a lot of revenue coming in. Yeah.
Yep. In 2021, we had to walk like a different route to get over to Bud Light Plaza when we got to the stadium, and it was like on the first level concourse where we would walk past some of the kiosks where the jerseys were. And it was the most depressing thing ever because it was, keep in mind, this is the David Culley year. And I was jotting down just now. I'm like, God, who were the jerseys? And I went through my phone, and I remember taking a picture. And the jerseys in the team store midway through the 2021 season were Brandon Cooks, Whitney Merciless, who was like he was like the kind of like down to the end of the line version of Whitney Merciless, David Johnson, and Zach Cunningham. Those were the jerseys in the team store in 2021.
The David Johnson one is the rough one. Was that his first year?
No, that was his second year.
It was his second year.
Yeah, they brought him back.
2020, it was like, oh yeah, Bill O'Brien showed faith in him, and now he's going to resurrect his career.
Didn't happen.
No. And you remember he had that one little burst in a meaningless game at the end of the season?
Yeah.
When a team basically decided to have like 9 defensive backs on the field, and David Johnson ran for a respectable number of yards.
He had a ton of catches in that game too. I remember because they were all dropping guys back. I had him in fantasy, so that's why I remember it. I'm like, God, David Johnson just won the league for him. It's the only thing he won for anybody all year. He won the league for me.
I've never felt as disrespected by any professional organization as I was by the way the Texans would try to spin some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like they bring up stats of David Johnson from 5 years prior and act like we were all supposed to be dumb enough to think that, oh yeah, that's classically what happens in the NFL as a running back is way worse for 4 straight years,
right.
And then all of a sudden in his 30s he really picks it up.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we should be banking on. Thanks.
My God.
Thanks for calling me a dullard.
Dude, Brandon Cooks, Whitney Merciless, David Johnson, Zach Cunningham in 2021. I was just jotting down now. I'm like, dang, they got like 10 or 12 guys now that you could make an argument should have their jersey. Like CJ, there's a ton of Tank Dell jerseys at the stadium on game day. I put Nico in that category. Tunsil's jersey's been in there before. Offensive linemen are not usually among the more popular jerseys, but Tunsil is in there. Will Anderson Jr., you see a lot of Stingley. Now I think you're going to see a lot of Daniil Hunter. You see a lot of Petrie. Petrie needs to play better if his jersey's going to be in the team store, though. And I would imagine Joe Mixon will be in there now, too. Frontline running back.
I got to be honest with you. Just looking at this 2021 roster.
Yeah.
I feel like David Culley deserves a little bit more respect than...
That he won 4 games with that team?
Yeah, honestly. I know, look, I don't think he should have been the guy moving forward or anything. And as everybody in Houston was in this delicate position of it explaining, look, yes, we understand David Culley's not the reason they're so bad, but he's also not the guy that's going to lift them out of it. But even then...
Give me a name. What's the name that's disgusting you the most?
Well, Danny Amendola and the fact that both those guys were... Both Danny Amendola and Rex Burkhead were on the roster.
They were Tank Dell and Joe Mixon. That was a Texans version of that.
Yeah, I mean, just Chris Conley.
Yeah.
What Brandon Cooks did it was good enough, you know, and just fine. But there's just a lot of guys that that you were looking at to provide something that they weren't gonna. Just like Kamu Grugier-Hill being somebody that people were excited about was like the only thing you need to know about. Okay, what was the environment like? Kamu Grugier-Hill might be our best player.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Yeah. And that's what you do when you're cleaning. That's why it was always funny to me, like after the first or second year, people are like, fire Nick. And I'm like, what? Like these are the only moves he can make right now. Nobody wants to come here. Their salary cap's a mess. They got no draft
Brendan
picks.
Hargraves, these guys that you were trying to depend on.
Dude, it's so much better now. God, it is so much better. Oh, thank God. I saw a list yesterday. You know, the big news on Wednesday was the Calvin Ridley signing in Tennessee. Out of nowhere, pivots, goes to Tennessee, gets paid, got the most total money of the last decade for a receiver changing teams. Okay, so the most total money in free agency for a wide receiver who goes to a new team. He got $92 million. My feeling on the Calvin Ridley contract, Seth, as you know, is I think it's going to be a failure. I think 2 years in, because I don't think Tennessee is going to be very good. Calvin Ridley is getting older. It's not like he's been great here. I don't think he was all that great in Jacksonville last year. I just don't think it's an environment where an aging receiver who's been inconsistent is going to come in and play all 4 years on a $92 million deal. You know, that's my feeling on the whole thing. So this list that I saw yesterday had the next 8 guys on the list of the most money in free agency for receiver-changing teams. And whoa, doctor, there is some failure on this list. This
is, And then, to keep in mind, this is like one of those classic things of, all right, well, why does it, if receivers are that important, why does a team let their receiver go?
Yeah.
There's a lot of times the reason isn't as good as we just had salary cap issues.
Yeah. Like here, I'll rapid fire these. Like Christian Kirk is next on the list at $84 million to Jacksonville. He's actually one of the better stories, and he was good his first year on a really bad team, and then he was injured and kind of inconsistent, and he got 700 yards last year. But some of these names, Kenny Golladay in New York with the Giants, $72 million for Kenny Golladay. He had 43 catches in 26 games, and he's out of football now.
You know what's strange about that was that why did they pay him like that?
He was productive in Detroit his last 2 years there,
but it wasn't like he was best in the league.
Well, they're the Giants. How about this? They're stupid.
They're the Giants.
Yeah.
They're dumb.
How's that for a reason?
The most receptions he'd had in a season was 70, which is he has a couple respectable 1,000-yard seasons of 70 receptions and 65 receptions. But I think that I think that it felt like they're thinking well. Yes, but look at his physical skills, and we're the Giants.
We're the Giants.
Of course, the Lions and that pathetic Matt Stafford couldn't get anything out of Kenny Golladay.
I'll give you another reason, Seth, without Googling it to see if it was a reason. That at that point, they're heading into year 3 of Daniel Jones, and they were at the got to get him weapons phase of a bust at quarterback. Got to get him weapons, and Kenny Golladay was probably among the better ones in free agency. Sammy Watkins, $48 million for the Chiefs in 2018. Wasn't terrible, but he only played 34 games in 3 seasons. They're the Chiefs, so they overcame it and won a Super Bowl, but still not a great signing for the money. The Allen Robinson with the Rams was a disaster. Remember the Rams win the Super Bowl, and then they signed Allen Robinson the next year, and they're like, the rich get richer. Played 10 games for them, and then he was gone.
Well, And there was another one, though, too, where I think, at least with Allen Robinson, it made a little bit more sense that you could blame the situation he was in. Okay, they'd never really given him a quarterback or what have you.
Yeah.
But, yeah, at the end of the day, production is production.
Yeah.
Andre Johnson produced with and DeAndre Hopkins both produced with a lot of substandard quarterbacks.
Dude, Tyrell Williams is on this list. Signed by Oakland in 2019. He had one good season with the Chargers, like in 2016. The Raiders gave him 4 years, $44 million. And that was like not 8 years ago. It was 5 years ago. Like $44 million for a wide receiver was still like, oh, okay, this guy must be pretty good. He played in 14 games and had 42 catches, and he was done. So I say all this to say that I think Calvin Ridley is going to fit into the same category that the guys I just named did. I think this is going to be a Texans topic. I feel like this is something that Nick Caserio looks at, and this makes it more likely that the wide receiver room is going to have Nico Collins in it for a while, that there's a Nico extension coming, not some outside wide receiver help.
And honestly, there's a little bit of me gets insulted on behalf of C.J. Stroud every time people are desperate to bring yet a third wide receiver into that room and pay big money for him. Because, look, that's what you do for quarterbacks that you're not sure whether they're good or whether they suck. You know, that's what you do with Jalen Hurts. That's what you do with Tua Tagovailoa. That's what you do with Will Levis. You bring in somebody to see exactly what you have with this guy. Or like, okay, can we actually make a go of it? Let's give him the cream of the crop. Whereas C.J. Stroud has already shown that he's a guy that gets more out of guys.
Yes.
Like that. So you get the most out of Nico because you have C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
You can get the most out of Tank Dell because you have C.J. Stroud. You don't need to bolster him. Like, he bolsters others.
He bolsters others. Now, I think the key there that you said is the cream of the crop type wide receivers. Like the people who, I think, we've beaten the Mike Evans thing to death, and it's irrelevant
Right.
now. He's with Tampa Bay. But I think, you see people like they should trade for Justin Jefferson. They should trade for T. Higgins. I mean, that's expensive stuff to give up draft capital and then have to pay a guy. I do think they need to upgrade receiver, but at that third layer, right? Like you need, right? I think they do need something better for CJ than John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson as the drop off from Tank, but they don't help CJ Stroud.
No, and especially in a year where there's so many receivers available in the draft. That's where it does make sense. I'll say every single time, I don't like going into the draft thinking we have to draft this position or that position, but it is working out pretty well right now where it's very easy to envision, all right, there might be a really good defensive tackle available at 23, and there's going to be a really good wide receiver available in the second round.
Yeah.
So it won't be a surprise whatsoever if that's the order that it goes in the draft.
Along those lines, text message 6074. We were talking earlier about the Texans maybe needing to draft a defensive tackle because that position is, in our opinion, weaker now than it was going into free agency. Text message. So does this mean that CJ doesn't get that needed weapon in the draft now? No, it doesn't mean that at all. There are a ton of wide receivers. You can go defense specifically.
It got so annoying, and I felt like I was being like the annoying buzzkill of an uncle or what have you. But you look at all the salary cap space the Texans had. They went out, they spent aggressively. You still have holes to fill, and it's not like you have an unlimited account with. This is why I was so opposed to paying huge dollars for a wide receiver or huge dollars for a running back. And because you've filled a bunch of these holes, and yet you still have glaring needs if you want to be a genuinely well-rounded roster. And they got to be careful with just how much they spend to do it. So I still none of that needs to be a wide receiver. Somebody reasonably that's a third-tier or second-tier guy, what have you, sure, fine. But breaking the bank to bring in a guy, especially an aging one like a Keenan Allen or something, I just don't see the need to do that right now. Or I see where there is a need, but there's more pressing needs elsewhere.
Yep. Yeah, no, especially with the sequence of events that's taken place in the interior of the defensive line over the last few days.
As far as cornerback goes, because I know that's another one that people are understandably concerned about, just know that there are so many guys. If you're trying to replace Steven Nelson, there's so many guys available at cornerback right now, including Steven Nelson himself.
Right.
Which is and Steven Nelson played absolutely fine for what you need out of this defense with Derek Stingley out there. And if this defensive line can get after the passer the way that their best guys are capable of, that's going to make Steven Nelson even better this year.
I would welcome Steven Nelson back right now on this team at the right price. I'm assuming if they're getting him back at this stage of free agency, then it's at the right price. You know, there wasn't a land rush for Steven Nelson like there was for Grenard or Blake Cashman or even Devin Singletary. Those guys all went in the first 8 hours of free agency.
Look, yeah, and I think like with Steven Nelson had a high enough opinion of himself that he felt like he deserved a new contract after 1 year with the Texans.
Yeah.
He got some concessions from the Texans, and now he's out in free agency. He hasn't signed yet. It's still the first week. But I wonder, is there like kind of a refractory period where he has to adjust to the fact that the offers are what they are? And then is there any part of his ego that doesn't allow him to come back to the Texans?
Yep.
You know, like I don't think there should be. Like he shouldn't feel insulted or anything. The Texans will probably be willing to pay whatever the market rate is. They just had to establish what that is, and now it's just a matter of, all right, does he still feel like he's being disrespected somehow?
Yep. All right, you're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Hey, quick reminder as well, about this time on Monday is when I'll be asking Nick Caserio, are you okay on time, Nick? Because he's coming on with us at 7:30. It's usually right around 8 o'clock where I ask that question of him. I've already cleared it with him. He's okay on time. But, yeah, he's joining us at 7:30. Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joins.
I wonder how many big deals the Texans have missed out on specifically because you can't let a guy go when he's supposed to be let go.
When we were firming this up with Nick for Monday, my request to him was that he close a deal with a free agent while he's on the air with us on Monday.
It'd be the nicest thing he could do.
It would be nice.
Instead of consistently doing it during a different show that was kind of way more critical of him on the first day of free agency.
That's right.
Maybe you could throw us a bone every now and then.
That'd be great. Yeah. Yep. All right. Let's get to the Texans. So the Malik was supposed to be a trade for Eric Armstead, reportedly. That fell through a couple days ago when Daniil Hunter entered the chat and the Texans paid him. That trade fell through, but clearly there was interest in bringing former San Francisco 49ers defensive tackle Eric Armstead onto the Houston Texans. The Texans went ahead and traded Malik Collins anyways, even after that deal fell through, to the Niners for a 7th-round pick. Armstead became a free agent when the Niners released him. The hope, I think, was that Armstead would sign with the Texans, and then it just turns into the de facto trade ends up, happening. That didn't happen. Armstead became a free agent and instead decided to take a nice bag with the Jacksonville Jaguars yesterday. 3 years, $51 million. So the Texans miss out on Armstead. They signed Tim Settle Jr., who's a bit of a journeyman, interior defensive lineman, 2 years, $7 million. But the end result of this whole thing, Seth, is that they traded Malik Collins, who was a productive player for them last year, for a 7th-round pick, in my eyes, seemingly for no reason, other than, as you pointed out, maybe once Malik Collins found out they were willing to trade him for Eric Armstead, maybe there were hurt feelings or something like that.
Yeah, and even if there weren't hurt feelings, it's an interesting dynamic because in some ways it's almost easier if you're getting traded away if it's for a draft pick or something. Remember Laramie Tunsil when he found out that he was getting traded for 2 first-round picks? He said, "Well, I would have traded me too."
Yes,
that's what he said about the Dolphins. So he had no issues with the Dolphins making that decision. I think it's something else when you find out that oh, you had a guy in mind and you're swapping me for much than me.
It's a person, not draft picks. Yes.
It's really hard to not like every now and then after you make a play, look over at D'Amico. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Would Eric have done that better? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that was me and not Eric sacking the quarterback. Oh.
This is my only question, D'Amico. What does he have that I don't have?
D'Amico's like, it's not that I don't love you.
Right.
It's just that I love him more.
Right. My heart is full of love for everybody.
Yeah. I tried to put myself in that situation. I think it would be easier for me if there was a deal to trade me for a first-round pick or something and it fell through. I'd be like, all right, I get it.
Compliment.
And not that it would be a first-round pick for Malik, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But when you find out that, no, they specifically wanted this 31-year-old defensive tackle because we think he's a better defensive tackle than you are.
Yeah.
It's right, yes. Even if it had been a wide receiver for me, I would have been like, oh, okay. Well, they felt like they needed wide receivers. I disagree with that team building strategy, but still, I get it. It's just more of a team building thing more so than a me thing. This was very specifically a me thing.
The best would have been at Eric Armstead's introductory Texans press conference if D'Amico was with him at the podium and started off by saying, "What do y'all think of my new trophy defensive tackle, huh?" That would be awesome. All right. Keep the 8-8 moving here. The other bit of Texans news, Joe Mixon and Daniil Hunter both met with the media yesterday. We'll hear more from them in the next segment, but first here is Joe Tex getting in Joe Mixon.
One is a leader. I mean, I've been a captain the last 3 years in Cincinnati. When I speak, I lead and, speak with command. Guys, they listen and they feed off of me. And, I'm going to just continue to still be the same person that I've been since I walked in out there when I was 20 years old, man. And I've always been a leader, lead by example, and I do be a vocal leader as well. I think that they're definitely getting a playmaker, and I think that the way things was being explained and the meetings that they're willing to showcase everything that I could do, which is very exciting.
Okay, so they're kind of showing him this is how you're going to be using the offense. He gets a 3-year, $27 million deal, $13 million guaranteed yesterday afternoon, Seth. So functionally, they gave up a seventh to get him, so it's a seventh, whatever. Functionally, this turns into basically like the DeAndre Swift or Tony Pollard signings with just a little extra sugar on top. Those were both 3 years, $24 million. This essentially turns into a 3-year, $27 million free agency signing for Joe Mixon.
Yeah, and
right?
I think as a player, he'll be an upgrade over Singletary in at least one aspect that I feel very positive about, which is he's had experience getting 200-plus carries. He has more 200-plus carry seasons than not since he's been in the league, whereas with Singletary, last year was the first time he'd gotten 200-plus carries, and he's not really built like a guy that you want getting a boatload of carries every single year. So I think on a week-in, week-out basis, you're just going to get a grindage out of Joe Mixon, if that's an actual word. Yes, grindage.
Grindage.
The other part of it, though, too, I think I do like that he talked about being a vocal leader. And one thing that Jimmy Ward did last year for the team that wouldn't have shown up in the box score or anything was, he talked to CJ about talking, like encouraging the younger guys to be vocal leaders, the guys that need to be leaders, like CJ, who was CJ was going to be very careful about not overstepping his bounds. He understood that he was a rookie. He ended up getting encouragement from the older guys on being more vocal, but also he understood that guys like Jimmy Ward himself have to step up and speak, so CJ's not the only one doing it all the time.
Yep.
And I think likewise with Joe Mixon, there's sometimes leading by example is awesome, but some of the younger guys have to have it spelled out for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not yet smart enough to just to try to imitate the guys that have been around a long time. They have to have it drilled into their head a little bit, so it's good to have vocal guys.
3.
By the way, he's only 27. I mean, Joe Mixon feels like he's been around for a long, long time. He came into the league at 20 years old, as he pointed out yesterday.
I think it's because of the level and amount of drama before he entered the NFL. It always feels like that. And the more drama adds like years to the perceived experience of players.
Yeah, he's been in our lives for a long, long time. That's true.
Yeah.
Yep. Number 3 here, Rockets beat the Wizards last night, 135-119. God, the Wizards are awful. The Rockets have now won 4 in a row. Jalen Green was amazing last night. He's now got a nice viral highlight going where he put Jared Butler on the ground with a behind the crossover dribble that set Jalen up to do that thing that James Harden used to do when he put somebody on the ground, where he would just kind of stand there at the three-point line and stare at the rim. Okay, now I'll shoot. And he knocked it down.
Have a disrespectfully zen moment.
Yeah,
where
it
you're
was
just
good.
like, I want to live in the moment right now. Yes.
3.5 back of the 10 seed. These last 16 games all of a sudden have a little juice for me. I'm intrigued watching this team operate. I'm a big Alperen Şengün fan, but I'm intrigued watching them have a little bit of success in these couple of games. I mean, granted, it's the Spurs and the Wizards or whoever they played, but they're taking care of business.
And that's what they have towards to finish out the season. Is this a very soft portion of their schedule? They're playing small ball more without Şengün there, which allows them to be super aggressive defensively, and just not having Şengün out there in general allows them to be better defensively. I wonder, is 16 games enough time for the league to catch up to them and realize, like, okay, this is your MO. You know, we saw this back in 2020 and 21.
Mm-hmm.
The Rockets were playing small ball a lot, and it worked at first, and then it just kind of collapsed on them.
Yes.
But I feel like these guys are young enough to keep it rolling. I'm at the point now where I don't need them to be bad for picks or anything like that.
No.
If they make the playoffs, I'll be excited about it.
I would too, no doubt.
Yeah.
4.
Keenan Allen, former Los Angeles Charger, traded to the Chicago Bears last night for a 4th-round pick. He's got 1 year left on his deal at $18 million. Keenan Allen has been productive the last couple of seasons, but productive wide receiver with the Chargers. So they acquire another weapon, presumably for Caleb Williams. We haven't touched on this side of this deal, Seth, which is that the Chargers, they were able to retain Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack, who both took pay cuts to get the Chargers under the cap. But they cut Mike Williams. They trade Keenan Allen. They let Austin Eckler walk in free agency. They let their tight end Everett walk in free agency. Is this how you get the best out of Justin Herbert moving forward?
I mean, it was a known situation.
Gutted the weapons. Yeah, you're right.
They had no choice. Yeah. You know, I think that it's funny because the Chargers were pointed out as one of the best destinations for a guy like Harbaugh to go to, mostly just because of I think people looked at the big names on the roster, but then chiefly they looked at Justin Herbert. And yes, that part is true, except that they don't have an awesome environment necessarily around Justin Herbert. Not to mention, Joey Bosa has been banged up and bad. There's speculation that Joey Bosa might get cut before the end of today because he's got a roster bonus coming. So, yeah, this team, which, remember, had a defensive-minded head coach who had an atrocious defense, who might also be losing even more of their defensive weaponry.
Yeah.
If Jim Harbaugh does a really good job with this Chargers squad this year, if he makes the playoffs with them, I think that he should get credit for it. I don't think it's going to be Super Bowl or bust all of a sudden right off the bat.
He makes the playoffs with this Chargers. He'll be like last year's D'Amico, which is he'll be in the conversation for, I think, Coach of the Year if he gets this group of Chargers to the playoffs. You know, we'll see what it looks like.
Plus, Herbert didn't have an awful year last year despite all of the
he puts up
challenges.
Numbers every year. Like, they made the playoffs once with him there. He puts up numbers every year. They don't win games.
I know, but they have an awful defense, too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
5.
Hollywood Brown to Kansas City. That's the other bit of wide receiver news. So the Chiefs, who I think a lot of people are nervous that the Chiefs, with the 32nd pick in the draft, are going to snag one of these receivers. Like Xavier Worthy out of Texas, or one of these guys that ran a 4.3 at the combine. They, in advance of the draft, signed Hollywood Brown, who fills a nice need for them, a nice deep threat. Hollywood Brown's 1 year, $11 million. And so, Seth, you're going to go prove yourself on a 1 year deal as a wide receiver, and you're a deep threat. Best to go do it with the best deep ball thrower in the game, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, that's where, I feel like Hollywood Brown, who's kind of taken the tour of quarterbacks that you just don't know quite what they are as an actual passer. This is him going to the exact opposite of that.
Yes.
He's going to the ultimate passer. That if you find ways to get open, he's going to figure out a way to get the ball to you.
Yep, good sign.
And you talk about especially maybe Hollywood Brown splitting some of those zone shells that they play to keep everything conservative and in front of Pat Mahomes. They might add a little bit more of a deep ball element to their game again this year.
6.
We'll put this in the category of something that probably requires more than the 2 minutes we can give it in the 8 at 8, but it is a big news item today if you haven't seen it. The claims and counterclaims involving Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott and a woman who has accused him of sexual assault will play out in civil court and in the criminal justice system. According to the Dallas Morning News, Dallas authorities are investigating both the claim of sexual assault against Prescott in the alleged sexual assault which occurred on February 2nd, 2017, and they're also investigating the claim by Prescott that he is the victim of an extortion plot involving his accuser and her lawyers. So this is I guess what's now evolved into a he said, she said thing here, Seth, involving Dak Prescott. So salvos going back and forth in the court system here.
And he had filed the lawsuit before it's a big ugly he said, she said situation.
Yep.
He is doing what, usually what you do I mean, that's the first question people have when somebody claims that they're not guilty of sexual assault or something. People say, okay, well, are you going to file? Are you going to file Are you going to file a defamation suit or something like this? This is an actual extortion, claims of extortion. So, but it's just hopefully for Dak's case, obviously, and Cowboys fans' sake, he's innocent in this.
7.
The NFL, victory for Florio yesterday. The NFL, Seth, is looking into possible tampering by the Eagles and the Falcons in their free agency pursuit of Saquon Barkley and Kirk Cousins, respectively. Went straight to his keyboard and pointed out that Kirk Cousins mentioned in his press conference that he had talked to the trainers in Atlanta. James Franklin, the coach at Penn State, mentioned in an interview that Howie Roseman had reached out to Saquon Barkley, allegedly, during the period of time where front offices are not supposed to reach out to players directly, only to their agents. So the NFL is now looking into it. We'll see if there's any sanctions against the Eagles and the Falcons. But first good step here for Mike Florio in getting this thing cranked up.
The only thing I don't like about the way the NFL distributes punishment in cases like this is that they don't give anything to the victims.
Yeah.
So if the Texans, who were reportedly pursuing Saquon Barkley, if they missed out on him partly because the Eagles were tampering, don't just dock the Eagles a third-round pick.
Give it to us.
Give that pick to the Texans.
Yeah.
I feel like he knows nothing of justice. This Roger Goodell.
Yeah.
He doesn't want an eye for an eye. He wants to take somebody like it's a draft pick for an eye, but the eye is never replenished.
You don't.
We're sitting here without an eye, Sean.
Right. That's a problem.
We've got a Joe Mixon glass eye.
You do not cross Executive Vice Karen in charge of tampering sanctions, Michael Florio. That's the message.
8.
Last thing in the 8 at 8, Garrett Cole, as of right now, does not need Tommy John surgery. But it sounds like you don't know how these things evolve. It's just going to be rest up for a month or two. He's got soreness in his throwing elbow. But the MRIs have come back and said doesn't look like he's going to need Tommy John surgery. So we'll see what happens down the road with Garrett Cole. This we know. The Astros open the season 2 weeks from yesterday against the Yankees. Garrett Cole will not be on the hill for that game. Which is unfortunate.
Nor will Dylan Cease.
Not for the Yankees,
Yeah. Dylan Cease went to the Padres, so everything's falling apart for the Yankees. It's a damn shame.
Yeah, it is.
Damn shame.
I hate to see it. You hate.
It's all kind of. We've talked about this before. That Brian Cashman supposedly this is his last chance.
Whatever.
I hope not, man. I hope not. I hope that it ends
30
up.
last chances.
I was still amazed though too. That I feel like Aaron Boone was constantly getting way more blame than Brian Cashman himself by Yankees fans. And I thought I held Yankees fans in higher estimation, at least in terms of, sure they're loud, sure they're irrational and everything, but at the end of the day, they've been baseball fans a long time.
Yeah, I guess.
But they're still kind of dumb when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Not to mention I saw a post yesterday, some jackass Yankees fan had posted the all-time regular season record of Astros versus Yankees, and he said, which is it's didn't have any of that bad. It's 31-42 or something. He said, Yankees were beating the Astros for decades until these last few years.
Decades?
I'm like, decades? 2003 was the first damn time they ever played.
Yeah.
The next decade after that, the Astros were beating the Yankees in every every playoff series. They faced. These Yankees fans feel that somehow because 2 centuries ago, they won some championships, that somehow that makes them into baseball historians who seemingly don't even understand that interleague play used to not be a thing.
Right. Interleague play. And the Astros have only been in the American League for a decade. So there's that.
Right. There's just not. It's not. They had some interleague series in 2003 and earlier, and then when they switched, it's crazy.
Yeah. All right,
I'm constantly disappointed by the dumber Yankees fans.
Yeah,
in my mind, I kind of I feel oh, okay, it's true. Look, they've been great fans for a long time. They probably know simple things like that the Astros changed leagues a little while back. No.
Sorry, nope. The D'Amico effect. We've heard a lot of us on the radio talk about the possible D'Amico effect. We got confirmation of it yesterday from Daniil Hunter, and I think in particular Joe Mixon. We're going to take a listen in on what they had to say about their new head coach. Coming up next, I want to tell you about the men's team.
1-800-5800-FREE.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, the D'Amico effect. I think we got to see it. Verbalized yesterday by the two newest, most prominent Houston Texans that met with the media, Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon. Here was Danielle Hunter, who actually grew up watching D'Amico Ryans as a player here in Houston. What does he like about his new head coach?
I like that he understands the players. He understands players and having them being able to go out there and play for each other as a one unit. He brings in the family aspect of playing football. It's not an individual sport. You got to go out there and play for each other. So that's one of the biggest part about it. And he understands his players what we want in order to be successful.
I think that it's interesting in the NFL. There are a lot of teams that it feels very much like a professional football team where, all right, it is what it is, and guys know that it's all about winning championships, but also making money and this and that. Again, it's not bad or anything. It's more of an atmosphere of professional athletes. The Texans do feel like they might become one of those teams. It's rare in the NFL where it feels like much more tight-knit than your typical NFL team. Like the Ravens have been a long time. They've done a good job of having this culture of just feeling more tightly knit. Like the guys really know each other on the team, and they socialize together and everything else. And it's one of the challenges the Texans have because of geography, just because we're so spread out as a city.
Yeah.
It's harder than in some places, in smaller cities or in places where it's just kind of laid out differently, like Baltimore. Buffalo has been like this. It's always been known as a team that's kind of really tight.
Yeah.
And I think part of it is that they all, like everybody up there lives like around the Orchard Park area. You can get to the stadium in 5 minutes, or you can get to wherever you want to go out, like in relative, and so it's easier for guys to get together. Houston, it's a little tougher. Like guys are spread out, and 5 miles in Houston is not a 5-minute drive.
Right.
And that's where I think Will and CJ kind of like very consciously wanting to keep it like a college environment can pay dividends in the long term.
Huge.
If you can figure it in time together and everything, and when you have a coach like D'Amico that talks about carrying your teammates, it's just a lot harder to create that in the NFL. But I think the teams that work at it can last long. Like in Buffalo and in Baltimore, it's lasted through multiple coaches.
Yeah.
And it's lasted through different players and quarterbacks and everything else. It's just you gotta put that work in to start it up.
You could put all the players or most of the players in one particular part of Houston to serve that purpose. What would be the best part to do it in?
It's tough because there's a financial part.
There's an affordability issue.
Like the kids, like the young guys that have young families, but that aren't huge names. Like they're gonna want to be, out a little further where they can have a house.
A lot of guys, a lot of Pearland guys on the team.
Yeah. So I would honestly, as close to the stadium as possible, because then you also have just guys aren't wasting their time with commuting or anything.
Yeah.
Like probably that Braeswood area. If
bordering West U right there.
Yeah. But the problem is that's expensive, for guys that actually want to own a home or have a house of themselves.
Yep.
Of course, you know what? No, I'm going to turn old school here. These guys make way more money than we ever did, and guys figured out how to live in Ireland.
Yeah.
Of course, back then, Ireland wasn't quite what it is now.
No. Invest in real estate. God ain't making any more of it. That's the saying right there. All right, so
unless it's in Florida in 2007, don't invest in that.
Don't invest in that.
Trust me.
Here on the conversations, what conversations have been like with D'Amico Ryans?
Oh yeah, I sat with him earlier. We talked for about an hour. He was just talking to me about the game of football. And, how it's able to impact your family and everything around you, and being able to just go out there and then just doing things the right way and just playing together as a team. That's big time, especially when it just feeds off of each other. That kind of energy feeds off of your teammates. So that's one of the biggest things he talked about. Just playing together as a unit, playing together as a team. There's never a single individual out there just doing everything by himself. Everything works as a unit.
Yep. D'Amico's a closer, man. Closes the deal with these guys. He's I bet he's great in front of these guys.
I think the thing about D'Amico and Danielle Hunter, like that first conversation was like, all right, I don't know how much conversation there was before they actually agreed to a term or after. Well, none. There wouldn't have been any conversation before they agreed to the terms.
Right.
It was pretty much about the money, and what Danielle already knew of the team and knows the way it has changed and everything. The Joe Mixon conversation is interesting because to hear Mixon talk about it, he was not expecting to get traded. He didn't want to get traded. He feels still like kind of emotionally torn about it all. And he talks about what that first 24 hours was like after the report that Zach Moss was coming to Cincinnati.
I mean, for me, like I said, I took that 24 to 48 hours to hurt. It took a while, and I'm still, having, emotional feelings about it. But that's a place, where I could forever feel like that's home for me. And, like I said, I'm just very grateful that, them fans, they embraced me the way that they did. And I just love everything about the way that them fans were.
I hear that, Seth. First of all, I love the honesty from Joe Mixon. I think that's great. I think that he's being genuine about it. With the way it is now with the Texans, with D'Amico in the building, the culture shift, with CJ as the quarterback, Will Anderson, like you had talked about, like that, not just D'Amico, but the organization, I think clearly targeting core guys that are that type of lovers of football and that type of culture guy. Like I hear Mixon and the despondence there that he's not a Bengal anymore. And my feeling is like, well, he's going to love it here because I think they're trying to build something like that here.
Right, like you have a guy that's capable of loving the place that he is, and he actually had taken ownership.
That's exactly right.
With Mixon, too, Mixon was able to see both pre- and post-turnaround with the Bengals. Yep. So he knew what it was like when things were rough and there was shuffling around of players and coaches. And then he also was there for the turnaround and a new young quarterback coming in. So I think he's seen the good and the bad of what it can look like in the NFL.
Yeah.
And he took ownership of Yeah, I think that he's probably got a lot in common with the core fiber of like what D'Amico wants.
He got to skip right past all the bad here. He didn't have to experience it here.
Yeah.
He had to
skip
skip right
through
past
that again.
I'm looking at the record for the Bengals, and in Mixon's first 4 seasons, so 3 seasons before Burrow got there, and then Burrow getting there in 2020, 7-9, 6-10, 2-14, 4-11-1. And then they go to the Super Bowl the next year after that.
So actually, those 2 years before they went to the Super Bowl is actually worse for them than what the Texans had in the previous 2 years.
Yeah, and worse than right. Fewer games than the Texans won the last couple of years, no question. What does Mixon think of D'Amico Ryans?
When I talked to D'Amico about, 2 days ago, for me, I thought, when I got on the phone with him, it was like, it was a hell of a feeling, man. It was like, me feeling like I want to be here. Like he embraced me, and he made me feel like I'm wanted, and I love that about him. He was once a player as well, and I think that with what he brings in terms of his intensity and him wanting to be around a great group of men that. Wants to, he pretty much lead by example. And if you see him, he's very enthusiastic on the sideline. He's jumping up and down while, his players making plays. And, who wouldn't want to play for a guy?
Yeah, and I think that something he said there about when he said that D'Amico made me feel wanted, I think that's awesome. And for the same reason, and you alluded to this earlier this morning, if Malik Collins had already known that they were going to trade him in a player-for-player trade, like specifically to say, we like this defensive tackle better than we like you, but then the trade fell through, I can see why the Texans maybe felt like, all right, look, like we for the sake of being honest with these guys, and for me to say with legitimacy, when we want you, we want you. I can't say that to Malik Collins. We're about to trade him for another defensive tackle.
Yeah.
We just got to go ahead and send him to. We just got to go ahead and execute part of this trade, even though we can't take on Eric Armstead.
Yeah, I think it's totally plausible. There is part of me that, if that were the case, and we're just speculating here, obviously.
Yeah.
They would be like, man, buck up. it's the NFL.
No, I know. Oh, you know where I am with that.
Yeah.
I do feel like there's some pendulum where the NFL needs to swing back a little to understanding there's going to be disgruntled guys on every team.
Right.
They're part of there is no perfect locker room environment. I go back to the Giants, the first Giants team that won the Super Bowl. Do you remember how disgruntled Brandon Jacobs was on that team?
I do.
He hated Tom Coughlin. He hated the team. He didn't like his role.
Right.
He was miserable, and yet they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
There's always somebody disgruntled. I think are just still in that area where they're trying to figure out, yes, there have always been disgruntled players, but we didn't have social media.
Mm-hmm.
So the disgruntled players, for the most part, it didn't ever reach a boiling point in the media or what have you, because not everything was said. Where now you got disgruntled players, and they're going off on social media.
Good point.
Tweeting out pictures of vests and calling the GM a clown.
Yes.
It's a different world to where I think you got. They're trying to figure out, just how much disgruntlement can we actually handle and still have a good culture in the locker room.
Yep. Let's stick with that. We mentioned the Malik Collins trade to San Francisco and the Malik Collins Eric Armstead trade that reportedly fell through. If this was a sequence of events that didn't go the way the Texans planned on having it go, and now you're without Malik Collins and now you're worse at defensive tackle, where does this fall on the scale of moves that Nick Caserio's made that may not have worked out? Is this an egregious one? Is this a botch? You feel neutral on it? Do you care at all? We'll go through that. We'll give our take on that coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet. How do you feel about
Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so one of two things, or both, have to be true when it comes to the Malik Collins, Eric Armstead, Texans defensive tackle situation. Because we know, if we're to believe the reports, there was a Malik Collins for Eric Armstead trade ready to go, queued up and ready to go, and that got scuttled because the Texans got in on Danielle Hunter, and I'm totally cool with that. If the broken glass from the Danielle Hunter contract was a Malik Collins for Eric Armstead trade not going through, then I'm totally cool with that. The Texans did decide to trade Malik Collins anyways for a 7th-round pick to the 49ers. So I think that in a vacuum to Malik Collins, if you didn't know Eric Armstead existed, you'd go, that seems like a peculiar trade. Now, we do know Eric Armstead existed. And when they make that trade, I think the expectation for a lot of people, especially when the reports came out that there was a deal in place for those two to get traded for each other, was, okay, well, this is just another route to get to the end result that you're looking for, which is Armstead coming to Houston.
Yeah.
So either something fell through with Armstead, or the Texans just were ready to move on from Malik Collins for some reason, or both, or it could have been both.
I think it might very well be that they would have preferred to retain Malik Collins, except that obviously there was already going to be news of the trade, and that it might have been as simple as like, all right, Malik Collins is going to know we tried to get him out of here to bring somebody else in to replace him directly. Like, is it worth keeping him around with that potential headache versus just trying to start from scratch? And because I know a few listeners have said, look, is Malik Collins really worth that much more than a 7th-round pick? Because the team does have to take on his salary, all that. That's not even really the point. The point is that he was a very viable defensive tackle, better than any guy you have as a defensive tackle on your roster right now, that a 7th-rounder shouldn't have enticed you into. It's not like you're like, oh, well, we can't turn down a 7th-round pick for a guy that we look at as a viable starter. Yeah. It's just there was no reason to really trade him other than that maybe massaging the ego or just out of duty to holding up your end of the bargain with the 49ers. The 49ers likely could have turned down other opportunities because they thought they had a deal with the Texans.
Yeah, maybe.
So, like, as a combination of the Texans following through and or worrying about Malik Collins' attitude, who knows? There's multiple things that could happen.
That's interesting. Okay, the possibility that they had a Malik Collins for Eric Armstead trade ready to go, and the Niners thought, hey, we had a deal. And again, this is Seth and I speculating about all this stuff, about possible scenarios. But that's an interesting scenario, which is that the Texans bailed at the last minute because they said, look, I know it may look like we're going back on something here with the Niners, but it's Danielle freaking Hunter.
Right, yeah.
But we know we're going to be doing business with these guys potentially in the future, so we want to make it right here.
You don't want to, you don't want to screw them over. If the 49ers might have had a couple other trades in place for Eric Armstead that they turned down in favor of the Texans.
Yeah.
So you can't just leave them out in the lurch. It's like your wedding deposit,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
You end up losing Malik Collins as your wedding
Your
deposit.
analogies are so good today. The wedding deposit.
I'm doing a lot of substances. We're good. Yeah. Really been expanding my mind.
If this was something where the Texans traded Malik Collins with the thought that, well, we'll just get Eric Armstead in free agency when they release him, and now he gets money whipped by Jacksonville to the tune of 3 years, $51 million.
Money whipped. Sign me up for getting money whipped.
Right,
that
right.
sounds awesome.
Right. But I say that because that's not a deal I would do. If I were Nick Caserio, I don't blame Nick for not giving Eric Armstead 3 years, $51 million. I wouldn't give it to him. You thought had a deal in place.
Right.
If it's something where you may have messed something up to where now you've got a weaker defensive tackle room with a head coach who said we need to build through the defensive line before the offseason started. My question to you, Seth, is where does this fall on the spectrum of decisions or transactions of Caserio here over the last few years?
I can look at it almost like, in a way, this feels like when we were trying to act like they didn't actually trade up for Will Anderson. They actually traded up for a quarterback because they wanted to take both. Remember that weird math people were doing to try to justify that? This is where it's going to feel weird in that regard, too. Because of the timing of it, to get Danielle Hunter in the building, you can almost look at it like, all right, trading away Malik Collins for just a seventh, it's almost like you gave up a fifth-round pick for the right to get Danielle Hunter, if you need to look at it that way to make you feel better. But the fact that they did want to swap Malik Collins out for a different type of defensive tackle, I think does tell you that, at some point you're going to have to rip the Band-Aid off and try to get somebody else in. Maybe the timing isn't right, but it's probably not the worst sin in the world.
Okay, we've got some Texans breaking news. I don't need the sounder, Ben. Don't worry about it. I want to get right to it here because we've only got a few minutes in the segment. Texans have made a trade. The Texans have traded.
For whom?
The Texans have traded. Well, this will be a trade you'd like, Seth, because there's no people involved in it. It's just draft picks. No hurt feelings in this one. They've moved the 23rd pick. Now, my question is, I have a question after this. Okay, they've traded the 23rd, 132nd pick in the draft. Okay, so that's got to be that's the
28th round.
That's got to be one of their seventh rounders. So the first pick and a seventh round pick. In exchange, the Texans get the 42nd pick in the draft, the 188th pick in the draft, and a second-round pick in 2025.
So they don't currently have a first-round pick?
So the Texans are without a first-round pick now, which is going to make the draft party very awkward, I would say.
Oh, you dirty devil, Nick Caserio.
So the Texans are...
wait a minute.
Boy.
So what's the note? What's the first? What pick is it? What's their first pick?
Their first pick is the 42nd pick in the draft, but they pick up an extra 2 next year. In 2025,
Oh, boy.
So they move back. They move back 19 spots. Essentially...
Is this Nick Caserio saying he doesn't think there's a damn bit of sense to any of these guys in the back half of the first round?
You know what I think it says? Okay, we'll break this down in the next segment because there's a whole lot more meat on this than just the next 2 minutes. I think that could be an indicator that they're looking at this wide receiver class and that they may heavily be looking at wide receiver with their first-round pick, and it's so deep that they go, we may get as good a guy at 42 as we do at 23. He costs less, and we get a second-round pick in 2025, and we move up in the back end of the draft, too, because they're really swapping pick 232 and moving up about 50 spots to 188. So essentially this trade is the Texans just got an extra second-rounder next year to move back 19 spots.
So they've got 2 picks in the second round now for this year.
Yeah, 42 and 59.
42 and 59 this year in the second round, which makes the second round exciting. Day 2. They've got an extra second rounder in 2025.
Yeah.
Notable that this was done with Minnesota. There's been a little bit of reciprocity back and forth. I guess reciprocity is not the right word. But like Blake Cashman and John Grenard go up there. And then they like Minnesota seems very much. I feel like, honestly, Minnesota and Houston are operating almost like one team is a team that's all about youth and building, for the future, whereas the Texans feel more like they've been in the transactions with Minnesota, a mode of, all right, we're worried about winning now. We feel like we've got the pieces in place, but we need to fill out with guys in the second round this year, next year, everything else.
I'll say this. I mean, Minnesota is a team that, they've got talent on that roster. They've got weapons, but that's a team that's probably going to be quarterbacked by Sam Darnold or a rookie.
Yeah. Right.
That second round pick could be somewhere in the 30s, like in the mid 30s or low 40s somewhere.
That's a boy. Oh, I'm in Team Darnold right now. I desperately need Sam Darnold
to win that job.
And to be the starter. Yes, and then to be exactly Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
I need him to make the dumbest decisions in the history of dumb decision making. I need him to be seeing ghosts left, right, up, down, everywhere.
All right, so let's break this down a little bit more. What is serious about this on Monday? He's joining us at 7:30, so this moves at or near the top of the list. Why did you make this deal? The Texans, if you're just tuning in, make a deal where they moved out of the first round from 23 down to 42, and to net it all out in the process, pick up an extra second-round pick from the Minnesota Vikings in 2025. So we'll continue to break that down. What do you think? Text in 713-572-4610. My guess is this trade will not be popular because the Texans are out of the first round of the draft. That's going to be my guess on the text page. So we'll see.
The guess for Minnesota, I know that the speculation will be that they're going to, they're trying to load up so they can trade up for a quarterback in the first round.
Yes.
Who'd that end up being? Because can they get up to the?
I mean, you got enough stuff. Yeah, we'll talk about it in the next segment. Absolutely. We'll talk about it in the next segment. What's Minnesota thinking? More importantly, what's Nick Caserio thinking with this trade that he just made with the Minnesota Vikings? What are you thinking? What goes through your head when you get into a fender bender? Think about the last fender bender.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so if you missed it, the big news, Texans just made a trade, and it involves no human beings. It involves draft picks, and it's with the Minnesota Vikings. And the Texans, as a result of this trade, no longer have a first-round pick. Weigh in 713-572-4610, how you feel. The general feeling, it's pretty split. I thought it would be, and I'll give you the details in a second, I thought it would be more negative because now, first-round picks are sexy. There's a huge raise in day two, gets far lesser ratings. But I think there is a decent amount of, okay, well, I trust Nick and what he's doing here. There are people that are, it seems like listeners pretty plugged into this draft class that don't feel great. The 23 is kind of a no man's land. Here's the details of the trade, and then, Seth, I want to get your gut reaction when we talked about this late in the last segment, what you think of this. In this trade, Minnesota gets the Texans' first-round pick, and they get a seventh-round pick. In exchange, the Texans get Minnesota's second-round pick, which is 42nd overall. So the Texans are moving down 19 spots, and they're getting pick number 188, which is probably in the fifth or sixth round somewhere. The key thing the Texans are getting back here is a second-round pick, Minnesota's second-round pick in 2025. And we should note here, I think there's a better chance than not that Minnesota's not a very good football team this year.
Yeah.
In a division with Green Bay and Detroit, and probably either a rookie or Sam Darnold at quarterback. So this second-round pick has a chance to be very, very good.
That's right. The point, is if Minnesota's looking to trade up, are they going to try to trade up for J.J. McCarthy? Do they think that maybe somehow the Patriots are going to trade out so they'll have a shot at either Jaden Daniels or Drake May? Whatever the case might be, I'm skeptical that they'll get a quarterback that they really, really like. But we'll see. It might end up being the Sam Darnold show. I think my first thought immediately was, okay, well, how's Nick going to get back up into the first round? Mm-hmm. I wonder if he feels like maybe the strength of the back end of the first round.
Yeah.
So he wants to have this flexibility now of, okay, we like a lot of guys that are probably going to be available end of the first round, top of the second round. And if we need to move up or if I want to move up, we've got these 2 picks in the second round. We've got 2 picks in the second round next year. We'll be able to figure out a way to do it. So it gives them the flexibility to do that. I would still give it a 50-50 shot that the Texans will end up with a first-round pick.
You do? You think he can move back?
I just think it might not be until draft, like the day before the draft or draft night.
Until they see how the board falls. It may not be until right before the pick, like it was with Will Anderson last year.
Yeah. Which will make for an interesting draft party. If it's during the actual draft itself, it'll be really super interesting.
So if we do my thing here where immediately I have 4 thoughts on something that happens with the Texans, like I did with the Schultz signing and Kaimi and some other things, honestly, the first thing that popped into my head of the 4 thoughts on this is, what happens with the draft party this year? The draft party has been lit the last couple years because the Texans have had 2 first-round picks. So it was already going to be tamped back a little bit from 2022 when they had pick 3 and pick 13. And then last year, they're never going to top last year where you pick a quarterback at 2 and then you move up and get Will Anderson at 3. But it was going to be kind of fun to have a good team and just sit back and see what everybody else is doing to try to, kind of hang with the Texans. Texans are one of the better teams in the league now. And now they're out of the first round. I think that is a thought that pops into my head. I guess if I got very specific, your point about Nick probably not picking at 42, he was already just about picking at 23. He's now fulfilled that prophecy, and he's picking at 42. But let's pretend for a second that he's trading back to 42 with not really a mind of moving up. Like, okay, this may be where we pick at 42 because it may be hard to move back up. If we pick at 42, I think the 2 biggest things the Texans were going to be looking at 23, especially the way the offseason is unfolded, would be defensive tackle or one of these wide receivers. And I feel like of the defensive tackles they feel like there's a pretty good chance that they would have to move up to get one. I feel like with the receivers, they feel like they can get the same guy at 42, they get at 23.
The one thing that makes perfect sense here, the first thing I thought of immediately when I started thinking about defensive tackles was, okay, Johnny Newton is like more and more being mocked to the Texans at 23, or was being mocked. So Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle out of Illinois, was being mocked. And I love Johnny Newton. I think the way this guy moves and plays and understands football, I like him a lot. It's funny. I go down to on Mock Draft Database. They kind of take a compilation of where players are generally going into which team. Pick 42, which is now the Texans' pick, but pick 42, Braden Fisk, defensive tackle out of Florida State. And because that was the first guy I thought of. Is like, man, I wonder if a guy like Braden Fisk, and with his upside and everything else, is a guy that really intrigues Nick, and he thinks that there's a few guys like that right around there. And then certainly there will be guys at wide receiver. You get down into that second round, and I think there's a few defensive linemen. I mean, Andre Sweat would be a surprise to me because of his size. But boy, I think D'Amico looks at Devondre Sweat and thinks, yeah, I mean, he can be in there on third down and push the pocket. But my God, what a presence, and how much better does he make us? So, I think there's multiple defensive tackles in the second round that are probably super intriguing to the Texans.
Yeah.
And as well as wide receivers. So it might just be as simple as that this is a lot of bang for the buck in a round of an area of the draft that he feels good about.
I think if you're somebody who thinks that the Texans should be drafting wide receiver with their first pick, that I think this move should excite you. I think this makes it a more likely chance that they're taking a wide receiver with one of those two picks, because now they're moving back into a spot in the draft where I think there's going to be a bunch of receivers that you could pay less for, and they're probably just as good a chance they're going to pan out as you would have taking Brian Thomas at 23 out of LSU. There's just so many guys.
Like if you want a Xavier Worthy, Xavier Leggett. You want any Xavier at all for the most part. Keon Coleman. There's a lot of the guys projected to go in the second round right now are guys that you're going to get excited about.
Yeah. Boy, does this increase the chances we get Xavier Leggett. Hey, Ben, can you grab the audio of Xavier Leggett from South Carolina? Ben's busy in there. He's putting the podcast up.
I'd go for a Roman Wilson, just if only
Michigan?
to hear C.J. Stroud and Roman Wilson talk smack about about Ohio State, Michigan.
He and Nico ganging up.
Yeah, Nico and Roman Wilson together.
Ganging up on C.J. Stroud. We got the Leggett, Ben. Ben's getting it. Okay, how about another hypothetical?
Okay.
This actually, I'm going to give him credit. This is a text from our boss. All right? How about a T. Higgins theory? Okay. Boss texted me right after the trade. Said, T. Higgins trade coming? And I said, ooh, I'm intrigued. Explain. And then he said, backwards logic maybe, but if your value on Higgins was something like a mid-second plus some fluff, you move back to the middle of the second round, and you get a second in return for doing that next year, and then you go ahead and make the Higgins trade. Now you're not having to trade pick 23 to go get Higgins, and if Cincinnati is amenable to that, you trade T. Higgins for a second instead of just duking him a first. Mm-hmm. And then you go sign Higgins. I don't think that's the case. I don't think Nick Caserio is. I don't know that he philosophically would do this. Period. But I certainly don't think he thinks he needs to do it at wide receiver with C.J. Stroud, which is give up draft capital for the right to overpay a guy.
Right, for the right to give him a new contract, at a position where you feel pretty good about right now, and we're in the draft. Why trade for T. Higgins right now when there are so many promising wide receivers in the draft? Yep. And neither of them, T. Higgins is not a guarantee. It's a lot closer to a guarantee than a draft pick, obviously. But that comes with a price tag. It just doesn't make a lot of sense just from where you allocate your resources that you would be trading for a wide receiver right now and paying him when there's so many guys to get excited about in the draft.
Okay, so we got excited about Xavier Leggett from South Carolina because his voice is going viral right now. Dameon Pierce, I think, is definitely the most country Houston Texan. Take a listen to Xavier Leggett out of South Carolina, who right now on the consensus big board on the mock draft database is 48th. So it would be a little bit of an overdraft to take this guy at 23. But maybe Nick Caserio was listening to us play this audio earlier, Seth.
Yeah.
And he decided, you know what? I like this guy. I think we move back into the early part of the second round and pick up a second because we need this guy in our locker room.
Man, I'll be right down the road. It'll be a little easier for my family to come watch me play, so that'll be great. That's just them telling me that they want me on their team, man. A lot of coaches came and hollered at me before and after this process here, man. A lot of them, man, they say they got a buzz in their facility for me, man, and I'm just ready to see where I'm going to land.
He's one of those guys I don't even care what he's talking about.
What are we gonna do? What about after they draft him and they ask what he did with his first big paycheck, and he says he bought a tobacco farm? I feel like we're gonna be a little bit of a quandary here, morally, that like he's aligned with big cancer.
Big tobacco.
And, yeah.
Okay, one more Xavier Legette, because this is my favorite one. He gets asked by a reporter. Who cares what he gets asked? It's Xavier Legette. The reporter asks him a question.
Whether you're taking a pitch or catching a short pass or catching a deep ball, what would you say are the best parts of your game that help you get into the end zone so often?
Oh, man, I'd say the deep ball, man. But I really feel like any way that I can get the ball in my hand, I could get.
I'd take him at 42, Nick, if you're listening.
You can't have, when you've got guys like that are super country like that, the best thing about them is how trusting they are.
Yeah.
Which means you got to watch out for them too. Like they're very, very susceptible to scams sometimes. But when they come from deep country,
right,
they grew up in an area where like you could take people at their word, because you're gonna have to. They're like one of the 12 people that you would see in a given year.
Yep.
So people gotta, they gotta live up to their word. They gotta not screw each other over and all that. So I feel like it's good for team culture to have guys that are just inherently all in and like they trust the coach, all that stuff. They haven't been burned nearly as many times as people that grow up in the city.
If we believe that you have to have one super duper country person in your locker room, making this trade, moving back, putting yourself in position to get Xavier Legette does free you up to trade Dameon Pierce, because now Legette fills the country role in the locker room. I tell you what, man, I'm surprised there are a lot of people on the text page that are down with this trade. It's a good move, in my opinion. 23 is kind of a dead man zone, and we don't necessarily have a ton of capital to make a move up to go get a specific guy. Oh, that's true. My Brock Bowers dream is over. That's thought number 4. My Brock Bowers dream has ended.
That was the first thing I thought of, honestly, immediately, was that, like you actually do like this Brock Bowers dream. And
Love him. It's over.
It's just probably not good. I mean, it would just be a lot more maneuvering. You're probably not going to trade directly up to 14 or 15 from here.
I hate to do. He needs to fail a drug test now or something, Brock Bowers. I need something that gets him down to 42.
It's harder to do these days, too.
I know.
It used to be like, okay, like, does he have a problem, or was he dumb for a little bit? Now if he gets nabbed for a drug test, it's going to be something hardcore, which you've got to rethink what you're all about here, Sean.
Yeah, it's true.
This isn't the 1980s, okay?
I know.
Cocaine can't be the most popular performance-enhancing drug of the age, all
right? Just like Nick, no frills day 1, action galore day 2. Better bang for the buck in the second round. Then there's people who don't like this trade. I don't think trading out of a first-round pick is smart. There's people saying that.
Let's see. Can you guys please explain this now? Does it mean we have 3 second-round picks? All they listed on the website is the number. One of the second-round picks is for next year.
Yes.
So they have 2 second-round picks this year and 2 second-round picks next year.
Yep.
I think like just as I guess. What was that last comment you had made about not being able to get back up into the first round?
And not being able to get Brock Bauer. Oh, if the Texans, maybe they want to move back in the first round, but it takes 2 to tango. You may not be able to.
Right, it takes 2 to tango, but it's not like an impossible price or anything.
Sure.
They just established a going rate or a going price for that. So I think that especially once the draft starts to play out, I think it's very, very possible that Caserio trades up into the first round if he sees somebody he likes. Yep. Especially because, remember, you have that 5th-year option that makes the back end of the first round a little bit more valuable than it used to be, but he might just feel like that's where the sweet spot is in the draft this year. And I would, as much as I love Johnny Newton, it's not like he is new age 325-pound athletes. No. He's a little bit more old school in that he's a 300-pounder, 297-pounder who's very, very athletic. But there's a little bit of projection into knowing whether or not he's going to be strong and powerful enough to make it in the NFL.
Yeah.
So it's not like anybody taken with a 23rd pick overall. You've got reservations about them. They're not they're not cut from stone and the absolute prototype. So it doesn't hurt me as much to move out of the first round when we're talking about the 23rd pick.
The hit rate on guys dips after you get to 11th or 12th pick. That's the sure things are up that high in the draft.
People are excited about, like I talk about Johnny Newton. People are excited about now the prospect of T'Vondre Sweat.
Yeah,
maybe. Like
right?
T'Vondre Sweat, he's 365 pounds, but he's an absolute beast. I worry about how much D'Amico likes to practice outside. If it's going to be T'Vondre Sweat practicing outside, we're going to have like a citywide ban that you're not allowed to add guac to anything he orders. Yep. He's got to watch his weight. And yet, man, with a second-round pick, T'Vondre Sweat is just the kind of risk I'm into. Like, oh, no, he might be too big and manly. Yeah. Oh, dear. Yeah, give me that.
That's where the Texans need a system in place with every eatery in Houston where if T'Vondre Sweat orders certain things, there's just a gigantic alarm that goes off in the place. Like,
all right, I got to explain this. For some reason, some people think they traded. There's two second-round picks they're getting back. They're getting an extra one this year and an extra one next year.
Yeah. They moved back from 23 to 42 in this draft.
There must have been something about the way I said it. At least two people thought that it was just 1 second round pick.
No, they bought 42. And, they get a second-round pick next year. There's some shuffling of some day 3 picks going on as well. But that's essentially
as well as a second-round pick this year.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. They moved back 19. Yeah. I mean, I'm just phrasing it different than you, I guess.
I know, Sean, but people aren't getting it, so I'm just explaining. They got two second-round picks that they didn't have.
Let me read the exact trade according to Twitter here, so everybody's on the same page. All right. The Vikings are getting pick number 23 and a 7th-round pick this year. In return, the Texans are getting pick number 42, pick number 188, and a 2nd-round pick next year. We can't phrase it any more plainly than that. That's the trade.
Don't get upset. I'm just
no. I'm not upset at you. I'm not. No,
you're talking down to like the poor people that didn't understand it because
we've never done that before. Okay, some more reaction to it. What a dumb bleeping trade. Why now? Why not wait until draft night and have more leverage? He must be drunk.
Okay, why not wait until draft night and have more leverage? I guess because because this is where he thought he should trade now. I guess like to have more leverage to do what? Like the trades come and the opportunities are there as they become available. It's hard to trade back up into the first round if you haven't traded back out of the first round. I don't know. He wants to see. I think honestly, probably where he is right now and where he thinks the board might be. It's just that he feels like there are a lot of really good options at the top of the second round and at the end of the first round. Kind of launch himself up if he needs to or sit and take whoever falls there. But like Nick moves a lot. He does. Trades a lot. It's just to think that this is like the final and then this is where you're going to end up drafting on draft night. I would take the field versus that.
I would too. I would too, but I do think you've got to be comfortable with the idea that you might have to pick at 42 just because it may not fall the way you want it to on draft night or that the trades might not be available to you on draft night. So I think you got to be comfortable picking at 42. Let's pretend that it's 42. Let's do this in the next segment because we've got a lot of people asking this question. Who's there at 42? I think a lot of people have like 6 names in mind at 23, Seth. So who are the names that are hovering in the mid to late 30s into the low 40s right now on the mock drafts that now might be names that are falling into the Texans part of the draft that they're in? Again, if you're just tuning in, the Texans trade the 23rd pick plus a 7th rounder to the Minnesota Vikings for their 2nd round pick this year, a day 3 pick this year, and their 2nd round pick in 2025. We'll continue to break it down coming up next, but West Point Lincoln is Sugar Land. Speaking of making deals, you know who's making deals? Ruben Mendoza, the GM at West Point Lincoln is Sugar Land, making awesome deals on 2023 Lincoln Navigators and 2023
SportsRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you again. If you're just tuning in, the Texans have made a trade. We're going to lay this out for you here, all right? We're going to lay it out. It's a draft pick trade. The Texans have traded the 23rd pick in the draft and a 7th-round pick to the Minnesota Vikings for the 42nd pick in the draft. That's an early second-rounder. The 188th pick in the draft, which by my math is probably with all the compensatory picks, a 5th or 6th-rounder. And then the big thing they're getting is a second-round pick, the Vikings' second-round pick next season. So the Texans are now picking in this draft. They don't pick until 42 now. They don't have a first-round pick, but they are picking twice in the second round, and they've now got 2 second-round picks next season. So this is I would say this is the move of a team that is in implementation phase, where, okay, we don't feel this pressure where we've got to get elite guys in the first round. We need players to go around this core that we're building. There's only so many first-round picks that you can ultimately end up paying if you're keeping all of them on second contracts as well. That might be something, Seth, that's factoring in to all this is like, okay, I mean, I know one of them's not working out when it comes to Kenyon Green, but, man, Derek Stingley Jr. sure looks like he's going to get a big deal someday. We know C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson are going to get big deals some days, and there's at least one or two, Tank Dell, Nico Collins, other guys, etc. This is almost, I got a text from a buddy who said this is like the anti-Bill O'Brien move. Bill O'Brien was all about rushing to go get the thing that made you feel good in the immediate moment.
Yeah.
Man, Bill O'Brien had no problem trading first-round picks. That we know. But it was for instant gratification. This is not people who like instant gratification are not going to like this move, I think, in general. I think if you start thinking of it in terms of actual human beings, this is where I get excited, is if I look at the defensive tackles, for instance. Mm-hmm. If you trade back from 23, you're probably getting out of Johnny Newtonville, where Johnny Newton is projected to the Texans a lot, and he's very good athlete, not huge, like 297, but plays with very good technique, has a great football IQ, has a lot of things that make him a first-round pick. You get back to 42, and that's right around, at least as far as right now, that Vondre Sweat and Braden Fisk are going in that spot a lot. Chris Jenkins, son of Chris Jenkins, is another guy. Both Fisk and Jenkins don't have ideal size or anything, but you could envision them as the guys that are, can play the run, but also become good pass rushers too. T'Vondre Sweat is just a planet-sized beast of a human being that is probably, never going to be a dynamic pass rusher or what have you, but there's an inherent comfort level you get when you have a guy that big and strong and powerful playing in front of your linebackers. And not to mention, he can push the pocket. It's just a matter of, okay, is he I'm intrigued by T'Vondre Sweat and where D'Amico might be maybe a little bit different than, Robert Saleh is a guy that really wants athletes up front first and foremost. Yeah. And that is also what D'Amico wants, but I think he's got a little bit more respect for just brute force at times, especially having been a linebacker and knowing what it's like having a big guy like that in front of you. So I feel like there's at least three defensive tackles at that spot in the draft that Texans fans would feel really good about having as a potential project or immediate starter for the Texans. I think a lot of Texan fans are looking at wide receiver 2 in the draft. And I think the Texans are going to draft a wide receiver with one of those picks that they now have on day 2.
Yeah, I already had that slotted in day 2 in my mind. It was like, okay, so that's where I look at, okay, if he stays with 2 second-round picks, and he also gets a second-round pick next year for people that didn't get the trade value.
Yep.
If they've got 2 second-round picks right now, I feel like it's a really good chance it ends up being a defensive tackle and a wide receiver.
You mean, given the depth at the position, it feels like a lock that one of those 2 picks is going to be a receiver. Here are the receivers that are kind of falling in that range. If we're to believe the mock drafts are some sort of roadmap to who might wind up a Houston Texan. I'm using the mock draft database to do this, the consensus mock drafts. I think where you start, Xavier Worthy is being mocked to the Chiefs more than anybody else at 32. I don't know that he's there at 42, especially after someone's going to get intoxicated with that 40 time.
Yeah.
Ladd McConkey's going 33 in most of the mock drafts. The little white kid out of Georgia who's a really, really good football player. The other wide receivers, Xavier Legette, 39th to the Panthers in the mock drafts. Texan fans, do you want a wide receiver who is big-bodied, awesome red zone target, and sounds like this?
Oh, man, I'd say the deep ball, man. But I really feel like any way that I can get the ball in my hand, I could get it to that end zone.
I mean, if he gets to 39 and Nick doesn't move up from 42 to get him, I'm going to have a Brock Bowers-type conversation with him.
Well, I think what it does is, Nick has talked to us forever about, like, trading into bands of players.
Yep.
So, when he trades, he generally feels like, okay, there might be one guy that we really like, but we also feel good about, like, 3 or 4 players that'll be available at this position. So that's where I don't think I don't think that he's probably finalized exactly where they want to be right now. But if you look at where they sit right now with their second-round picks, I think the bands of players at wide receiver and at defensive tackle first in the top half of the second round.
Yep.
And I think he probably looks at it as, okay, I can move up for somebody right here. I might have a couple guys that start falling to me, both at defensive tackle and wide receiver. And that might be the sweet spot for where he wants to be. He's right there around 42, where you can move up a little bit if you need to, or maybe you feel good about what falls to you right there.
A couple other wide receivers that would, according to the mock drafts, be on the board at 42. Keon Coleman out of Florida State, who I don't know if he fits the prototype of what D'Amico has described he likes in receivers. He's not a real separator. He's more of a big body guy. But he tested off the charts at the Combine on the GPS tracking type stuff, for what it's worth. He's going 51 in a lot of the mock drafts. Roman Wilson, you brought this name up, Seth. That feels like a possibility. The kid out of Michigan, speedster out of Michigan, who does separate, who does get open, definitely feels like one that could be there. And then you're starting to get into the Jermaine Burtons of Alabama at 60. And the Texans are picking at 59. So 42 and 59, those will be the Texans' first 2 picks. So the big losers in all this, unless you feel like the Texans made a bad deal and then you feel like the Texans are a loser, the mock draft injection, going to be tough for us to really drum up a lot of radio energy for doing mock draft injections for 42 and 59. Hell, it's finding mock drafts that go more than one round is a challenge, even right up to the draft. So that segment, Seth and I will have to come up with some content there. The other thing, the draft party is interesting, and I don't know if they've announced the location of the draft party yet, so I'll just leave it at but if they pop a crowd, Seth, at the draft party with no first-round pick, that's actually a pretty interesting gauge on where the fan base is with this football team right now.
We know
they're just coming out to celebrate the Texans somewhere.
This is what matters, is that in previous draft parties, the couple that they've had at Miller Outdoor Theater, they've had the previous year's draft picks out there to sign autographs.
Yes.
And to do an appearance and do interviews and everything. So, if they have Tank Dell and C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson out there, I feel like that's a pretty big enticement to go out. And then also the fact that Nick Caserio is just so active in trading draft
trade
picks.
Back up. Yeah.
Right now I put it at 50-50. At least that the Texans do end up back in the first round. I think they might trade back up into the back end of the first round and get that potentially get that 5th-year option on a guy that you really like.
Right.
So, and then you're gonna have to pay attention to the entire draft for that. You're gonna have to stay up late, kids.
Yep. Boy, the reaction is all over the place. This is no fun! Exclamation points, 4 of them. What are we doing? I do not trust. I get there's depth, but come on, man! 5 exclamation points.
This is where I think something that happens though too. I can't even find the comment I made. I texted somebody like right before this segment. We were getting a boatload of texts. I can't find my
Not a reaction to this.
Okay, this is what somebody had said. Seth, don't try and dog down the 23rd pick. It will be okay. This is how you have to think about it. There's a 50% chance that the 23rd overall player in the draft this year will suck. he'll be awful and he won't be any good as a football player. That's just the way it goes. That's the way it works. Like, no matter how good you are at picking players, no matter if the world's best GM who ever lived, there's a 50% chance that the guy you take at number 23 is going to be an awful football player.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not married to number 23 or number 27 or number 13 even, like, depending on what circumstances are. That's just the way the NFL draft works if you've paid attention for any amount of time ever.
I will contextualize that in the next segment. What is 23? What has the 23rd overall pick wrought in terms of actual players over the last several years? So we'll contextualize that for people. Man, but react all over the place on this thing. If you missed it, Nick Caserio trading out of the first round with the Minnesota Vikings, trading the 23rd pick and a 7th rounder for the 42nd pick, the 188th pick, and a 2nd rounder next year with the Minnesota Vikings. So we'll continue to dig into this. We'll get in the Loop's thoughts on it as well as we do some crosstalk. Whole lot to get to here, man, on what became a busy Friday all of a sudden. And a reminder, Nick Caserio joins us on the show. So we'll talk about this and a whole lot more come Monday, 7:30 a.m. The Texans GM joins us on the show. I want to tell you right now about Yellow Rose and the Yellow Rose.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so everybody freaking out over trading the 23rd pick. And look, I can see both sides of the deal here. And for those who missed it, the Texans have traded their first-round pick and a seventh-round pick to the Minnesota Vikings for the 42nd pick, which is the Vikings' second-rounder, the 188th pick, which is a day 3 pick, and then the Vikings' second-rounder next year. So the Texans now are picking with 2 second-rounders this year. They've got 2 next year, and that's how they're going to go about it. Why they're doing this, only Nick Caserio knows. I think there's explanations that you can make as to why it makes a whole lot of sense. I understand people being upset about it because first-round picks are sexy, and maybe there's people, and there could very well be fans, Seth, who really like certain players that are going to be there at 23 that they know aren't going to be there at 42. So I get that. Totally understand that.
100%. I tend to be less sentimental about the draft. The hit rate in the first round is 50%. Hit rate in the second round is a little worse than that. But at 23 especially, there's just no guarantee that the guy, no matter how smart you are and no matter how good you feel about a guy, there's just no guarantee that he's going to be an awesome player. So I actually like the way that this works out with the 42nd pick in the second draft. I feel like they'll be in a really good spot to probably draft either a receiver that you feel good about or a defensive tackle that you feel good about, or to move up back into the first round or up into the early part of the second round to get a defensive tackle or a wide receiver. Yep. If you're going in the draft thinking that you got to draft for need, it's really hard to do that unless you're thinking about it in terms of moving up as opposed to moving back, because it's not always so easy to move back. But if you're at a spot where you feel like somebody good is going to fall to you, then if you want to be aggressive, you can move up, but you still have that backstop of somebody good falling to you.
Sure. Here are the last 10 players taken with the 23rd overall pick, and we'll work backwards here, starting with...
And take note of how few of these guys are even with the same team that drafted them.
Or for a couple of them, even in the league anymore. Jordan Addison, Vikings. That so far so good on that one. So that's been a good pick 1 year in. Kyer Elam, 2022, cornerback to the Bills. He was benched at various times this year with the Bills. Christian Darrisaw, 2021 to the Minnesota Vikings.
He's a solid starter for them, so that was a good pick. A good pick by the Vikings.
Kenneth Murray, 2020.
Kemger with Chargers.
Right.
They declined to pick up his 5th-year option. The Tennessee Titans signed him to replace Alshire that the Texans just picked up.
Yep. This one gets a little complicated. Titus Howard, Houston Texans.
Guard.
2019. Horrible guard.
He's been a horrible guard for the
Texans. Right tackle.
Yes, good right tackle.
Yeah.
Horrible guard. Isaiah Wynn, not even a full-time starter. Not with the team that he was drafted with by the Patriots. Evan Ingram, this just makes you feel... This is yet another curious move by the Giants, because Evan Ingram's been good for the Jaguars, but is no longer with the Giants.
Yeah.
Laquan Treadwell, in the last 4 years, he has 541 yards receiving. I would say he's not actually panned out to be a slam dunk awesome player.
That was the Vikings also. Man, what is it with the Vikings in the 23rd pick? They've had 3 of them in the last 8 years. Anyways.
Shane Ray, no longer in football, hasn't played since 2018. So, can't believe somebody almost drafted out of that pick. They would have missed out on Shane Ray.
Yep.
And then in 2014, it was Dee Ford.
Yeah.
We had a couple good years with the Chiefs, but now isn't a full-time starter with the 49ers, and he's a little bit of a curiosity.
He was a good player for the Chiefs, although he's probably best known for lining up offsides late in the AFC title game that may have cost Patrick Mahomes his first trip to the Super Bowl. Those are the last 10. If you wanted to keep going, it actually gets worse the more you keep going at the 23rd pick. Point being, we named a few good players there. I don't think there's any Hall of Famers. I don't even know how many of these guys we just named have made a Pro Bowl. So I get it's even harder to find guys at 42. I think Nick Caserio understands that. It's a crapshoot, and Nick is going and getting more swings at it here. Another bite at the apple in 2025 with an extra second-round pick. And I don't think they make this trade, Seth, unless they're comfortable that there's guys at 42 that they feel almost as good about as they do the pocket of guys at 23.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to massage this into saying that the second-round picks are better than that or anything. I think that just every time we ever talk to Nick about the draft, he talks about having bands of players and groups of players and kind of trying to maneuver into one where you feel good about it. And I'll be surprised if he doesn't make another move. I'd expect that he either maybe tries to move up one of those. I think he'll keep two. I suspect at this point that there'll be 2 second-round picks if he doesn't trade up into the first, but he might use something else to move up within the second round.
Yes.
So he gets a couple of picks at the beginning of the second round.
He moves around to get more players than he does just staying in a spot all over the draft.
Yeah.
They moved up to get Juice Scruggs. They moved around to get Tank Dell. They move around all the time.
I'll tell you one thing that I'm not going to fall into this trap, Sean, having learned by watching others do it.
Yeah.
At no point will I ever say something like, well, hey, and next year's second-round pick is the Vikings pick, and everybody knows they'll be bad because Sam Darnold is their quarterback. No.
I said that.
I'm not making that mistake.
You're not? Because I said it 15 minutes ago.
I will not do it.
Okay.
I will not do it, Sean.
Okay.
I heard too many people talk about how dumb it was, the Texans are going to be the worst team in the league next year and all of that.
Who would you rather they start, the Vikings, whatever rookie they move up to get, if that's indeed what they're doing, or Sam Darnold for the season? If you're the Texans, if you're hoping they suck, will they suck worse with Sam Darnold or with a highly drafted rookie quarterback? Keeping in mind, Kevin O'Connell did a nice job with Joshua Dobbs and Nick Mullins last year.
Yeah, I think it all depends, honestly, on how much whichever the guy they take, whether he uses his legs a lot or not.
Okay.
Because that's the big equalizer when it comes to rookie quarterbacks. You can avoid turnovers and what have you. But I don't know. It's probably going to end up being McCarthy, right? Unless the Patriots just don't want to draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
At this point, it seems like the top three. If I were the GMs, respectively, I'd be taking a swing on one of these quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But you just don't know what the Patriots will think about all that.
I think it feels like Caleb Williams is going 1, and then Drake May and Jaden Daniels are going some permutation of 2 and 3. We don't know which yet, but that's what it. And J.J. McCarthy is like the wild card, kind of hanging around the fringe right now. Sean and Seth, will y'all please ask Caserio what he thinks of the term Caseraho to describe a fan of his? For example, I really like Caserio's move today. I'm a Caseraho. Thank you in advance.
Yeah, at first, if you don't know quite what to make of it, it would sound like you're calling Nick Caserio a hoe.
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
So you have to explain it. So he's saying he's a Caserio hoe himself.
Yeah.
If you call yourself a Caserio, I don't know. Well, he can't. He can't publicly endorse that. It's a family organization.
Yeah.
But he might give us a little wink or something.
In a private moment, we'll ask him. Yeah.
Some of these questions are absolutely ridiculous.
No, Nick. This is a valid question. This is a question that a fan. You're calling. You know what, Nick? I'm no longer a Caserio. If you're gonna basically call fan questions dumb like that.
Yeah. Stop it. That's an underrated cut. Hit that again, Ben.
the half Beavis.
Yeah. Okay, I love this text. I disagree with it, but I love it. All caps. Stupid. And did I mention stupid? 10th pick in the second round this year, none in the first. How the hell do you get anyone to help C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, like Tank Dell. What if they hadn't traded up to the first round to get Tank Dell? If they hadn't traded up to the first round to get Tank Dell, where would C.J. Stroud have been this year? Yeah. If they hadn't drafted Nico Collins in the first round, who exactly would have been catching passes?
Right.
If Dalton Schultz hadn't been drafted in the first round by the Texans, where on earth were you going to get weapons for C.J. Stroud? I don't get it.
None of those things are true. Yeah. The third round does have guys. They do have guys. We got fleeced. Fleeced, all caps. We got fleeced.
Where does it stand in the actual the football trade value with the points and whatnot? On the Jimmy Johnson chart.
That'll be the project for today, to go find the Jimmy chart to see how the numbers stack up. Didn't Nick show one time that he likes the Jimmy Johnson chart?
They have every team uses almost every team uses some form of the Jimmy Johnson chart, but they kind of tweak it on their own, and that's where you get the arbitrage going on behind. So one team might kind of value draft picks this way, and other values it a little differently. So they feel like they might be getting one over on the other teams, but it makes it easier for everybody to operate to where you can start like with a basic frame of reference and say, all right, like this seems like about fair, but no, we need a next year's seventh to round it out and make the values match up.
Yep. This is interesting. If Nick proposed the trade, I'm good with it. This is a text message. He has info that he likes, and I trust him. Now, if the Vikings did it first, I'm not a fan. Okay, then now that's a weird take. How do these trades come about? Maybe we'll ask him that on Monday when he joins us at 7:30. Like, it's because I would imagine the Texans know. I mean, if you have a brain, you know the Vikings are looking for a quarterback right now. They just lost Kirk Cousins, and Sam Darnold is their plan B right now. So if you're of mind, if it's the Texans proposing it, then what you're doing is you're of mind like, okay, this is a team that's probably looking to load up on first-round picks to move up from 11. They're not going to get the guy they want at 11, so let's give I forget the name of the GM of the Vikings, got a really long name. Let's give him a call and just, float it out there and say, hey, man, we're open for business. Because Nick has said that. They're always open for business.
Yeah. Somebody, I think they thought they got me when they said, now do pick 42 and talk about like how many players are good or bad there. No. Plenty of bad ones there too.
Right.
It's a risk continuum there. So I'm not trying to guarantee a good pick at 42 either. You're taking all this into account. Plus, and the compensation was not just that 42nd overall pick. They get a second-round pick next year too. Like this is not a gotcha to say, hey, Seth, there's also no guarantee that the guy at 42 is going to be good. Thanks for assuming I'm a freaking idiot. Thanks for that.
Oh, man, that was close. I think he was close to it, Ben. I think he wanted to say it. I think he did. I'll say this. There's just as many decent players. I got 42 in front of me here, Seth. There's just as many decent players at 42 as there were at 23. Like Luke Musgrave, the tight end for the Packers. He's a pretty good tight end for them last year. Liam Eichenberg for the Dolphins was picked 42. Mike Gesicki, the tight end. Marcus Williams, who's been a good safety for the New Orleans Saints, is picked 42.
Well, but just to be absolutely 100% clear, John, there's a better chance of getting a good player at number 23 than there is at 42. But it's not guaranteed at either spot that you're going to get a good player.
No.
And that's why you get that's why you get 2 second-round picks back. That's why, it would be idiotic. I think people are acting like the Texans traded a 23 for a 42 straight up, and that's all there is to it.
Right.
Stop acting and criticizing, acting like you're criticizing a trade that didn't actually exist or happen.
Okay, we got some ammo now here. If we want to play the whole, like when people want to take up for the 6th round and they're like, Tom Brady was taken in the 6th round, I'm going to do that here with the 42nd pick. You know who the 42nd pick was in 2010? Rob Gronkowski.
There you go.
More Hall of Famers at 42. In the last 3. Brooks Reed, 42.
Yeah. No, and it's all just a continuum of risk as you look at it. But there's plenty of, obviously very, very good players that have gone in the 2nd round. Aaron Hernandez and Rob Gronkowski.
Yeah.
Or no, was Hernandez a 3rd rounder?
Fourth rounder. Fourth rounder.
Deal.
I know that because I watched The Dynasty on Apple TV. Yeah.
Was Rob a 2nd?
Rob was 2nd, 42. Okay. I just told you. He's 42 overall.
Oh, yeah.
I just told you 30 seconds ago.
But where was Hernandez?
I think like 100th overall, like early 4th round. Danielle Manning, 42nd overall pick. Dude, Nick is a genius. He moved into a spot where you can get Hall of Fame tight ends, impact safeties, and outside linebackers with long hair who Peter King picks for Defensive Player of the Year.
Our listener texted back and said, no, he genuinely wanted to know who's gone at 42.
We're so triggered.
Where's my little sign about assuming positive?
Yeah, where's your sign?
Where's my sign? You got to admit, man, you phrased that like you were making a rhetorical argument.
Maybe.
Because the way you phrased it, I read it in my brain as, now do 42.
I know. So good. Now here's where we get down the rabbit hole. If Byron Murphy was sitting there at 18, we could have traded up 5 spots to get him. Now we can't. Now that's in all caps, so I'm going to assume that that's somebody who might be being sarcastic. Maybe. You're either super angry or super sarcastic. I'm here for either one. This trade, for a trade that involves no human beings get mixed into this thing.
Listen, everybody, you got to get on the same page with me. Like, my bandwidth mentally when it comes to the draft is that, like, Johnny Newton. I love Johnny Newton. Yeah. There's a chance that Johnny Newton sucks in the NFL.
Yep.
There's not a player you will ever throw in front of me no matter how much I love him and like envision the potential for him and everything, there's not a single one that I'll ever say like, oh yeah, it's a slam dunk guarantee. He'll be awesome in the NFL. Yeah. They're just some of them are going to suck. That's just how it works out.
42nd pick in 2003, Ken Hamlin, friend of the station. He was picked 42nd. 2004, Travis LeBoy, Titans. LeBoy, which is French for the boy.
Le boy.
I never could have figured that one out.
Travis LeBoy is who that is. Dude, how about things popping over at NRG Stadium?
Things are always popping. The cyborg strikes again.
Yeah, man. He does. He does. What's your I know you're going to give detailed reaction in the loop, but is there anything you care to tease about your reaction to this trade?
Yeah, it's all still on the table. I mean, this trade to me means like, because people are saying, well, this means this or this means that. I think it could mean anything, any of the above.
A lot of stuff, man.
A lot of stuff.
It's really, really interesting.
John, what do you think? I'm saying 50-50 right now that the Texans still end up drafting in the first round anyway.
I am completely with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Completely with you.
All right, good deal.
Yeah, but that's just one possibility.
Yeah, no, it's all over the map. It's fun. It's fun. All right, a reminder, Nick Caserio joins us at 7:30 on Monday. We'll talk about this trade and a whole lot more with the Texans GM on Monday. You're listening to KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Antibodies to you. Have a fantastic weekend, my friend.
Antibodies, and everybody just remember that 50% of the prospects you love are going to suck.
Yeah, there you go. Good reminder. Yeah,
Have
wet
a great
blanket.
weekend.
Have a great weekend. All right, we're done. We're out of time. In the loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are here, and they start now.
So what are we doing here? What are
we doing, Landry? What are we doing?
A draft trade a month and a half before the draft, huh? What's going on?
This has Cyborg written all over it. There's a plan, Landry.
Is there?
There is a plan.
You sure?
Everything he's done has just dripped with his big picture plan for this squad. When I saw this trade, I should have been like, "What? Really? That?" Disappointed, I wanted to go to an exciting draft party. I wanted to have a first-round pick. It kind of hit me like, all right, let's see what's next. Because there is going to be a next.
Oh, so you thought rationally.
I thought rationally. Shame on me. But I was like, okay, because don't you believe that this is like step one of this trade?
I don't know. I mean, it's going to be step one indirectly. I don't know if I don't know if they already know what step two is.
I got to believe
there's obviously going to be steps. I don't know if it's a calculated plan.
Oh, I do. I do. I think it's a calculated plan because part of the plan already is come to pass, right? We saw one of their plans not coming to pass yesterday, and we'll get to that as it pertains to a defensive lineman for the Jacksonville Jaguars. But let's say the next step falls through, okay? It still tells us that they feel better about the middle of, after the first round, the second day picks, than the first day picks. He's already told us something. Because if you thought, boy, at 23, I really think we can get this guy, you wouldn't have traded. So he's told us something already, that he feels like even if the next step doesn't work out, he feels good about this part of it, or good enough.
I don't have any issue with the trade. I just don't. I don't have a real good grasp, but there's some sort of master plan because it's not really in your hands.
Correct.
So I like that they. You know how I am. I'm a day two. I love day two. Day two is like my favorite thing.
I will say premium picks.
I mean, you get to sleep on it. You get to see how it shapes up. So I'm a big day two guy.
Me too.
You're going to have 2 second rounders the next 2 years. I'm fine with it. Between yesterday and today, it just seems like there's a lot of questions. I know Malik Collins got traded to a.k.a. Warren Sapp. He got traded to the San Francisco 49ers. And they didn't get anything back, and there was a little bit of panic with the Armstead thing. And then we have a draft day trade. I thought it was a fake account.
I was driving in.
I did too. I thought it was fake.
Yeah, I didn't see what's popping. I was getting some crack.
Yeah. McDonald's
soda. And I had to double take, but it's been I think more questions have emerged the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've gone from like if we're just reliving the week. It is the week of free agency here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Wrapping up week 1 today with you. Like day 1 was meh. Day 2 was hell yes. Day 3 was little bit active, little bit. You kind of thought you got a favor done by the Titans. Maybe you didn't. If we see what happened yesterday. And then yesterday, I think more questions emerged about what is going on. And then today, it's even more questions.
I had a buddy tell me this a long time ago, and I love this comment. He said,
"Hey, let's go to the bathroom."
No, he said. He said,
"I just got a dime bag."
He said, "Man, this week has been like a rum and coke." And I said, "A rum and coke?"
What is that?
He goes, "Yeah, I don't know if it's bringing me up or bringing me down."
Is that what happens with the run and coke?
Yeah, because the rum is more of a put you to bed kind of alcohol.
Really?
Yeah, and
I don't know if that's true, man.
Coke has all the sugar. Yeah, no, rum kind of like brings you down, settles you down.
It's news to me.
This week has been like a rum and coke. I don't know if it's bringing us up or bringing us down, but it's been a week, man. It's been a week. But here's the thing on the trade, and maybe I'm just believing too much in the cyborg at this point, and his grand plan is on the table. You can stand pat, as I just mentioned. You obviously feel pretty good about the day 2 picks.
You know how I feel about day 2.
Yeah, and I do.
Day 2 is my thing.
That's my jam, as the kids like to say.
They're going to have 3 picks in the top 86 now.
Yeah. So you can do that's one possibility. It's all on the table. You can also start maybe accumulating even more picks and go, be that guy that feels like you got a good start in this 2-year increment thing. And then you can back them up with a bunch of good premium picks, the next couple of years. That's possibility number 2. Possibility number 3 is you can package these picks still and move up. You can package more picks and move up, if there's a guy that you like. Option 4, you're just saying, we'll worry about those picks later. Let's just sign some more free agents. You can sign more free agents now. That's still on the table. So it's everything is out there. But I'll tell you this. And
if you're just tuning in, Texans may start the day off with a trade. They trade the number 23 overall pick and the number 232 overall pick for pick number 42. So they trade back 19 spots, pick number 188, and a second rounder next season.
Yeah, that's the key part. So all I'm saying is we can't say, oh, wow, I don't like this trade, or oh, wow, I love this trade. Because I think every possibility is still there. Like it was step 1. For me.
I just don't think it's like some sort of plan. I don't think Nick Caserio has some. I think it's more general.
Really?
I think it's more general.
But he's shown us otherwise.
How?
By kind of tapping the brakes outside of like Saquon and maybe another 1 or 2 on day 1. Having his ideas on what he wants to really bring in day 2.
Though. Well, I think that was an adjustment.
I think it was an adjustment, but it was part of the plan. I mean, he knew this is what we're going if this doesn't work out, and I think that's what's happening here. This is where we're good enough with this, but this is where we're going if it doesn't work out. Some of the things that he's done, I feel it's just not like he's sort of like, okay, we'll make that deal. Like Minnesota comes to him and says, we want this, and he says, cool, we can do that. There's got to be a reason, is what I'm saying, that he felt good enough to do
I think the reason is he'd like to have 2 second-round picks. But I don't think he has like his eye on, I'm going to do this or this. I think he's an adjuster. That's what I like about him, actually. On the text line, 314, happy Friday to all. John, again, in this business, you always have a plan. They know the next step, just like chess. I don't know if that's true. Sometimes you don't have a plan.
You have a plan, don't you?
I mean, maybe you just want picks.
Well, that's a plan.
It's not a plan.
Yeah, it is. I want picks. I feel good
about. I want picks.
I feel good about the cluster of players that is going to be available in the second round. That's a plan, and I think that's a possibility. But I honestly believe that this, we're gonna hear more about this. There may even be another deal in the works.
Yeah, who knows what happens? Maybe they figure something out here. Yesterday was an interesting day for the Texans. Perhaps Eric Armstead would end up being a Houston Texan. He is not going to be a Houston Texan. In fact, he's going to end up being a Jacksonville Jaguar. So Eric Armstead who many of us felt would be a good fit here. He gets a 3-year, $51 million deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he is going there. But the Texans did, ironically, this is ironic, they signed a defensive tackle.
You're going to do it, aren't you?
They signed a defensive tackle, Tim Settle.
Just say it, yeah.
Tim Settle. How ironic is it that they sign a defensive tackle, last name Settle?
They settled.
After they don't get Eric Armstead. Tim Settle.
I thought it would be me that said that. It ended up being you.
Some things are too easy. Just like the Harris County thing. Sometimes you just got to go with it.
Yeah, yeah. So I just spent several minutes talking about and giving Nick Caserio his respect and giving him the benefit of the doubt and saying he has a plan and calling him a cyborg. Okay, let's pivot to the Armstead deal. Because I asked you guys this question before the show. Did he blink on this one? Did he blink? Because it's reported by one of the great NFL reporters and writers out there, Diana Rossini, that there was a deal reportedly in place.
Yeah, for Armstead.
Yeah, for Armstead. We'll never know if it was the Niners or the Texans, Nick Caserio, that, quote, fell through. It fell through. But it's worth asking, did he kind of blink? Should he have maybe made that deal? It's expensive.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, it's expensive.
If that was going to be the price, then I have no problem with not making the deal. That was the weirdest thing to me yesterday. I saw that there was a little bit of criticism for Nick Caserio trading Malik Collins and not getting anything back in return.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he wasn't part of their plans.
Yeah.
Like you heard D'Amico Ryan say they want to upgrade at D-line. Maybe Malik Collins just wasn't part of their plans.
Yeah.
They have 6 months till the season starts.
They absolutely do.
They have a draft. Guys are going to get released. And by the way, they have some bodies. They have some bodies that they can rotate. I'm sure they'll try to upgrade, but they have bodies.
Well,
they're
they
not
have
going
to
have
upgrade.
studs at every position.
Yeah.
I just don't know. Maybe this is me. I'm not deep enough in the sticks. Maybe it's a lack of appreciation. I don't know when Malik Collins became
Warren Sapp.
Deacon Jones. Like, I don't know when this happened. I heard
Randy White.
Bajani was like shocked that they got a 7th-round pick for him. I was like, what do you think he's worth?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is Malik Collins? I know he had 5 sacks. I know he's been very reliable. I like the guy. He's fine. But Malik Collins is closer to just a guy than he is Eric Armstead.
Yeah, no, he is. But let's do this now. You did lose Malik Collins. You did not get Eric Armstead, and now you're not going to get a defensive tackle in the first round, a premium one anyway. So that's part of the reason I'm thinking Caserio has something in the works here. He has to at DT. You can start the season.
I mean, there's going to be positions where you're not going to have dudes. You're going to rotate. Maybe guys overachieve. Like I don't understand why he has to have a studly D line. Like
No.
They're signing guys. They're going to rotate them. They got elite edge talent. They got Danico Autry who can move around. Why do they need some stud at D line?
No, I'm not saying they have to have a stud. What I am saying is I don't think anyone is planning on starting the season with Fatukasi and Heinisch as your defensive tackles. That's what I'm saying.
And Settle.
Okay.
And Khalil Davis.
I
mean, it's just a bunch of dudes.
Yeah. But I got to believe there's going to be something else there. It's certainly not going to be a first-round pick. We know that much now, unless they move back in.
Yeah, I don't see Malik Collins go away and feel like there's any panic for me.
No, that part I'm with
I also don't feel like all of a sudden, oh, God, we got to get a defensive lineman with the premium pick.
Yeah, I am absolutely
I don't feel
with
that
you
way.
on that, 100%.
I'm just not there.
Mm-hmm.
I like Malik Collins fine. I don't think that he's a huge deal.
Mm-hmm. So you think that they could maybe just draft a 3rd-round defensive tackle and that's it? That they're good to go on the interior?
No, I think there's going to be opportunity that presents itself. I think there's going to be some guys that are going to get released.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying.
There's going to be some guys. I mean, there's a long time. There could be someone in the 2nd round that they like.
Yes.
But do I think that you need to trade Malik Collins and have some sort of immediate replacement in March? No. I thought
no.
the times like day one of free agency, the pool is getting cut, but in this situation, this is a very long-term play. I think they can figure it out. I mean, they've been in worse situations than having to replace Malik Collins. I mean, we've seen them in situations where they don't have. I mean, they have a handful of voids.
Let me ask you this: how do you feel about this? Danico Autry sliding back inside. You know, I mean that could be part of the rotation too. Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, and Danico Autry inside.
Yeah, I don't think you want Autry inside full time. Yeah, you don't want him in there full time, but it's an option.
Yeah,
but I mean, maybe I have nothing but respect for an elite defensive lineman, but I mean, Malik Collins, where was this at last year?
Nowhere.
I mean, I didn't hear people coming like going on the air. I mean, I'm talking about the Texans more than anyone. Like I'm here, I'm on the stream, I'm all over. I never heard, oh my God, Malik Collins is so awesome.
Yeah. No, that part I'm with you on.
I'll go Joe Kim. No, what's so great about Malik Collins? I don't get it. Like, I really don't. Like, if they lost Jonathan Grenard and they didn't do anything,
then you're talking.
Then I'm sitting here saying, man, how are they going to replace Jonathan Grenard?
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
Yeah.
If they lost Blake Cashman and they didn't do anything, I would say, damn, what are you going to do with losing Blake Cashman? If they lost Devin Singletary and they hadn't brought in Joe Mixon, who, by the way, what a performer to 11. We've got the best of Joe Mixon. You're going to sit crisscross applesauce. He might have a few new fans. But I would say, damn, what are they going to do? Malik Collins? No. I mean, I know Eric Armstead is the Jag, and he just signed the contract. Malik Collins is a Jag to me, just a guy, and he's in San Francisco. So he's a Jag too. Yeah. I don't get it. Malik Collins, I feel like D'Amico Ryans, Matt Burke, Nick Caserio, if you give them 6 months before a season, you give them a quarter of a year before camp, I feel like they can bring you in some good D linemen, and there's a decent chance that they'll be able to fill the void left by Malik Deacon Jones Collins.
I think he's more of a Randy White, but that's okay. Potato. They're going to get someone else's, I guess is my bigger point, and I feel like it's going to happen more than ever now because it's not going to be a top-end draft guy. That's what I'm saying.
Fine, man.
Yeah.
It's Malik Collins. We're good.
Yeah.
We're all right.
We'll be fine.
We'll be okay.
We'll land on our feet.
Now, there is an element of this, though, to where the Texans could maybe not be in danger, but there's a stronger threat than we believed, potentially. And we will attack that at 10:35 because I do think the snowball effect.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the Texans, but if we take our eyes off our own paper and around this division,
I'm with you.
Might have been a huge 180 from what we were feeling yesterday to what we're feeling today.
Yeah.
So we will get into that. For dang sure.
I'm with you. I know exactly what we're talking about here.
Coming up, what can the Texans do to send us into the weekend feeling good? Right now, there's some questions. What can the Texans do to make you feel good? Lopez has 5 possibilities. We'll discuss next.
The Texans needed a running back, and they got one.
Leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, Texans have made a trade. They started the morning off with a trade, and I got the ultimate, and this is an ultimate. We have a trade.
We ain't going to hear that on the first round.
The Houston Texans have traded the number 23 overall selection and the number 232 overall selection to the Houston receives pick number 42, pick number 188, and a 2025 second rounder. This is the nobody's talking about, though.
What is that?
This is
nobody's talking about guy.
Ryan Crossingham on Twitter says this, and this is a good one. No, this is a really good one.
Okay.
No, you're laughing. What are you laughing at?
Because of you.
As soon as you say it on Twitter,
yeah,
that's hilarious.
No, this is a damn good one. Seriously, Crossingham is a big Texans fan. I think this is excellent. I think this is a great way to think about it.
Okay.
So the Texans traded their first round pick for a second.
Mm-hmm.
They basically added a second round pick to the Deshaun Watson trade because they got 2 seconds.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
So if you think about it,
yeah,
they're adding to the Deshaun trade.
That's
with
a
this.
great point. You're right.
And they traded some of the draft equity in the Watson trade last year in order to go up and get Will Anderson. So you're basically adding
more equity
in the Watson trade. The Watson trade still the connection's still kind of a snowball
He's
effect.
still giving us stuff.
Well, allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you, or actually, depending on how you see that. I think that's
It's not a crime.
Well, who knows? So John Lopez has 5 things that could potentially make Texans fans feel good going into the weekend. Because right now there's some questions. There was some perhaps uneven uneasiness after excitement. Then there was some
Jerome and Coke
connections to be made. You're really going to go with that?
I'm going with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
5 things to potentially make people feel good, courtesy of John Lopez.
And this is as much a question as I'm going to give you my 5, but I'm curious what you and Figgy think, because we've been up and down, up and down, up and down. That's why I said it was a rum and Coke week. There's a saying in entertainment: you got to leave them wanting more. You've heard that. You know, like if you're in if some band is doing a concert, you want to leave everybody on a high, right? Leave them with the standing ovation. You got to leave them wanting more. So what could, because it's been so up and down, what could, get you into the weekend on that high? Like, yeah, you need it? Yeah, I do.
You're not pleased with the week?
No, I'm pleased with the week overall.
I'm pleased with the week.
But it's been up and down.
Yeah, there's been a lot going on.
And the latest trend is kind of down, right? You lose to Armstead, for what it's worth. You
didn't really offer him, but you thought he would potentially be here.
You thought he could be here. The Malik Collins, no matter what you think of Malik Collins, you lost a defensive tackle. You don't have a defensive tackle. It's kind of trending down. So how does it go back up going into the weekend? I'm going to give you 5 names. And I got to tell you, if I'm just being honest, after about 2, I was kind of reaching here. But I will go into the weekend on a high if the Texans can get Justin Simmons. He's number 1.
Okay. The safety market is
Justin Simmons, and we walk out of this studio going, all right, let's go. Walking out of the studio, how you feel when you go home and hug your baby?
Yesterday, Cameron Curl signed for 2 years, $13 million with the Rams.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty good deal for a player of his caliber at the position. So it's safety market's interesting.
Yeah, so that's the main one. These next 4, I'm going to run through them pretty quickly because I'm curious what would make you and Figgy. It might not even be a player. It might be something else. Kind of feeling good going into the weekend. Number 2 is Hunter Renfrow. I'm liking that option. I'm liking if we can get some news.
Really?
We can get some news about Hunter Renfrow. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I said, it's mine. It's my list.
Damn. Okay.
Mike Williams would be another one.
Okay.
Quandre Diggs.
Brother of Quentin Jammer.
Would be another one. And then the last one, I haven't even mentioned his name yet this week, but he's out there. Adoree Jackson.
Okay.
Get a cornerback. Get another cornerback.
I'm good on that.
So I would feel pretty good going into the weekend, but by far, Justin Simmons and I would be, all right, let's go.
Yeah, Justin Simmons would be wild. Don't know when that's going to happen. That market, though, it's a pretty interesting little market.
What would get you on a high getting out of here today?
My high's been killed.
Really?
Yeah, silence would be fine. I'm fine with silence and just patience and all that. I don't.
No kidding.
Yeah, I've been saying this for Nate, and we discussed it.
Mm-hmm.
My high would have been the Texans getting Hollywood Brown at the deal the Chiefs did yesterday.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, is it?
We talked about leading up to free agency. Could Hollywood Brown be this year's Dalton Schultz? Deep draft. Market speaks to him. Exact same thing happened.
Mm-hmm.
It happened. 1 year, up to $11 million. He goes to the Chiefs. Don't blame him for that.
No, how can
Don't blame him for that.
How could you?
But that was my potential high. It was Hollywood on a 1 year deal. Use you and try to figure some stuff out. That would have been my high. Simmons,
yes,
he could get me there.
Yeah.
These other guys, Renfrow, Williams,
No, and I said that. I would
good
be
on them.
I would be happy with it, but Simmons is the one. Figure you got anybody that would get you hopping out of this studio on a high?
I would say Simmons too. I think I would be super excited for Simmons.
Yeah. I feel like you're in wait and see mode right now.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Yeah.
I'm good. I like what they've done. I like the possibilities. I trust the process right now. I kind of
want another running back too, man.
Oh, they need another running back, but I think there's opportunity in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's opportunity in the offseason. It's a position that's going to get released. I'm also on kind of a Joe Mixon high right now. They gave him the extension yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that.
Yeah.
That's pretty meaningful for him.
It's basically 1 year extension. And
really?
then I said by ear.
I said 2 because he's got this year and then he's got the 13 guaranteed, right?
Yeah, so this year and then the next. But
it's a
1 year extension.
Okay, gotcha.
At minimum.
But he's your guy.
Yeah, he did his thing yesterday. I thought I thought he did a good job of taking us through his emotions. I felt like when I was watching that, I feel like the first 5 minutes of the press conference was Monday, then it was Tuesday, then it was Wednesday, then it was Thursday.
Like this.
I feel like he just kind of took us through what it must be like when you find out that a place that you've given a lot of blood, sweat, and
he
tears
was not happy with that.
does not want you anymore.
Yeah.
And we'll hear him at 11. We'll get to know the human factor of Joe Mixon. We'll figure that out. But yeah, I trust where they are right now in the process. So I would love for them to look at safety. Just don't know if they're going to do it at this point. We are going to hear Nick Caserio on Monday, though. 40-Minute Man is going to be in the building.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
With Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. He will be here.
Yeah, and that should be you should get some good nuggets out of that. At least the thought processes and all that stuff that he's had. Did you know that you're ignorant of the game of football?
I didn't.
Well, according to a texter, Malik Collins was one of the better run stoppers on the D-line, ate up a lot of double teams. Maybe it's your ignorance for the game of football.
Could be. It really could be.
No, I should have got the first-round pick for him.
No, in all seriousness, it could be. It could be my ignorance, the fact that I do not appreciate Malik Collins. Like when they trade Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick, I don't feel any type of way about it.
The league is telling
that could be my ignorance about football. Thank you very much.
No, it's not just that they traded him for a 7th-round pick. It's that the league told you it's a 7th-round pick. Call one person or talk to one person.
Yeah.
You know?
I missed it, man. I mean, I guess I don't talk about the Texans enough and follow the Texans enough in my life.
Yeah.
I guess I should dedicate 73% of my dialogue every time I wake up instead of like 52 to the Texans. Malik Collins, cool.
Yeah.
I think D'Amico Ryans can find a Malik Collins with the assets they got, sprinkle some dust on it, and we'll be fine.
Yeah.
So who knows? We'll figure out what goes on with Malik Collins. But, yes, have fun watching tape, sir. So, have you been what'd you get into yesterday?
Oh, man. Well,
what'd you do?
I went over to the Post for a little bit, and then I got home, and how about this? I got a St. Patrick's Day gift. It's Sunday.
I didn't even know that.
I know. I didn't either. I forgot about it.
I didn't even know St. Patty's was Sunday.
Get this.
Wow.
I got a box of Lucky Charms.
Okay.
Those are good, man.
I know. I haven't had Lucky Charms forever. I had them this morning.
Man, you look in there.
But you got to let them soak.
No.
A little bit.
You want them crunchy.
Because the marshmallows.
What are you?
You eat them
as
soon as the milk hit the cereal, man.
What are you, a toddler?
No, because the marshmallows are too crispy. It's like too much
You take
sugar.
the spoon, you make sure all the milk is on it, and then you go in.
Go in. You got about 3 minutes to get the quality stuff.
You're supposed
going.
to let the cereal marinate.
That's nuts.
Because otherwise, the bite into the you have to let the sugar from the
You
marshmallow.
want me to chop it up for you like my daughter?
Are you going to let me explain why you're doing it wrong? You got to let the sugar from the marshmallows get into the cereal more, because otherwise you're just eating marshmallows.
Just spin it.
And they're too crunchy on your teeth. And I got invited to a St. Patrick's Day parade for my granddaughter today.
Parade?
Yeah, they're going to have a St. Patrick's Day parade. Yeah, well, for the whole school, because she's at Esperanza over here. And they're going to have a St. Patrick's Day parade. So how about that? I'm back in on St. Patrick's Day.
How old is she?
16 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she's having a parade?
Well, her school is. The actual ones in the parade are the 2, 3, and 4-year-olds. And then the babies like her are going to just kind of dress up and stuff. So
nice.
I'm in on St. Patrick's Day. That's what I got into. I got into that.
The massive snowball effect of the last couple of days could decide how tough the AFC South, the Texans division, could be. Let's get into it next.
The Drive with
That's Target.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
So there's been a strong snowball effect the last couple of days that could impact the Houston Texans. How much? I mean, there's of possibilities. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Joe Mixon going to win you over in 17 minutes. But I want to talk about the move that we saw 2 days ago and the move that we saw yesterday and how they all kind of come together, and then just kind of break down how you think this impacts the Texans on first look. We've been talking about Eric Armstead ever since we figured out he was going to be released. We talked about what he could bring to the Texans. We talked about the injury concern, which is obvious, although the last time he was on the field was in the Super Bowl. He had a sack, 6 tackles, looked good. We talked about him mentoring Will Anderson, all that type of stuff. Then we had a situation where we thought the Jags were going to re-sign Calvin Ridley. He gets paid in Tennessee. The worst free agent deal thus far, we would say. I don't think either one of us even brought anything to the forefront.
Yeah.
And we thought that kind of hurt the Jags and helped the Texans, because no matter what you want to say about Calvin Ridley, the Jags are better off with him than they are without him.
Yeah.
Well, the day after that move, the Jags decided they were going to take some of that bread and they were going to swoop in the last minute and bring in Eric Armstead. So Eric Armstead ends up in Jacksonville indirectly as a result to the Calvin Ridley trade. I think Jacksonville benefited from this. Now, I don't know how it ends up, but I think the upside of what Eric Armstead can bring them is more significant Ridley give them, especially if they would have given him the contract that Tennessee gave him. So I think Jacksonville actually benefits from this move that we initially thought the Texans were just 100% benefiting from.
I think this entire week, the Jaguars, and we know, hey, the Jags are going to jag. It's still Jacksonville. They'll find a way to blow it, et cetera. I get all that. But the Jaguars are at least trying to make a statement here. Like all their moves, they are trying to make a statement here, and that statement is not so fast, Houston Texans. We think we want to play too. I really believe that. Eric Armstead, Gabriel Davis, Darnell Savage, Mitch Morse, Ronald Darby, they have been in the game. Now, we may not respect the Jaguars, and we may think that they're always going to, like I said, Jags are going to jag. But you can't ignore that they're making moves. Like they're trying to get to the next level, just like the Texans.
Yeah, and what they have right now is potentially, and let's just assume, and let's just put the injury stuff to the side. Let's pretend that Eric Armstead comes back and Eric Armstead is close to what Eric Armstead can be.
Yeah.
Might be a big if, but let's just pretend. You have Armstead doing for Travon Walker what we thought he would do for Will Anderson, being a mentor, and you have Josh Allen right by him. You have a pretty scary D-line in Jacksonville, a scary front four. We talk about the Texans building the front seven in the trenches. Jacksonville, now, let me just say this. Thank God they didn't draft Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Could be a lot worse if you Hutchinson, Josh Allen, and then I don't even know if you need the other two, quite frankly. But they do have potentially in Jacksonville a very, very scary D-line. And I think Armstead helps Travon Walker a lot. Who, by the way, had a pretty good season
and
last
Josh
year.
Allen.
Wasn't Aiden Hutchinson like, but Walker did have a pretty good season last year.
And Josh Allen. And so I also think they're making a statement similar to what the Texans consistently tried to do back in the Peyton Manning years. And I think it's a compliment to the Texans. It's especially a compliment to C.J. Stroud. Okay, we got to get through the Texans. That means we got to find a way to get to C.J. Stroud. Just like the Texans tried to figure out a way to mitigate Peyton Manning. I think that's part of their statement too. Like, we got to get through the Texans. We got to get C.J. Stroud.
I don't know about that, sir.
Well, their defensive front alone tells you that.
Well, it tells me that they adjusted because they didn't get Ridley.
I understand that, but their move that they made is fortifying a defensive front that arguably is the best in the division. And how do you get to the playoffs in this division? You go through C.J. Stroud.
Do you?
I think so.
Can we say that yet?
Yeah, I think they're going to be the favorites. Hell, people got them going to the Super Bowl. So whether it was by adjustment, as you've said, or part of the plan all along, I don't know. But I think part of their statement is, we're here to play, guys. I know you're going to make fun of us, but we're here to play. And the get there is affecting C.J. Stroud. I really believe that.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So there is a snowball effect.
How about this?
There is a snowball effect.
You hear the reports about there's mutual interest between the Jaguars and Brandon Ayuk?
Cool. That's fine.
That's pretty good.
I'm good on that.
He's pretty good.
He's all right.
Yeah.
He's cool.
He's cool.
He's cool. That's cool.
I'd take him.
Yeah, that's fine. He's not bad.
It's just part of the whole.
I mean, that would be, what are they going to trade, draft pick?
I have no idea.
I mean, obviously. What are they trading? First, second and change?
Probably a second and change, don't you think?
Perhaps.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, and you started the segment with it, like they're at least looking to make a step up.
I think it just all goes back, and it always will. There's some things that you just don't get past, and there's some blessings that you just always appreciate. And I will always, as someone who wants what's best for the Texans, because it's good for all parties involved. It's good for the city. It's good for us. I will always appreciate the Jags for not taking Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
I don't care what happens with Travon Walker. I will always appreciate the Jags for making that move.
No, and I think that's something they're always going to regret, too.
I always look at the Jags. I think I'll look at the Jags the next 6-7 years, and it could be worse, Manor.
Yeah.
They could run to the AFC Championship, and I'll say, well, they could have won this.
But they didn't have it.
They won well, you could have gone to the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
I will always look at the Jags with the glass half full. Man, it's a tough one, man.
For them, good for us.
The best is when you come across folks in Jacksonville who try to justify it.
Oh, God. Very predictable.
Walker had a good year last year.
Okay. Good.
That's great.
Good.
How about that other guy?
Using the better system.
Yeah, it's the system. Sure it is.
Draft trade with the Houston Texans this morning, if you're just tuning in. The Texans traded their first-round pick and pick 232 overall for Minnesota's second, which is 42 overall, pick 188, and a 2025 second-rounder. So Nick Caserio making draft day trades a month and a half before. We'll hear what he has to say for himself Monday.
That alone is weird.
Payne and Pendergast.
Like, that's part of the reason
Is it 7:30 again?
What do you mean?
Is that when Caserio's on with Payne and Pendergast?
Oh, I don't know. I think so.
I would assume that's his time.
Yeah. But, like, just when I saw it, I was like, they did not make a trade today of draft picks, did they? It's like a month before, whatever, month and a half.
How do you think he's going to explain it?
Value. He saw the value in
value.
In that.
We could still trade up.
Yeah.
We could still trade back.
Yeah.
You know, it's all.
And
about,
I think that's true
all
too.
about stacking
I feel like you
resources.
could have got a better deal than that, though. Like if you waited
closer to draft day,
trade back
to kind of get people bidding on it.
To trade back 19 spots. I mean, that's back 19 spots like in a normal situation. But I think what Figgy's saying, I don't want to speak for you, Fig, is that like if Bo Nix is there and someone likes Bo Nix, they might be willing to trade more. Or if someone like if there's an actual,
or you might
player.
have like 2 or 3 teams that want to get somebody.
I thought Bo Nix was going in the first round.
That's what John McClain texted us during the show.
Yes.
John McClain, shout out to the general.
Yeah.
He texted because we have the $100 bet on Bo Nix. So yeah. I'm so glad that the Texans aren't in this quarterback business.
Yeah.
God.
You have no idea. I mean, you do.
Yeah.
But
it would just be awful.
Yes, it would be awful.
We're out of it. Coming up, Joe Mixon. If you were a little skeptical and you were perhaps a person that was disappointed that the Texans missed out on Saquon Barkley, I'm raising my hand, folks. I'm raising my hand. Joe Mixon was not a good fallback plan, and I think he won over a lot of folks yesterday. Let's listen to Joe Mixon getting introduced to the city of Houston next.
How How can the Texans win free agency and the draft? HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Joe Mixon, man. New running back for the Texans. He got an extension yesterday. This was pretty good performance by him at the podium. It's not intense, but I think he did an excellent job of kind of just showing you the human element of what he went through. And let's put ourselves in his shoes. Happy Friday to all. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. We are finishing up week 1 of free agency in style. But let's say you go somewhere. You have some questions about you when you go there. They believe in you. They draft you. You go into that situation. The team stinks. One of the worst teams in football. The city embraces you. You are a big part of that community. And then all of a sudden the rebuild begins. You get the ball rolling. Well, you're minutes away from winning a Super Bowl. You're a controversial call away from returning to the Super Bowl. You've established a foundation. You've established a culture. You're probably a little bit hungry to bounce back next season because you lost your quarterback. Who knows? I don't know Mixon's family situation, but I'm assuming that he has a pretty stable living situation in Cincinnati. And then boom, you find out that they're signing Zach Moss, who's an inferior player, I believe. Do you?
I agree.
You find out that they're likely going to release you, and you're going to get to choose your situation, but then they decide to trade you, and they trade you to Houston. Now, I think perhaps he would have chosen Houston had he had options, just because it's a pretty appealing situation. But if you go through all of that,
no, it's a shock.
There's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on there.
It's something that kind of sets you back, especially when you go into Cincinnati with a lot of other people not believing in you, and they do. And so, yeah, it's a culture shock. It's a personal shock, and it's something that you have to process like real quick, because you know what? They're going to put you on a podium real quick right after they get you.
And they did. And he was up there, and initially it seemed like he was kind of in the Monday, Tuesday mindset, but it didn't take long for Joe Mixon to get fired up, and I think he's going to get you fired up. Let's revisit the epic podium display by the newest in Texans, Joe Mixon.
Honestly, I feel great being in this here situation. I got a great group of guys around me. Talk to the coaches, and just where they see me playing in this here offense is definitely exciting times, man. So I just can't wait to get going. Yeah, man.
What's the difference you see from the Bengals and what you see now with the Texans? There's a lot of similar pieces from both organizations.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really say similar. Only reason why is just because I really haven't been in here too much to really know and get around and see the guys, going and things like that. But the guys in Cincinnati, great group of guys, and I tip my hat out to everybody in that locker room, man. And it's a great feeling to feel wanted and be around, and just feel like you're going to be a part of that offense, and I'm a big part of it. And for me, I can't do nothing but, be thankful for that, be in this position, and get ready for what's to come. And I'm definitely excited for it, and I'm definitely looking forward to this season for sure.
What was your initial reaction when you found out that you were?
Man, I mean, it was definitely a shocker. I could just say that. It was definitely a shocker.
What is on your first impression of Coach McCoy?
When I talked to D'Amico about, 2 days ago, I thought, when I got on the phone with him, it was a hell of a feeling, man. It was like, me, and he made me feel like I'm wanted, and I love that about him. He was once a player as well. With what he brings in terms of his intensity, him wanting to be around a great group of men that, wants to, he pretty much lead by example. And if you see him, he's very enthusiastic on the sideline. He's jumping up and down while, his players making plays. And, who wouldn't want to play for a guy like that, man? So I'm definitely feel like I'm here. I fit the culture and what they do and what they want to bring. So it's definitely a humbling time to be here, and I'm definitely ready and excited for this new beginning for sure.
How do you feel coming to this organization after watching them last year and knowing that you're going to be a part of helping them build and continue that culture?
It was no different like how we were in Cincinnati. We struggled at first when the head coach was there, and I felt like, we brought in a great group of guys. Thought that ownership did a hell of a job bringing them guys in and signed a lot of free agents, did a great job in the draft. Got some special players, and I think that we put everything together. And I think that what we got boiling here is pretty much the same thing. I thought the, ownership here, they did a hell of a job with getting, guys like me. You got Daniil Hunter, and they bring in a lot of guys, and them just, them just 2 players. But I think they brought in maybe like 8 guys free agency and things like that. But I got cooking here. I mean, the city, they should definitely be excited because it's nothing but excited things to be excited about. So I think that what we got here cooking right now is on the right track, and it's a lot of things to look forward to.
It was shocking for you to be traded. What was that 24 hours like? First, your reports come out after they signed Zach Moss, which will be released. Then all of a sudden, a trade. And does that give you any motivational fuel to say, hey, well, I'm not only happy to be here, but I want to show the Bengals what they're missing out?
I mean, for me, like I said, it was definitely shocking. I took that 24 to 48 hours to hurt. It took a while, and I'm still, having, emotional feelings about it, but that's a place, where I could forever feel like that's home for me. And, like I said, I'm just very grateful that, them fans, they embraced me the way that they did. And I just love everything about the way that them fans were. We bought the city of Cincinnati. We got it lit back again. And, I plan on bringing that same thing here. These fans, I'm sure, they got a taste of it last year, but I feel like with what we got in the making, man, I think that it's going to be a great thing. And, like I said, man, I'm just excited to be here, feel wanted, and, I just can't wait to the opportunity when my number is called.
Chancellor Johnson out of KPRC, this is pretty simple. What are the Houston Texans getting from Joe Mixon?
Yeah, man, one is a leader. I mean, I've been a captain the last 3 years in Cincinnati. When I speak, I lead and, speak with command. Guys, they listen and they feed off of me. And, I'm going to just continue to still be the same person that I've been since I walked in out there when I was 20 years old, man. And I've always been a leader, lead by example, and I do be a vocal leader as well. I think that they're definitely getting a playmaker, and I think that the way things was being explained and the meetings that they're willing to showcase everything that I could do, which is very exciting. I've been waiting for this a long time, and I just can't wait to make the most of every opportunity that I can, man, because I just know the type of player that I am and the guys that's around here and the supporting cast around. I think that I definitely could take this thing to the next level. And, with the quarterback we got in CJ, man, I mean, that, like I said, he's phenomenal, and I know for a fact he's going to make that next jump. And that's in terms of them playoff wins. But obviously, we take them one game at a time. Got to build the camaraderie around the team. And I feel like with me coming in here, and I'm sure they already got that as well, but, I'm here to make sure we all gel together at a high level. We all competing, and we're going to do that each and every day, whether it's on the field, off the field. I think that, like I said, what we got in the making here is going to Houston got nothing but, great things coming their way, and, to be proud with everything that we're building here.
You mentioned D'Amico having played in the league before. I'm curious, why is that enticing for players?
Well, with D'Amico, man, if you just see him on the sidelines, bro, like, you could tell, like, he want to be out there. Like, he running around, he jumping, he doing all the things that the player do. You know, they all turned up, getting after it, and I think that with what D'Amico brings, you know, he's bringing that player that he was, and all he doing is transition it into coaching. And I think that he does a great job with leading his defense for number one, you know, making sure they match his intensity. And I truly feel like he's the one who has that train going, and obviously it correlates to the players. And I think that, you know, Houston have a hell of a defense. I mean, they got a lot of young guys, you know, just getting after it. They fly into the football, you know, causing turnovers and things like that. And I think that, like I said, what we got on offense, we're gonna do the same thing in terms of, you know, scoring a lot of touchdowns, making a lot of splash plays. And I feel like as we playing complementary football, I think would be a damn team to be reckoned with, man. So I definitely look forward to this 2024 season, man, and I'm just very excited.
All right, there you go, Joe Mixon. Thank you very much, my friend.
I think everything you wanted to hear from Joe Mixon you heard, right?
I mean, he seems excited. Wonder if he's going to be a captain. It's been years. Emotional, obviously, and he kind of worked his way into it. I think he worked his excitement level. He got a little bit more comfortable. I'm intrigued, man. I'm intrigued to see what he can bring. He's an all-purpose type of back.
Well, I'm glad you said that. You know, one of the things that you need oftentimes is overlooked with Joe Mixon. I mean, he's a workhorse. Like, he's had over 300 touches, like, for the last 5 years.
Does that make you feel better or worse?
It does. No, because a lot of those touches are as a receiver. So, you know, he's getting out into space, as people like to say. But, like, 300 touches, like, he's a durable workhorse kind of back. And the other good thing about this, I feel, is now that you have 2 second-round picks the next 2 years, it's wide open for you to bring in another back, you know, and bring them in with Joe Mixon and maybe Dameon Pierce, and you're going to be able to transition or have a kind of a 1-2 punch there.
Transition. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports
You're
Radio.
a child sometimes.
What?
You're just a child.
What are you saying? What is y'all's problem?
That's a buzzword for you, man.
Yeah.
What? Transition?
Yeah, you love that word.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what y'all are talking about, man.
Yeah. You need to do some more push-ups for the people on YouTube.
So I got to ask you this, man. Mm-hmm. What'd you think of Danielle Hunter's press conference? I want you to be honest.
I think it was about what I expected, because I asked. I forget who I asked. Like, what kind of interview is he? And I, kind of like low-key kind of stuff.
Yeah. He's not exciting.
No.
So, but he's not boring.
I think
he's not exciting.
I think there's some content there. There's some meat on the bone. It's just he's not going to wow you.
He's chilling, man.
Yeah.
Chilling.
Mm-hmm.
True local guy, though.
Morton Ranch, baby.
True local guy. Yeah. That was when the high school first started, right?
I don't know. I'm sure our Katy friends will help us on that. It's been around for a little bit.
But he's been, whenever he was there,
yeah.
I don't know when it
was definitely young in its existence.
Yeah. Shout out to Danielle Hunter. I was a little bit disappointed in the media yesterday.
Why is that?
I kind of feel like they tried to get the Texans in trouble, bro.
How?
Because they were asking him questions. They were peppering him. Because he was at the game.
Yeah, he was at the Texans.
He was at the Texans-Browns game.
I like that part.
Well, did you talk to anyone when you were there?
Oh.
Did you have sideline passes? Did you talk to any of them in the offseason? What are you trying to get us in the tampering investigations? What are y'all, the feds?
Yeah.
You guys won't even ask D'Amico Ryans who the starting quarterback is at camp, and you're trying to get Danielle Hunter feted out.
Yeah. That's true.
I was sitting there listening. I was like, man, you better not say anything.
Very cool that he was there, though.
Well, he said he was bored.
Okay.
They asked him, why did you go to the why did you go to the game? And he was basically like, well, I was bored. Didn't have anything else to do.
But it was an impressive effort, so he was in his mind. He was like, hey, man, might be pretty cool to be a part of what the Texans have going. I mean, they had the interceptions. They had, obviously Flacco. They frustrated, and he's sitting up there going, okay, I see you guys. I might be able to be a part of that.
All right, here was Danielle Hunter talking about being at the Texans playoff game. We got some big breaking news for you. The departure of one of the best
I remember last year during the playoffs, I actually came to the game against the Browns, and I liked what I saw there. So, and just the home feeling and how the guys were on the field playing together for each other and the way they swarmed the ball on defense, that was a big part of it. So I'm excited about that.
You mentioned going to the playoff game. I'm curious what prompted that, and you said you liked what you saw. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit more on the things that you liked.
Well, I was home, and playoff game was going on, so I was like, all right, let me go check it out. And went there. Man, we're out there just playing together. You know, the excitement, everybody celebrating for each other. You know, that hit me. So I was just thinking during this process, I was just thinking about that. You know, just being home and just seeing the excitement that they had, and that played a big part of it.
All right, there you go. So he was at the game, so that atmosphere must have helped.
That's what I'm saying. He's sitting there in the stands or wherever.
So you can make a case that the old Oilers, if the Tennessee Titans hadn't beaten the Jags, there wouldn't have been that home game. Daniil Hunter wouldn't have experienced that excitement, and maybe he wouldn't have been as gravitated to Houston as he was before. So you can make a case that the Titans, this is another gift. They kind of gave the Texans Daniil Hunter. Might be reaching there. Who knows? Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you.
Weren't we talking about Stretch Armstrong this week?
Who's the most humble? Is that still a toy?
I think so.
Who's the most humble guy you know?
The most humble guy I know.
Because I didn't ask this guy for permission to tell this story, but I think it was interesting yesterday.
All right.
So I'm sitting at the Post, and former Texans tight end, now he's real successful dude, Matt Murphy, friend of the show.
Very humble guy.
Dude,
very humble.
I already knew this, but this was just crazy to me, and I hope he doesn't get mad at me for telling this story. So I'm sitting there with Stutz. We're eating. He walks over and he ordered a burger.
Okay,
and they told him it was going to be 15 minutes. So he just kind of sits down.
Yeah,
hey, man, how you been? Blah blah blah. Yada yada yada. He's like, man, this burger's taking forever. I got to go watch my son, and he's pitching tonight. And I'm like, oh, for real? I was like, you're talking about the son that I met 5 years ago that was like 6 feet tall. Listen.
He's a stud.
No, just wait. No,
6'5" in 8th grade.
He was like 6 foot in
I've seen him
8th grade.
on social media.
Okay, but wait. I don't know all this.
Yeah.
And this is not a bit. So I'm talking to him, and he starts talking about, I'm like, how old is he now? He's like, he's a junior. I'm like, dude, I feel old as hell. He's like, yeah, he's it's just we're trying to get him to throw harder. We know he can get it up to 100 or something like that at some point. You know, he's just got this talent and yada yada yada. And he's like, he's the Thursday pitcher. There's a Tuesday pitcher that is way better than him. He's like, and he knows that. He knows that. You know, he's by far the second best pitcher, and this is the guy, and they're buddies. And he grows up down the street.
Yeah.
You know, he's just like, bro. Just like he's like, yeah. He already committed.
Yeah.
Pass it up. He's not. He's by far. You're the most. You are.
Exactly. I don't know where, but I can't. Dude. Yeah.
Yeah. He throws like an athlete. I mean, yes.
Yes.
Freak show.
You look like a professional athlete.
And then it goes into, well, could he get drafted? well, we've thought about, maybe. And I'm just like, dude, get your ass. Take your ass to the yard.
I mean, they're talking like end of the first round. I don't know. I don't know.
Coming up, we got beef. The one that the Texans missed out on has created a lot of drama. You're going to be amused by the latest bit of it. Plus, Daniil Hunter, is he going to rock 99 or not? Next.
Danico Autry, come on down. The former Titans defensive end is expected to sign a the gym, on the field, or walking around the block, find your favorite workout mix on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness.
Snell?
Blake Snell.
Snellzilla?
Blake Snell, Figgy. I mean, how awesome would that be? Just first of all, for the Astros, forget us. But this is a guy that we've kind of embraced, for a long time now. And man, what would it do for the pitching staff?
Do a lot for us, man.
Especially the pitching staff's in question.
That's our guy.
A little bit.
That's our guy.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Daniil Hunter spoke on whether or not he's going to wear 99. We'll get into that when we play the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But let's talk about a quarterback in the division last year, Gardner Minshew. He was one drop pass away, perhaps, from ending the Texans season. Now he is a Las Vegas Raider. You might remember him from such films as Mic'd Up Little Ass Boy with Max Crosby.
Little ass boy.
little ass boy? Dude, Max Crosby is so damn angry. Bro, he's just...
But, like, the thing is, like, he's not really that angry, though.
I know, right? He keeps calling everybody little ass boy. Hey, little ass boy. I'm like, I'm little out here, but not always, you know?
All right, so
I love the way he handled that.
Minshew was introduced to the Vegas media. My guy Q Meyer, shout out to Q. He asked Minshew about this. This is what Minshew had to say about the little ass boy pass.
Q Myers from Raider Nation Radio 920. Someone's going to ask you, so have you had the little ass boy conversation with Max yet?
Yeah, sure enough. Saw him. He's a big ass boy, is what he is. Yeah, dang. But nah, man, it was awesome. You know, those are guys, you know, not as much fun to play against, but if they're on your team, absolutely love it, man.
Yeah, glad the way he handled that. He handled it the first time. Funny, like he keeps calling me little.
What else
ass
is he
boy.
going to do?
Well, he's not going to challenge
What's
him.
he going to do? Say, hey, screw that guy?
Yeah.
You want some?
I'll take his ass. I'll take his ass.
I got the internet going nuts.
So, St. Patrick's Day, and I'm with you. It kind of snuck up on me, but the New York parade is going on right now. Obviously, some stuff. It's not until Sunday. It's St. Patrick's Day parade's on Friday. It doesn't hit. Just doesn't. St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick. You could have taken out the Friday. St. Patrick's Day parades don't hit.
That too, but I think in New York,
they used to though.
It's a big thing in New York.
Boy, did they used to hit!
Like it's a huge thing in New York. Here's my hot.
Did you
take.
celebrate St. Patrick's Day in Cleveland?
Yes,
They'd be going crazy.
Yeah,
with the corn.
No, I did not.
Okay.
Here's
with
the
corned
thing,
beef sandwiches and all that
see,
stuff.
that's
it
all
go
over.
Nuts.
Yeah, that's all over. Here's my point, and I wanted to bring up regarding St. Patrick's Day having the internet going nuts. I feel like after the age of like 30, you're pretty much done with St. Patrick's Day. Maybe 35, right? It's a young person's game.
Oh, it's a young game.
Yeah, it's a young
It's
person's
a young man's game. Man.
It's a young man's game.
No, big time.
It is I'm going
I ain't got it no more.
my granddaughter's parade today, but that's going to be
There's
at a little
not
school.
There's not a middle ground. Like let's just put. If you're going to St. Patrick's Day parade, you're going to get absolutely sloshed. It's not a hey, let's go
see the parade.
No, you're being a weirdo if you're just.
This ain't
sitting
no
in the
Thanksgiving
corner there.
parade.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't. If you're not there to just completely go crazy. Yeah.
Just wait for the Thanksgiving parade.
Yeah, figure that out. Wait for Christmas. See you at Christmas, buddy.
I got the internet going nuts.
Tiki Barber, he created some controversy. I feel like this was the ultimate example of the internet not even factoring in context and trying to create some sort of agenda. This was him after Saquon Barkley. The Texans missed out on Saquon Barkley, and he ended up going to the Giants' rival, Philadelphia. This was the quote that had the internet going nuts, just to give you the context.
Taken to Twitter himself to say thank you to everyone who's shown me love and support over the past 6 years. Forever grateful. Excited for the next chapter. Blue heart emoji. Peace.
Okay, right. Blue heart emoji. I'm looking at He's dead to us now. Yeah, say it. He's dead to us. Because he won't say it. You're dead to us, Saquon. Good luck. You're dead to me.
All right, there you go. So that's what he said. And it's New York, Philadelphia, whatever. Ryan Clark of ESPN has jumped on this. And
he jumped the shark.
Oh, my God.
He jumped
this
the shark.
Is like so Ryan Clark. He's so selectively like obtuse. Here was Ryan Clark's response to Tiki Barber.
Congrats to Saquon. Saquon earned that deal in Philadelphia, what he had to go through in New York to get through this point, being franchise tagged last year. Now we're going to get to Tiki. Tiki taught me what I didn't want to. Tiki taught me how you don't make a young player feel welcome, how you don't make a young player feel like this could one day be his team. The way he made me feel as a young rookie and a second-year player, I said I don't ever want to be that dude. And he's continued to be that person. He left football early, fully expecting to be on the Michael Strahan experience. But you weren't that dude. You also weren't liked and beloved like Saquon Barkley is. You weren't that sort of teammate that everybody rallied around. And here's what I do know. I know when I have a relationship with you, when I can joke. I know when I can tell one of the homies, hey man, you're dead to me, because he knows he's never going to be that. He knows the relationship that we've developed is way beyond the jersey that he wears. And don't try to backtrack it once you say it. Don't try to ingratiate yourself to the New York Giants fans who may feel the same way, who you said you're echoing, and then say it's tongue-in-cheek. Nah, stand on it. And when he calls you out, stand on it. And the one thing people like him taught me when I was in that Giants locker room is I'm going to have parties for the rookies when there's nowhere to go on the week they're trying to figure out if they're on the team or not. I'm going to host Bible study. I'm going to make sure you ain't using all your money at rookie parties. I'm going to make you feel like, well, you the OG, that's the way it's supposed to be done. And he never did that, at least as what I could see and the way he was to me as a player. And he's continuing to act the same sort of way in the media. And it's a reason people feel the way that he does, and nobody wraps their arms around him as a former player.
The thing about it is, first of all, Ryan Clark's acting like Tiki Barber and Saquon Barkley were teammates. Ryan Clark, for him, he does, but he sacrifices his integrity and his objectivity in doing so, specifically with David Mulligeta, guys. We've established that.
Yes.
Good for him. He gets the good guests, all that type of stuff. But he's even come out and said, my goal is to have the respect of the players. That's fine. Tiki Barber's a fans guy. And it really wasn't as deep as Ryan Clark's trying to make it.
That's the thing. That's the main thing.
And if you have that at your disposal, the actual context, and you do that, I don't know what I do know what Ryan Clark is trying to gain. It seems a little bit crazy.
Just taking himself way too seriously.
It's
just to put it in a nutshell.
It's constant.
Too seriously. If you heard it, he was literally laughing when he said, "You're dead to me." Come on.
And you saw it on the net, all that. And there's certain things like the way in which Mulligeta guys get talked about compared to others, like it's obvious. They're taking pictures together, all that. I mean, could you imagine if I don't know, like if another quarterback had been in the Deshaun Watson situation, Ryan Clark would have had so many things. He tiptoed around that. This was Tiki Barber's response, though.
Wow, Ryan Clark, you are making blank up because you don't know me like that, dude. What is he talking about? I didn't embrace young players. Ask Brandon Jacobs if I embraced him. Now that he's the big wig at ESPN, he thinks he can just take shots and his word is gospel? He's making a story that fits his agenda, and he doesn't know me well enough to talk about me. So shut the hell up, Ryan Clark. Please. You sound like a fool. Cool and trendy to make me the bad guy because it makes you cooler and trendier? By all means. He doesn't know me that. He doesn't know me like that. Don't talk about me like that because you don't know me like that. You don't know my relationships with my team, my former teammates, the organization. But you act like you know. You speak in a nice, calm, controlled way and give this perfect troll job, not even troll job, but kill job of me. And it's not true. It's an opportunistic shot that he's taking because he thinks that he's going to gain advantage by being a jackass to me. Congratulations, Ryan.
Good. It's just why do people take themselves that seriously?
Weird.
It's just
odd. It's the pro player type of thing, but that's all good with Ryan Clark. That's the angle he gets, and he gets his guests on the pivot, and they do their thing.
Yeah.
So it's jock on jock love, which is cool.
Yeah,
jock on jock love.
I guess, but he also has ulterior motives.
But the Mulligeta thing is weird.
Yeah, he's got ulterior motives.
Yeah, there's it's very weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a bully tactic.
Yes,
because I remember when he was going at Brady Quinn.
It's mouthpiece.
Yeah, like when he went at Brady Quinn, and Brady Quinn, I guess, just said. I mean, Brady Quinn wasn't really that bad with CJ. It was just kind of.
Yeah.
I heard this, but. Mm-hmm. He took it to the next level, and he gets his co-sign. You have your permanent co-signers, and then it just gets a little out of control. It's weird.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the number 99. Will it be worn this year by a member of the Houston Texans? The answer, we'll give that to you. Plus, Joe Mixon speaks on his new quarterback, and are the Astros a dynasty? One of the best players on the team speaks on that.
All right, Friday's here. La Michoacana is all over the place in the greater Houston area. Top quality meats in the
offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, let's play the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader.
Will he won't he wear number 99? This was Daniil Hunter breaking it down. Will he or won't he?
Man, 99. You know, that's JJ's number. You know, he's done a lot with that number. You know, I'm not even going to mess with it. So to be able to do what he's done with that number for the community and the Texans, you know, I'm just leaving that under him. So I've decided to possibly go with the number 55.
This was one of my confessions as well, so I'll say it right here. As much as I've been like an advocate of like, hey, there's a Ring of Honor for a reason. It's so a great player that follows that guy that wore that number can wear it too. We always give the Dallas example as we did with number 88. But I do, this is the guy, kind of the confession, I do like that he didn't take it. I think it's a great move for him in this city. Like, I think him personally, people will say, all right, he's a good dude. You know, it's kind of a good.
So you think people will be like, oh.
It was a gesture. It was a gesture. Yeah. No, I do like that.
I feel like JJ should have encouraged it.
Now,
but
that's
JJ,
different.
quote, tweeted it and said, a guy I would have loved to have played alongside, nothing but respect. I think JJ should have encouraged it.
That would have been different to me.
But it seems like JJ doesn't want anyone to wear 99.
Is that what you got out of that? I was just kind of thinking, well, he appreciates that he said those things and did that, you know?
I also think that it's different for him than it would be anyone else. Like if Daniil Hunter were from, I don't know, Tennessee or grew up in New Jersey, then perhaps he might wear 99. But I think the fact that he was in the mix and how old is, I mean, he had to have been like right there in
JJ's prime
school, like when JJ was in his prime. I think he probably has a little bit more understanding and grasp of what it was like.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I would have like said, if he wants it, good. You know, that's part of the reason. But I also think it's a really good gesture on his part, good PR move, whatever you want to call it, for him.
Playing the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Can I interest you in a stat?
Of course.
Joe Mixon hasn't fumbled in 661 regular season touches and 132 more in the playoffs. That's the longest active streak for a running back. Last fumble for him was December 5th, 2021. Aaron Wilson tweeted this out.
Mm-hmm. Huge.
That's protecting the football
that's
right
not
there.
an accident. Yeah, that's those guys, you've seen them punching and stripping and grabbing, and to not do that, that's not an accident.
But what does Joe Mixon think about C.J. Stroud? That's the real question. What do you think about your new quarterback, Joe?
Well, CJ, he's a phenomenal player. I mean, obviously, he was the Rookie of the Year, and that ain't by no fluke. I think that we have a great group of guys in this here locker room. I was talking with D'Amico, and it's a lot of guys running around, young, don't know no better, and ready to get after it. And definitely been fortunate to be a part of something like that. So it's a great thing coming into this situation and, you know, basically picking up where I left. I'm definitely in a great position here and definitely excited to, you know, start with my new beginnings.
Keeps going back to that, the new beginnings and the comparison of Cincinnati and Houston. He mentioned it in his farewell post to Cincinnati fans. He's want to be one of those guys that's going to kind of grow on you if he wasn't on the top of your list.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Mm-hmm.
Daniil Hunter, by the way, he was asked about Will Anderson. So you ask the offensive guy about the quarterback. You ask the defensive guy about the other edge guy. We know Will Anderson can get giddy. Didn't take Daniil Hunter very long to learn the same thing.
Oh, man, that kid right there. I mean, he's exciting, you know. Has a lot of tools. I was with him earlier, and he just can't stop jumping. How eager he is to just go out there and just rush the passer together. Very good kid. I'm excited just to be able to go out there and teach him a lot of things that I know and help him become a better player. And same, learn a lot from him also.
That was a great example of you got to listen to what he says, not how he says it, because he does say some pretty good stuff. And Will Anderson certainly brings the personality with him as well.
Joe Mixon said hell of probably 18 times in his press conference.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had hell of a good dip? It's the best dip in the game, bro.
Really?
It's cheap, but it's the best.
I'm going to have to look it up.
By far.
I don't remember.
By far the best.
UVA?
H-E-L-L-U-V-A. Hell of a good dip. Hell of a good sour cream dip in the game. You'll be mesmerized. There's a lot of things you can do with it, too.
Oh, I have had that. Yes, I have. That's
Just
good.
kidding. Oh, it's off
the
hook.
French onion.
It's just sour cream.
I like the French onion. I've had the French onion.
But that's the only one they have.
No.
The hell is that? Where the hell's that been at?
I've had the French onion.
Get the red.
Yeah.
No. Get the normal hell of a good right there.
Yeah.
And
no, I know I've had the French onion. It was very recently.
If you really want to get crazy, mix some salsa in it and just stir it. It goes hard, man.
Yeah. I have had that. I couldn't remember.
Eric Armstead goes to the Jags. 3 years, $51 million. How does that make you feel?
Well, mixed emotions, man, right? I think the price was a little rich. Not a lot rich, as people are saying. A lot of times when you lose a player, like, I never would have paid that. Yeah, you might have if he would have come here. But I thought it was a little rich. And so I'm a little reluctant to have paid that here, so glad they didn't. But also a little mixed emotion in that, the Texans were in on him, and you got to wonder what was it that made the deal fall through. And then even worst of all, the Jags got him, and so they're not playing over there. They might still jag, and they might still flop ultimately.
They got some potential on the D-line.
They're not playing over
depending
there.
on what happens with Armstead and how ready he is to go. You could say the Texans settled, though, and they got a defensive lineman, Tim Settle. 2 years, $7 million with incentives, and yes, that is his real last name, Tim Settle.
Just so I prepare myself, how many more times are you going to say that?
Probably 2. Draft trade. The Texans started the morning with the draft trade. The Minnesota Vikings get the Texans' first-round pick, number 23 overall, along with pick 232. The Texans get Minnesota's second-round pick number 42 overall, pick number 188, and a 2025 second-rounder. So Nick Caserio making moves. Texans, no first-round pick. 3 picks, though, on day 2. As a day 2 guy, I support this.
Ask me how I feel about this trade.
How do you feel about this trade?
I'll let you know.
Thank you.
I mean, that's
the right answer.
That's where I am with this. I'll let you know.
Speaking of trades, we have a rare player-for-player trade in the NFL. Desmond Ridder of the Atlanta Falcons. He is going to the Arizona Cardinals to back up Kyler Murray in exchange for Rondale Moore. Kyler Murray, bye-bye Hollywood Brown, bye-bye Rondale Moore. Got to think perhaps Arizona's going to be in the Marvin Harrison sweepstakes. They're kind of sitting right there.
That's where they're mocked.
In that edge.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to think they're going to be in this wide receiver mix. That seems like a foregone conclusion. They're trading all their weapons, so it would only make sense.
Yeah, man. I mean, every mock that I've seen has had them with Marvin Harrison Jr.
Are the Astros a dynasty?
Of course.
Here was Kyle Tucker answering that question with the brother of Justin Verlander, Ben Verlander.
Probably. People can play 10-plus years and never have an opportunity to play in an AL or NLCS or series, just being able to maintain that. Obviously, we wish we could have won a couple more, but just winning a few World Series and just being able to be in that opportunity and everything, I kind of think speaks volumes to the kind of players that we have, kind of coaching staff and the organization that we are. People don't really have opportunities like this all the time, and we've been very fortunate enough to have this, for the past 7-8 years.
Here's what I got out of that. Yes, he's right. They are a dynasty. And has he been coached up a little bit about his interviewing and public speaking? And he sounded pretty. That wasn't the normal.
Just comfortable.
He sounded pretty comfortable. A little more energy. That kind
when
of
I
stuff.
step into the box,
See,
I have to be
not
ready for
this.
anything.
Not that. Like he had some a little giddy up.
Little bit.
I know a thing or two about
Little
good
bit.
defense.
Not that.
Those are the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 16. Coming up, Daniil Hunter. He can relate to you. If you're a Texans fan, he can very much relate to you. And if you're someone who's ever been cross-examined, he can relate to you as well. How close were the Texans to getting in big trouble yesterday? We'll hear from the Feds next.
Area 45 with Bashir. Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Pez Fig with you. Daniil Hunter, he's a Texans fan, not a fake Texans fan. He is a fan. Here was him talking about his fanhood growing up.
Man, when I was younger, I grew up in Mario Williams, Coach Ryan's. I seen that era, and I've seen all the stuff that they went through. So I was a big fan of Mario Williams and what he was doing. And I try to model my game after that sometimes, but I realize, there's some things that he could do that are just not for me. So, but I grew up in that era, and I liked what I saw from that team.
Yeah, I think you're going to like what you hear from Daniil Hunter. Not the most flashy guy, but I think you're going to like what you hear. By the way, you asked earlier about, he brought up, he was asked about the J.J. Watt 99 thing and said he's going to wear 55. So he was a senior in high school in 2011. He gets the respect that J.J. Watt, has in this city.
Yeah.
And so I'll give him credit for that, and it's good for him, I think, in this city as well, that he's not going to wear 99.
Yeah. He understands.
Yeah.
He was also at the Texans playoff game against the Cleveland Browns. And this was his explanation of how he ended up at the game.
I remember last year during the playoffs, I actually came to the game against the Browns, and I like what I saw there. So, and just the home feeling and how the guys were on the field playing together for each other and the way they swarmed the ball on defense, that was a big part of it. So I'm excited about that.
You mentioned going to the playoff game. I was curious what prompted that. And you said you like what you saw. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit.
I was home, and I didn't have nothing else to do. And there was a playoff game was going on, so I was like, all right, let me go check it out. And went there. The way out there just playing together, the excitement, everybody celebrating for each other, that hit me. So I was just thinking during this process, I was just thinking about that, just being home and just seeing the excitement that they had, and that played a big part of it.
Had some effect, didn't it? Didn't it have to? Because, if he was there and he was impressed and the crowd was as good as it's been in a long time and they're making huge plays on defense and he's looking at Will Anderson, had to have in his mind at least some effect, on his appreciation for
sure. You go soak in that atmosphere.
Right?
It's an option. It's home. His family's telling him. He said that his family's telling him to perhaps come to Houston. It's got to be exciting, man.
Yeah.
Got to be exciting. It was a good day yesterday, getting to know Daniil Hunter a little bit and getting to know Joe Mixon. Now, fortunately, Daniil Hunter didn't bite the hook. Now, maybe he told the truth, but he didn't bite the hook.
No, he didn't.
We know that the NFL is investigating the Eagles for tampering with Saquon Barkley. We know that they're investigating the Falcons for tampering potentially with Kirk Cousins. Typically, that'll cost you 2 draft picks. We saw Nick Caserio trade for a couple of draft picks today. Listen to this line of question. Daniil Hunter.
I know.
It's from the feds. I think this is Bieniemy and Jonathan Alexander. The wrong answer to this question could have led to perhaps the Texans joining the tampering investigation. This was DJ Bieniemy first asking if he interacted with any Texans players at the game. And then I think Jonathan Alexander follows up with if he talked to him leading up to the process. Here's Daniil Hunter and the feds.
In regards to the development, did you, when you go in the environment, did you interact with any of the Texans players or any of the Texans coaching staff or anything like that after the game?
Interact with coaches?
Yeah, you got to interpret what they're saying.
I wasn't able to do that because I left early because of the traffic. So
he knows.
I take it regularly. You didn't get a hookup or sideline pass or nothing?
You didn't get a hookup or sideline pass?
So we were able to figure something out. Got me a ticket. But I liked what I saw. Good energy.
We're so dumb sometimes as media. Hey, did you tamper?
Did they hook you up with a sideline pass or a ticket? Did Cal McNair give you a sideline pass or ticket? Hey, did you talk to any of the players afterwards? Yeah. Florio would have been on that white on rice, man.
Oh, my God, Florio.
Hey, don't count it out.
Florio would have been on that like white on rice.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
You could tell he Houstonian too, because he blamed traffic. He said, I had to get out there. Traffic.
No, he knew traffic. Yeah.
He knows.
He knew traffic was going to be.
Traffic, man. I had to get out because.
Yeah. Florio would have been. We would have been having that discussion right now. Right now.
Like if he would have said, they hooked me up with a sideline pass. Yeah, I talked to CJ afterwards. Talked to CJ.
Went in the locker room.
Really liked the facilities.
I did that with Nick Casario and all that.
Chatted up Casario in the locker room. Yeah, it was fun, man. He said something about this offseason. I don't know. Something about that. Oh, like, why are you asking and I don't blame them. And they were just kind of spitballing because he answered earlier about being at the game. But like, oh, Lord, you're trying to get him in trouble.
Oh, my gosh, man. That would have been – could you imagine if Florio was just all over the Was there tampering with Daniil Hunter?
He's been all over the Texans for a long time during the Deshaun stuff for sure.
Man.
Yeah.
Did you get a hookup? Like asking how he got tickets? Yes. What are we doing, Alexander? Play that again.
How about a parking pass?
Did they give you free food?
Because I left early because of the traffic. So, yeah.
Buy a ticket regularly, you don't get a hookup or sideline pass and everything?
So my agency got me a ticket.
What the hell is that?
He was my agency got me a ticket.
What the hell is that?
Did they get you the hookup?
What in the world is that?
So how did they tamper when you came to that game? I don't know.
So were you on StubHub or
or
did
Nick
you text
Casario?
Cal?
Yeah.
Oh, man, please don't answer this.
Yes.
If you did, please don't say anything. I don't want to get involved in this tampering thing. My Lord. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Goodness gracious. Florio about to be all over you. So Eric Armstead, does the fact that Eric Armstead did not arrive in Houston and that Malik Collins is gone, does that make you think that the Texans miscalculated anything? Because that was a little bit of the chatter yesterday. How do you get rid of Malik Collins if you don't have his replacement? Did you feel that way?
No, I think there's a plan A and a plan 1A and a plan B. And I think we saw that the first day of free agency of legal tampering with clearly they wanted Saquon Barkley. They were offering $33 million. That was not fake. Diana Rossini, reported it, and she's one of the finest reporters out there with high integrity. So I know she did it the right way. And then they had a plan 1A or a plan B, and now we heard from Joe Mixon. So the only thing that bothers me about the Eric Armstead thing, I'm not even that bothered by like people saying, "Oh, no way the Texans should have paid that much." I don't know. I would have been good with it. I know it's a lot. But I would have been good.
17 mil. It's almost as if the injury never happened.
Yeah, okay. It didn't happen in the playoffs. You've pointed that out.
Well, it happened before. He actually missed regular season and then came back for the playoffs and put off surgery.
Yes. So but we can argue that, and I'm not going to say you're wrong. Like if you thought that was too much, fine. I would have been. To me about Eric Armstead thing is he's in Jacksonville, and the second thing that's maybe a little bit of a question more than bothering me is the Texans reportedly were in on a deal that could have maybe brought him here, and you could have circumvented the whole Jacksonville thing, So I'm telling you, Jacksonville is something to watch, and it's going to be something to continue to watch because they got an
exciting D-line.
They're taking this serious, man.
I mean, we talked about what Armstead could do for Will Anderson. I mean, he could do the same thing for Travon Walker. There's that opportunity. And Jacksonville in the trenches, if Armstead's healthy, that's a scary squad.
Yeah.
I mean, the Texans O-line better be ready to go.
Yeah.
You better be ready to go because Jacksonville, if they beat Tennessee last year, they're division champs. So it's not like they're far away. They lose Calvin Ridley, and then you figure that out. I guess I just didn't like Malik. I didn't dislike Malik Collins. I actually liked him. I thought he was a really good player. I thought he was a hard worker. I thought he was the right kind of mix in that locker room, just kind of, like a firm type of presence.
Yeah.
But I don't look at it the same way as like, oh, they got to fill the void. I think they got plenty of time and they'll be able to find ways, whether it's committee, whether it's finding somebody, drafting somebody. I think they'll be able to find someone the same caliber as Malik Collins. I could be wrong. I did think Seth brought up a good point this morning where maybe if what Rossini said is true, that the Texans were trying to trade him, Malik Collins, for Eric Armstead, maybe as soon as you show him that, hey, we're trying, it's just kind of, well, we might as well do it now because we've already informed him. So maybe there's that. I don't know, though. I don't know if the Texans would really function like that.
I don't know either. All I know is, like, of all the ups and downs of the past week, like the one that maybe directly affects the Texans the most is Eric Armstead, because they could have had him, they were in on him, and he goes to Jacksonville. Like, if you're talking about like a direct effect on this team, that might be the one deal that really does the most, because he has been very good, and he could be great, especially there.
Good for Jacksonville. And they kind of luck out with the Calvin Ridley situation. Calvin Ridley introduced to the Tennessee media today. The Tennessee thing is interesting. They're excited, man. Mm-hmm. They're excited. Okay. It seems like there's some excitement there. Tony Pollard, Calvin Ridley, new coach.
I think they're spinning their wheels a little bit, but that's just me. Oh, and on your thing on Malik Collins, like, I do think they're going to replace Malik Collins with a Malik Collins caliber player. It has to be at this point, unless something big happens, because you lost your number 23 overall pick. That could have been a spot. That could have been a sweet spot for a defensive tackle. You lost Eric Armstead. There's still some guys out there, but I don't think any of them are at the level of like, oh, huge upgrade, huge upgrade or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Text line asks, what about the offensive line? I thought the offensive line was the biggest weakness last season. There was a lot of injuries.
Not high on it.
Yeah.
But there are reasons to believe that it could get better.
You move Titus back to right tackle. Yeah. You put Tunsil at left. You have some competition in the interior.
Yeah.
Hell, maybe having an extra second-round pick means that you might be willing to draft a guard.
Could be. I said that at the start of the show.
Maybe that gives you, potential to do that now.
Mm-hmm. I said at the start of the show, like, the thing I was kidding with you a little bit about, like, I'll let you know what I think of the trade. And the reason I said that is because, like, everything's on the table. They could use some picks to move up if they like someone. They could stand pat because they like the sweet spot of the second round. And they feel like that's where the cluster of the best available talent at that, for the value is there. They could still sign someone. Like, everything is on the table still, for the Texans at this point.
Text line 832. If Collins is a really good player, a hard worker, and a good fit in the locker room, shouldn't you get more than a damn seventh for that? I don't know.
The league is telling you no.
I mean, a seventh? What is he worth? I'm trying to figure this out.
No, he's worth a seventh.
What is Malik Collins worth?
You're worth what you get traded for.
Well, not always.
No, but the reason I say that.
So is DeAndre Hopkins worth David Johnson in a second?
Well, no. I'm saying in the league, that was a one-off of all one-offs. But I'm saying, like, when a player like Malik Collins is put on the market, they're not just talking to one team. They're trying to get the best deal. And the league told you a seventh was the best deal.
Yeah, what do you think it's worth?
Yeah, that's seventh.
There is a void at D-line. You don't have Rankins and you don't have Collins, right? You have Autry, you have Fatasaki. Such a guy. Right now it's a rotation.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen interior D-line rotations before. You move Autry inside and certain
I like
times.
that idea. See, that's another possibility.
And you got elite guys on the edge.
Yeah. Autry has played in the inside.
You're going to have rotational caliber players at some area, right?
So you could
sometimes they'll surprise you.
You could go in certain situations where you have Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, and then Autry inside. So I think there's all kinds of possibilities still there.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of time.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of time. Nick Caserio, by the way, he's going to be on with
7:30. I confirm.
Sean and Seth 7:30 right here on Sports Radio 610 on Monday. So we'll get to hear what old Nick Caserio has to say for himself. The Daniil Hunter thing will be interesting. How did that come about?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on there? You pumped on that?
We'll see. And like I said, I think there's a possibility of him kind of being all over the place. That D'Amico Pixie does, man.
Who all over the place?
Autry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not you're talking about Nick.
No, not Nick. Nick has a plan.
Sound like we having two different conversations.
No.
What are you saying?
No, he's got.
Lopez said you're worth what you're traded for. That's got people a little crazy on the text line.
How is it not? You're worth what you get paid. You're worth what you're traded for.
Oh my gosh,
that's what the market tells you.
So you were good with the Nuke Hopkins trade.
Well, there are always one-offs. There are always one-offs. I think we can go to the audio and see if I was good with it.
Or more than a few offs.
Yeah.
So you were good with the you think Deshaun Watson was worth what the Texans got for him?
Yes.
You're saying that?
Yes.
You think the Browns are saying that?
No, I'm saying
that was not worth it. No, the Texans fleeced the Browns.
No, you can have an opinion on what it was, but what I'm saying is the market was that. That was the best deal that the Texans could get, and that was the best deal the Browns felt they needed to get him. So, like, you can't say there was a better deal out there, otherwise they would have gone with that one. Like, the market tells.
But he also had the no trade clause, so that kind of
that was a little bit of a fly in the ointment. But if a better deal came along, I mean, he ended up in Cleveland. All due respect,
I just don't know what we're kind of going all over the place. I didn't think Malik Collins was as highly thought of as he appears to be at this point. I don't think you're chasing your tail trying to figure out how to.
And I'm actually bolstering your point because if he was, they would have gotten a better deal.
Well, I don't even know like what is the possibility of Malik? Like, what do you think you're going to get? Third? No way.
Yeah.
Or they probably should have kept him if he was that good.
Well, that's
would have kept him.
And that's the counter argument is, maybe they should have kept Malik Collins.
Mm-hmm. There's a plan in place. Heinisch and maybe Autry.
Heinisch.
I'm saying you can't. Well, you didn't let me finish.
Maybe people were right.
You didn't let me finish. Heinisch and Fatukasi and Khalil Davis. Those aren't going to be the three guys that are in the rotation on day one, on week one.
Correct.
So there's going to be another plan. Yeah.
Is Heinisch going to play his way on? That SOB has been a battler, man. It's been a 2-year battle for that guy.
And where was he taken
on the field?
He was wait. Where was
he? An undrafted guy.
Yeah, I thought that I couldn't remember.
Yeah. Remember your guy Roy Lopez?
Oh yeah, he gone.
And Kurt Heinisch just still there. Every time you look up, there's Kurt Heinisch.
Can't get rid of Kurt Heinisch.
I don't know if I'm making myself feel better or worse about this defensive tackle philosophy. I'll let you be the judge. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop.
Radio 610. The Texans play here.
These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess polls. Shout to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
These are my confessions.
I'm starting to wonder if Will Anderson is going to stay on number 51.
Well, now that Hunter has 55, it might actually look pretty good.
That's exactly
Might actually
why.
look pretty good.
I had
51 and 55 coming from the corners.
I had a hunch that he was going to try to go to 55, Will Anderson. But you got to defer to Danielle Hunter, right? If he wants 55, he's on the record saying he wants 55. Unless Will Anderson has another number in mind, I would have bet that was where he was trying to get to, is 55. Well,
no, I thought he was going to go lower.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know, like as low as he could possibly go.
Single digits?
No, I think
can't do that
digits
at
as
that
linebacker
position,
is
yeah.
what he told us. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought he was going to go
maybe the 30s?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just something different.
Yeah, but after I heard that, I'm like, maybe Will Anderson's
51, 55 can work.
It'll look okay, yeah.
It can definitely work.
Yeah.
For sure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta say, man, this scoreboard that we've been doing with news and stuff, it's kind of been a wash now. But there's a surprising winner in town, and I think as Texans fans, and we always try to steer you in the right direction and let you know who to follow. I'm ready to crown a champion in the Texans free agents news breaking cycle.
And it's not a he?
The winner. We got to start taking it more serious. The winner of the Texans offseason news breaking cycle is, with at least 4 on the board, above Rapp, above Aaron Wilson, Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
Diana Rossini wins the Texans offseason award for Best Newsbreaker.
She has great sources. I said it earlier. High integrity, great sources, works
Good
hard.
personality.
Good personality. And we were talking about her yesterday, and I couldn't have said more glowing things about her because she's proved herself.
Shout out to her. She left ESPN for The Athletic, and she was all over it. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Diana Rossini, the winner and the queen of the Texans week of free agency news breaking in the loop. I don't have a name for it, so I'm trying to make something up. Award.
Maybe next year, local guys.
These are my confessions.
Okay, you know what I just subscribed to about an hour ago? Kind of hate to admit it because I should have been earlier to the party. The Locker Room on YouTube.
Oh, yeah? Oh, wow. Just now.
I just now subscribed to their Locker Room on YouTube.
Oh, wow.
I had to let you, get your feet under you. I had to make sure it was going to be worth it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the most
they
consistent.
earn the respect.
It's the most consistent. We've been doing it since the start of 2 seasons ago.
But you're already subscribed to Bite Me, right?
Yeah, I get a lot of those emails, man, or those notifications. It's
on
like
YouTube?
95% of my Facebook.
On YouTube?
YouTube, yes, I think so. Let me see.
Yeah.
Check.
I mean, it's only right. I figured you were.
Let's see.
Yeah, you're not. I'm just kidding. I don't expect you to. I don't expect you to subscribe. But so now, man, I mean, I'm expecting great things from you, sir.
Yeah, I am.
You are?
You jerk.
To the Bite Me podcast on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm subscribed.
I'll be dog.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Damn, you are a slime ball. Hit the damn slime ball.
No, I just said I'm expecting great things from you.
Oh no.
How
this
is that?
sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime.
I'm 8,340 deep in this locker room.
And one.
Thing. Oh, there you go.
And one.
So yeah, subscribe to the Locker Room on YouTube. Daily digital content.
Yeah.
10:30 every night.
I'll be the judge of that.
These are my confessions.
Yesterday in the Locker Room on YouTube, and look, the listeners know at this point, so I don't think I'm bringing this up. And John McClain said it yesterday on the damn airwaves.
Mm-hmm.
I was being asked about these rumblings about Texans' new uniforms and all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What is John doing? McClain said...
What did he do? Explain it.
McClain said on Twitter, quote, I just saw the Texans' new uniforms, and they are fantastic. You're going to love them when they come out on April 23rd.
You always do this to me.
No, I'm just saying what...
Because you know I'm going to say...
But what are we accomplishing here?
Jack squat. Anyone. See, now I'm on a soapbox. Now I'm on a soapbox because of you. You did it.
I'm not. No, he put it out. I didn't do crap.
He said it on the airwaves, too.
Me?
No, I said he did.
Yeah,
McClain
he said,
did.
he's at the beginning of the tweet, I just said I just told the guys on my weekly hit on Texans radio that I just saw the new Texans uniforms, and they are fantastic. You're going to like what you see.
He actually said it on Texans radio, too.
Anyone... We were there. All three of us.
Yeah, but we weren't going to say anything. We told each other, we said, if we're not allowed to say anything about what they look like, so let's not bring it up.
Yes.
I don't need
Since
to brag.
we're here.
Yeah, I don't need to brag. If we're going to talk to the audience, then I want the audience to
be
get our
able
opinion
to share things
and get our opinion. So we told ourselves right there. We said, all right, we're not going to say. We're going to say.
I wasn't even going to bring it up,
but it's on the airwaves.
No,
and it's on the internet.
I know. But for a number of reasons.
And yesterday I had to bring it up on the stream because someone gave me a super chat.
Because yes,
they paid. So when you pay for the comment, you got to go up there. And I said, look, I said right now.
Yeah. So I get it. But here's my point on this. I want fans to judge for themselves.
Yes, and there
I don't want to contaminate or influence.
The only thing I can say, it's not going to be a unified opinion. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
it's not going to be a unified opinion.
It never is. So here's why I personally, and you guys, as well, said we're not even going to bring it up. First of all, you don't offer your listeners or your readers anything.
No.
If you're tweeting, hey, I got to see the uniforms.
Hey, I got to see the uniforms. I'm going to hold off.
I can't say anything until April 23rd or whatever. What are you doing?
What can I say?
What are you doing?
What am I doing?
You're making
bragging.
Yes, you're bragging. That's all you're doing. And so I'm not going to say one way or the other. I want fans to listen. Number two, if you do stuff like that, I feel like you're doing a disservice to your readers or your listeners.
Yeah.
And you're bragging.
Yeah.
And number three, we're in a position where even if we said I don't like, they don't have any context for it. There's no what do you like? What do you
Dude,
not
tell
like?
me this didn't really happen.
What's that?
Hey, listener 713, please tell me what time this was. Please tell me I didn't do this, because I might be off the hook with the slime off if this really happened.
What happened?
Figgy, we need to be investigating the hour of Texans radio. We need to pull that up.
I told y'all he said it on the radio.
But there's even more to it. According to the 713, McClain on Texans radio said he knows he's not supposed to say anything, but the Texans uniforms are, and then he got disconnected. Please tell me this did not happen.
I got a clip. I'm not sure if it's that clip.
All right, let's hear it. Man,
please.
I want to tell the fans something about the new uniforms.
Oh no,
they're spectacular.
Okay, you broke the
I
story.
can't say anything more.
That's it.
Can't say anything about the colors, the design, but I really like them. I've seen a lot of uniforms since I came to Houston.
John McClain really.
That's the only one I've seen.
Okay. John McClain really liked them. You may not.
Everyone says that's what happened.
So that's why we're not saying anything. I want the fans to judge.
Yeah, I want you to judge.
I want the fans to judge.
I want you to judge. But yeah, my confession is it puts you in a weird spot because I think we were trying to stay true to the game plan and not tease people, and then it got ruined on the airwaves.
Yeah.
Now, I wasn't even in my whip when I found out that it was said.
Who told you? You got a text?
Dog, it was on Twitter.
Oh, on Twitter. It
was on there. People text me asking me stuff. I woke up to 4 DMs of people asking me hey, man. Wasn't even in the damn whip.
And I know we get preachy sometimes, particularly me.
No, we get on our soapbox
about what media should be and should not be. And I know media's changed and all that, but I don't think this has ever changed. When you just like brag, I was there, guys,
or I know something,
and I know
but
something, but I can't tell you. That's
what are you getting?
That's
out of that?
amateur. That's amateur.
That's not a service to the folks.
Exactly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It didn't take long, Gardner Minshew. This is my confession. To take advantage of California laws. Let's put it that way. We played him earlier.
Vegas, bro.
Las Vegas laws.
Same laws.
Las Vegas
Same
laws.
law.
Yeah.
Although a little more laws.
Yeah.
We're talking about marijuana laws, I'm sure. The laws are a little looser in Cali.
We played this.
I think.
We played this earlier, and when I heard it this morning, I went, bro, he is high.
Q Myers from Raider Nation Radio 920. Someone's going to ask you, so have you had the little ass boy conversation with Max yet?
Yeah, sure enough. Saw him. He's a big ass boy, is what he is. Yeah, dang. But nah, man, it was awesome. You know, those are guys, you know, not as much fun to play against, but if they're on your team, absolutely love it, man.
And you could see it in his face.
He's that he's like, I know a lot of folk like this in my dad's neck of the woods. He's like that country smoker.
What is a country smoker?
Country smokers, they just like roll. They're usually rolling their own Jace.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just like, they'll go out and do like tons of yard work and all types of stuff, just puffing on that. Marijuana.
But I looked at the video and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, it's legal. Good for you. But all right.
Coming up next.
Yeah.
We have some big news. Big news involving one of the biggest faces of the AFC South. He is Texans, perhaps even more than he would have been had he stayed in his original place. Plus, did Nick Caserio blink? John Lopez investigates.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Mike Vrabel. Been kind of a thorn in the side of the Houston Texans. Here was what happened a few minutes ago.
From Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Mike Vrabel has been hired by the Cleveland Browns. He is going to be a consultant, a.k.a. a Kevin Stefanski watch your ass, you're a dead man walking guy. He's going to work with the Browns. Where, by the way, he's kind of a legend in that state. Played at Ohio State.
That's the thing.
Coached at Ohio State.
It's a hometown guy, man.
That's where he got his start.
Mm-hmm.
So, Kevin Stefanski, I'm sure he's going to say that he's all in on this. This is, if the Browns do not reach the level in which they would like to reach, you got to think Kevin Stefanski is gone
just listen,
and Mike Vrabel's there.
Just listen to this. Like Rappaport reported at the same time as Schefter. Rappaport's report is interesting. It says, Browns coach Kevin Stefanski and general manager Andrew Berry have hired Mike Vrabel. Like he had to put in there like somebody told him, can you put in there, please, that Stefanski, hired him too? Like he was in on this. Stefanski's a dead man walking right now. Like he is absolutely going to have to be watching his back. The guy's a legend. He's been a coach of the year. He obviously very well known around the league, and he's hired as a consultant. He's going to be coaching, man. He's going to be just a fancy title. Like he's just going to be coaching. Kevin Stefanski and Barry hired him. Sure.
Okay.
I'll do that, Mr. Agent.
So there you go, Mike Vrabel with the Browns. John Lopez asked this question. Yesterday you called Nick Caserio a cyborg.
I did.
Today you want to ask the question, you want to investigate. Did Nick Caserio blink?
Did he blink?
713-572-4610. Did Nick Caserio blink?
So just as a little bit of a sort of balance here, I've been very adamant these last few days, and this morning I flat out just started the show with it. When we're talking about this trade, I think there is a lot of the plan at work with the Texans snagging those draft picks. I think Nick Caserio has there's no evidence to the contrary. He's very diligent, well thought out, plans everything, has a plan A, has a plan B, has a plan C, etc. There's something going on. I expect something, to drop here pretty soon that you're going to go, that's what he was thinking. But that said, when it comes to Eric Armstead, it happens to everybody. Did he blink? Did he get kind of caught, figuratively speaking, with his pants down here?
I mean, maybe he just got priced out of it. Maybe it's another version of the Saquon where
maybe
they were going to make the trade according to Rossini, and then it fell apart, and then he got priced out of it where Jackson was $50 million. He said no thanks. So I don't know if it was a blink. Maybe it was just I'm firm in my beliefs. Maybe the third year was a little too much. Don't know if Nick Caserio likes 3-year deals.
Yeah, well, he only did one so far, right?
Yeah, it was Cam Johnston. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gone. He's with the Steelers.
Yeah, so maybe this is all part of the cyborg of Nick Caserio. Like he just said, this is it. This is where we're going. Could well be. But at the same time, what happened after that doesn't feel good. Because not only did they not get this deal that was apparently in place with Eric Armstead, but Malik Collins moved on for a 7th-round pick. And then, damn if the Jaguars didn't end up with Eric Armstead. I mentioned this a second ago with you. Like, there's all these moves that have made and nearly made, including Saquon and were reported and all that. None of them are, like, directly affecting how the Texans do business because they've responded. They got Danielle Hunter as Jonathan Grenard moves on. They get Al-Shaair as Blake Cashman moves on. They don't do much on Monday. They do a lot on Tuesday, and you feel good about that. But directly affecting the Texans, the Jaguars, as we've said a couple of times here, they are loading up on the defensive front, and they got the guy that you were in on. It wasn't good. Yeah.
Did you feel like that was like a big? I mean, it was surprising, but when you saw that the Jags gave him 3 years, 51, you were just like, did you say, or did you breathe a sigh of relief?
I thought it was a little pricey, but I wasn't freaking out like a lot of people were like, good for Nick. I never would have paid that. Man, I sure would have liked to have seen him here. I mean, it would have been pricey, but you do have the money.
I liked him. It was a crazy price. It was a crazy cost for sure.
Yeah.
So what was I was following Sean yesterday, and this was his immediate reaction. I think he's kind of worked his way into a little bit more calmer state, and we'll hear what Nick Caserio has to say about it on Monday at 7:30. But his initial reaction to the Jags getting Armstead was, at Sean T. Pendergast, this concludes one of the glitchier sequences of the offseason, so the Texans basically just unloaded Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick with no real attached transaction to it. I don't get that. He then said, and this was before the trade today, the draft pick. So do I get a Byron Murphy jersey or a Johnny Newton jersey at the Texans team store? Because interior defensive line is a heavy betting favorite now for the first round of the draft. I don't agree with that. I don't think you have to draft interior D-line. And then he said that he's fine with it with the 3 years, $51 million. So he saw the deal and was okay with it.
Yeah. Is he allowed to say those things on Thursdays? Is Thursday a day when you can offer some criticism?
What are you doing?
I'm confused. So Monday's a no. Tuesday's a yes. Thursday's yeah. He could offer criticism on a Thursday if you're alternating.
It is early, though. This is the definition of it's early.
Oh, yeah.
You got to replace – oh, my God. You got 6 months to replace a Malik Collins. What are we going to do? Oh, my Lord.
You got to be able to find a compatible player.
6 months?
Comparable player.
To replace Malik Collins? Oh, my Lord. What are we going to do? Joe Mixon, yesterday, this was kind of a workup. I like this. So, initially, when he was asked about Cincinnati, he kind of held back, but you could tell there was a little more there. Props to the media types for circling back on this, but this was the first time he was asked about the Cincinnati situation.
What was your initial reaction when you found out that you were?
Man, I mean, it was definitely a shocker. I could just say that. It was definitely a shocker.
I can't imagine how it wasn't after everything, all the faith that the Bengals showed in him, as far as he's come and what he experienced there and getting to a Super Bowl, and all of a sudden you're not. I mean, only makes sense.
Now, here was the follow-up, though. This is where he goes a little more in-depth, and we get to get the true emotions of Joe Mixon. This was the follow-up.
I mean, for me, like I said, it was definitely shocking. I took that 24 to 4 to hurt. It took a while, and I'm still, having, emotional feelings about it. But that's a place, where I could forever feel like that's home for me. And, like I said, I'm just very grateful that, them fans, they embraced me the way that they did. And I just love everything about the way that them fans were. We bought the city of Cincinnati. We got it lit back again. And, I plan on bringing that same thing here. These fans, I'm sure, they got a taste of it last year. But I feel like with what we got in the making, man, I think that it's going to be a great thing. And, like I said, man, I'm just excited to be here, feel wanted, and, I just can't wait to make the most of my opportunity when my number is called.
Okay. It hit him pretty hard. You could tell. But he is moving on, and he's moving on right here.
Shout out to him, man. Joe Mixon. Killed it yesterday. Absolutely killed it.
Mm-hmm.
What do you give that press conference, 1 to 10?
I think you got everything. I'll give it a 9. I don't know if I can give it a 10, but I thought you got everything out of it you wanted to hear. Like he's, he was loyal to Cincinnati. He's going to be loyal. He's
going to be a captain?
I don't know.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't want to bet on captains? Come on, name the captains.
It's way too early. Speaking of early.
Come on, name the captains.
Way too early.
Name the captains, man.
Way too
Come on,
early.
dude.
C.J. Stroud.
It's way too early. Captain, okay?
Is Will Anderson a captain?
I think they're going to make C.J. and Will captains this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to make the young guys captains, and that's going to be the hype.
Yeah.
The hype is going to be...
The future is now. Speaking of hype, do I want to do this? We're not talking about the new uniforms.
No, man.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
Because it's not about the new uniform.
Okay.
The hype is going to be ridiculous leading up to it.
For what?
For the new uniform unveil.
By the way, new uniforms will get released April 23rd at 10 a.m.
Yeah, I'll bet.
We'll react with you. We'll
on April 23rd.
April 23rd, 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Wait, they're going to unveil during our show, huh?
Yeah.
I don't even know if I want to do I don't even know if I want to do a segment on them. I don't even know if I want to do a segment on them.
We are.
Man,
we'll give our opinions.
Can I?
We'll give our opinions. I'm not saying anything. Leave it to the fans. Let the fans decide what they think.
The fans will decide April 23rd.
But once it hits,
and there won't be a first round pick, so
we will let you know.
Yeah, so there won't be a first round pick as of right now.
Yeah.
So there is that.
Say it.
Do you think this is a little too much hype for uniforms?
No, that's what I just said.
I'm asking, is this a little too much?
I don't want to say anything about the uniforms.
I mean, y'all wait. They waited. They waited too long to change their uniforms. Is this a little too much? Are you setting yourself up for failure if you oversell? Because what do you always say to me? 9% of the time, you're probably right.
Mm-hmm.
You're overselling it.
Yeah.
You're overselling it.
Yeah.
You're overselling it.
Under promise, over deliver is a common expression in sales. I don't know, and I'm not saying what I think or don't think about the uniforms. What I'm saying is this hype is going to be off the chain.
I just can't believe people went and told.
Yeah.
That they saw him.
Yeah.
I think that's insane, man.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I agree.
Freaking McClain.
Apparently he did hang up.
Are we going to find this or what?
Apparently he did hang up.
We got to have this by 120. We got to have this by 120, man.
Yeah.
Very disappointed in that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of hype, man. A lot of hype.
And could well be worth it.
I don't know. Are you has there ever been a uniform where you're like, wow, this was worth a year of hype?
Well, it has been a year, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any uniform in the world? Is there any? Just go around the world and say, man, you know what? If they would have teased me for a year with that.
Yeah. Didn't the Kraken live up to it? Remember Seattle Kraken? There was a lot of hype about that. The hockey team. That's a very popular.
But they didn't have a logo, bro.
No, it was all new.
Yeah,
it was all new.
Yeah, that was the whole. They didn't even know what their colors were going to be.
They were hyped up for a long time, and people were like, "This is awesome." It hit, it landed, and I hope it does. Really, really hard on this. And I told you this, you guys this yesterday.
Why are you laughing, Figgy?
They worked really hard.
I found the McClain.
Oh no!
Mic drop.
Lord.
Oh no! Is it as bad as people said?
Yeah, it was a little cheesy. It was ending anyway.
All right,
and then it's just
ahead.
like a mic. You want to play it now?
We got to see if this is slimy. Shout out John McClain.
You want to play it now or
just play it?
We appreciate that visit as always. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. And when they announce all of the moves that were made, I will have a story going up immediately. Thank you guys very much. Congratulations on the new uniforms. I really like the way they're designed, and the designs are
spectacular. What happened? Did he just drop the mic or something?
He did. He just dropped.
Oh, he hung up. He hung up. Okay.
Come on, man.
I actually kind of like that.
I
kind of like
my
that
moment, I guess.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah,
that wasn't too bad.
I think that's pretty cool.
That was actually good by my friend. That was a good job. Yeah, shout out to the general. We love you, sir.
Now that's how you tease.
Coming up, let's go around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. One of the moves that I really wanted the Texans to make, it got made, but it got made by you-know-who. Next.
Pick number 20. WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got a couple birthdays to celebrate. Texans just tweeted it out. It is Kenyon Green's birthday along with Tegan Quitteriano.
How about that?
Where are we celebrating? What are we doing?
Well, you better have name tags. I mean, for them. A lot of people don't know them. No cake. Right? You can't have cake.
What about Quitteriano? Could use a piece of cake.
Yeah, he could probably have one, but just keep it away from Kenyon. But where are you having it?
Where are you having Tegan Quitteriano and Kenyon Green's birthday? I don't know. I know where I'm shopping for their gift.
Where?
Kmart. They don't exist anymore.
They do not.
Hey, rest in peace to Kmart's, man.
Who do you think? All right, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. All joking aside, who would you bet on being somewhat of a contributor this year? Kenyon Green or Tegan Quitteriano? If you had to, if the other,
Quitteriano.
I would too.
Yeah.
I would too.
Mm-hmm.
As like a reserve tight end. He can't stay healthy though. It's bad.
Mm-hmm.
But I would lean Quitteriano as a rotational tight end guy. I can see that. I just can't see Kenyon Green as a starting guard right now. I'd love to. I do want to see what he looks like when he comes into camp next year, but I'm having a hard time imagining it.
And plus, there's just a better path for Quitteriano than him, than Kenyon Green. Right?
Yes.
There's opportunity.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure. We'll see how that goes down. Nick Caserio made a trade today, a draft trade.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you saw that the Texans had made a trade with the Minnesota Vikings, did you think Justin Jefferson was coming to town?
You know, he was rumored. Rumored.
No, Zach Gelb threw it out there.
Yeah, it was just kind of throwing it out there.
This was that. Do we have the Zach Gelb? Zach Gelb was.
It was kind of an eye roll.
Yeah,
but it was out there.
This was Zach Gelb throwing out the Texans versus Vikings trade scenario.
Justin Jefferson should be annoyed right now. There is no reason why the Minnesota Vikings didn't get this contract extension done last offseason. And I warned the Vikings. And I'm starting to get to a point, and I love Justin Jefferson. I want to see him stay in Minnesota. I think Minnesota for a quarterback is a very attractive destination. But with this contract not being done yet, I would start to think about requesting a trade. And if I'm Justin Jefferson approaching, I would go into Kwesi Adofo-Mensah's office, say, let's get this deal done. If we can't get this deal done, then I'm requesting a trade, and the team I request a trade to would be the Houston Texans. Imagine going to dominate that AFC South.
Sure.
You have C.J. Stroud,
Let's do
who
it.
I think right now...
Shut him up.
That's enough. So, I mean, I was like, raised eyebrow. To be honest, I didn't know if this was a real. Yeah. Like, who trades draft picks now?
Texans trade their first-round pick, number 23 overall, and number 232. They receive pick 42 overall, so 19 spots back. They trade up 44 spots up. They get 188, and they get a second-rounder in 2025. That's big right there.
Yeah, that's the big part.
2 second-rounders, that's big. So that's a 2-year window, though. That's the Nick Caserio 2-year window.
Yes, that's exactly right.
By the way, I'm enjoying – this is a good party suggestion for Kenyon Green's birthday party today. Dave and Buster's. Where do y'all come up with this
We can't
stuff?
top that. That's it.
Where do y'all come up with
we
this
can't top
stuff,
that.
man? Shout out to the 409. Good
Dave
God.
and Buster's.
My goodness.
That's excellent. That is excellent. So when the trade happened, first I confirmed, can confirm. Saw a couple of those yesterday, by the way.
Man, there were a lot.
Yeah. And then I started thinking, okay, what does it mean? What could, because people just, obviously you're going to jump right in and try to figure it out. I think it could mean anything. Like, I think it could mean with the pool of talent in the second round, You could use more picks to trade up. You could package picks.
How about just get 3 players on day 2?
You could do that.
There's no shame in getting 3 players on day 2.
That's what I'm saying. You're happy.
3 ball players.
That's what I'm saying. You're happy with the pool of players in that vicinity.
Plus, you know what I like about day 2?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like that's more when people draft the best player available.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I feel like round 1, it's like, we want this guy. Or
no,
this.
it is. That's because
it's a lot of reaches.
Yeah, that's because
on day 1, man.
So, and my confession about this whole thing, I'm actually kind of happy to be able to just relax and take in a day 1. They might trade into it, but they've had 2 first-rounders the last few years.
Yeah.
Couple years. I'll just relax. We'll come in on Friday. We'll look ahead to the possibilities. We'll know who slid, all the possibilities, and we'll just be able to hang out.
Yeah.
And look ahead. Friday, then Saturday.
I kind of feel bad. It's none of my business, but I kind of feel bad that the draft,
your business.
The draft party.
Well, they weren't going to have it where they had it last year anyways.
Yeah, they're going to have it, but still they're going to have it.
They were going to have it at the Post.
Yeah, they're going to have one.
Who cares?
So you can go and just...
They still going to have it?
Yeah, I'm sure.
They'll probably just focus on the merchandise.
The new unis.
Yeah, they'll probably just sell the new merchandise. You just hang out with other Texans fans and talk. Watch the damn draft. Enjoy yourself.
You ain't got to be stressed out or none of that.
You're hanging out, man. Should we trade up?
Yeah, but you're also get excited.
Yeah, you're excited for the next day. You know, we need to have like a Friday draft party.
Let's do it. Figgy's the master of that.
Yeah,
Figgy working.
Am
on
I?
Oh,
I
you can get the hookup, man.
All right.
Yeah.
It's a little something.
Just us 3, and anybody who wants to come.
I love talking draft with the people, man.
Yeah,
it's my favorite thing. There's a belief that defensive tackle is, you gotta get defensive tackle. Screw that. Give me some damn weapons.
Well, they're gonna get one.
Now, give me some damn weapons.
Well, I'm not gonna disagree with that either.
Speaking of which, Hollywood Brown, this year's Dalton Schultz. I warned you guys about this, man. I had the exact amount and everything. I warned you guys. 1 year, $11 million contract for Hollywood Brown.
Where's he going?
Kansas City.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Can't blame him, man.
Come on.
Now, I think the Texans could get opportunities like this, but hey, if you need to revive your career, you want to play with a good quarterback, you picked the right place, Hollywood.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up all right in that. You know, I saw a stat just kind of circulating, so I don't know the accuracy of it, that, he was allegedly had like kind of a down year last year. Yeah. Still would have been second on the Chiefs in receptions and yards.
Yeah. I mean, he's had a tough draw. Hollywood's had a tough draw.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary. This was a headline in New York. I didn't know it was like this. Like, it's one thing to talk about Daniil Hunter and J.J. Watt and will he wear 99? Devin Singletary's going to wear 26, the number that Saquon Barkley wore for 5 years in the Giants, and I guess he was supposed to perhaps not do that.
Why? I mean, yeah.
What are we doing here?
Why? I mean, he was a very admired player, but
I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, they didn't really win.
Man, if Davis Mills can wear number 10,
exactly,
he can wear number 26.
Yeah, that's a hell of a point right there. Yeah. Chicago, man.
This is good for them, isn't it?
They sent a 4th-round pick to the Chargers, old Jim Harbaugh, in exchange for Keenan Allen. So Keenan Allen joins DJ Moore among all their other signings. Caleb Williams will be throwing to Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, we think.
Oh, yeah, he will.
Although that Daniels hype's getting pretty real. DJ Reader, we talked about him visiting with the Lions the other day. The former Texan has signed a 2-year deal with $9 million guaranteed, up to $27.25 million, depending on how stuff goes.
It's a good spot for him.
Jadeveon Clowney, he met with the Panthers. Next week, he's going to meet with the Jets. Which, speaking of which, there's a report that Alan Lazard, I think Diana Rossini had this one too. Alan Lazard could be on the trade market. The immediate reaction at WFAN with Tiki and Evan led to conspiracy theories that maybe this is the end of Aaron Rodgers.
Jets have made Alan Lazard available.
Oh, hold on. This is not good.
Why?
You don't see what this is? You don't see what this is?
Mm-hmm.
Panic, panic, panic is what happens when you get a live reaction.
He just wasn't good.
Oh, no.
Last year.
I think we're getting a message. Aaron Rodgers is out because the only reason Alan Lazard was here was to play with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers probably told Napping Joe, not sure I'm playing next year. To which Joe Douglas immediately said, why would I want Alan Lazard on my team? He's a stiff.
Now you're panicking.
I'm a little panicked. Oh, my God, it's happening. It's happening.
Now I can feel the panic in Evan's voice.
Dude, it's happening. He's getting rid of his friends.
You guys are crazy, man. He's playing, right? Is he?
I think he's playing, but I just love this concept, this theory here. Like, oh, no. Hey, Aaron Rodgers does kind of handpick his receivers.
So is Aaron Rodgers, what's the talk about him? Like
running for
politics or something?
Yeah, running for vice president with is RFK Jr., I think, one of those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do people believe that?
I mean, was it reported or?
I think it was like just thrown out there.
I think it depends on where it comes from, whether how much you believe it. Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Yeah. Why not? If it's reported, you can believe it.
I mean, that would be hilarious.
Depending on who report.
That would be
reports it.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Diana Rossini reported that, and by the way, she is the queen of the offseason. She wins the offseason when it comes to reporting. We had the scoreboard. Diana, she beat all the local guys. She beat all the national people when it came to Texans reports. Said that Eric Armstead was in discussions with several teams, including the Bills and Titans. In fact, the 49ers and Texans had a player-for-player deal in place, Armstead for Collins. But it fell apart after the Texans agreed to terms with Danielle Hunter. So I guess the bread just didn't make sense. If you're going to give Danielle this much, you don't want to give
that had to be
that
it.
much. Yeah,
that had to be it. And now you're looking for a DT of some level. You're looking for a replacement level, like the epitome of a replacement level player at DT at minimum. Because that's about all that's going to be available where you're drafting right now, could move, and what's on the market.
Rondale Moore, he goes from Arizona to the Falcons for Desmond Ridder. It's quite obvious that the Cardinals are just sitting there rubbing their hands together, hoping that three quarterbacks go before them so that they can have a crack at the top receiver. You would think that top receiver is going to be Marvin Harrison Jr.
You would think. Everybody has him mocked to the Cardinals.
He creeps me out, man.
Why?
Not in a bad way.
Yeah.
He looks so damn much like his dad. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
Like they are twins, man.
Yeah, he does.
It looks just like his dad, but he has the longer hair.
Yeah.
Like it is literally like he. Sometimes you say you find out well, this is his son, and you say that, dude. You could tell me nothing, and I never saw him, and I'm like, that's Marvin Harrison's son.
Yeah. It's like my son with me. Like you know it immediately.
Which one?
Jacob.
Jacob, yeah.
Yeah. Nah, y'all look.
Like,
really?
Oh, it's ridiculous. Like if I showed you pictures of me at his age, like identical.
He's got the beard?
No. BG has the beard. Jacob had one. No, he had one. He shaved it off.
I've never seen Jacob without a beard.
Yeah, how about he shaved the beard?
I've never seen him without a beard.
Why you do that?
But he always has a shadow.
I think it's coming back.
Maybe you're saying he doesn't have a full-ass beard, but he always has a beard.
Yeah. He might be working on it back now.
I mean, he always has a beard.
Yeah.
Did your kids, get armpit hair in 4th grade?
Yeah. Us Lopez has got body hair, man.
When did you start getting pubes?
Probably 8th grade. Yeah.
Damn. I would take the under on that.
No, we're hairy. We're hairy folk.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Armpits. You probably the smelly kid too, though.
No, why would you say that?
Because you were sweating with the armpit. You were the puberty smelly kid in middle school. I felt bad for you.
I am.
That explains a lot, man.
I take a lot of showers.
Lopez was the smelly kid.
I use deodorant. I am very clean and healthy.
What's that movie where the kid's the smelly kid and it's like a big deal?
You think about Charlie Brown?
No,
Big Pen?
No. Big Daddy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Daddy.
Because he doesn't make him shower. And all the kid eats is ketchup.
Yeah.
If you had to just survive on one condiment and you can't have anything else with it, you're basically, they tell you, hey,
you're on an island with one condiment.
We're giving you have to survive with one condiment, any condiment, for the rest of your life. This is what you have to eat to survive. You can put it on leaves. You can eat it by itself. You can do whatever. What's the one condiment you're picking?
OG sauce.
Come on.
I knew you was going to say that.
I'm serious.
Come on.
It has everything. It's nutritious. It's delicious.
Come on, man.
Probably pickles.
That's not a condiment.
Are pickles a condiment?
No, relish is.
Well, then relish. Why are pickles not a condiment? I mean, Google this.
What are pickles?
They're a condiment.
It's
Actual
a food.
pickles?
Like the pickles in a jar are a condiment.
I'm talking like liquid condiments, like the condiment station. What are they? What?
Hey.
Mustard, mayo, ketchup.
Yeah.
OG sauce?
What are pickles?
If I had to, it says the answer to that is, this is according to Quora.
Is it a fruit or
Quora?
It's not a fruit. It's not a veggie. What is it?
Pickles can be added to sandwiches as a condiment.
All right. Well, none of that.
Take away
that
pickles.
doesn't count.
I would say, golly, ketchup would get old because I put ketchup on a lot of stuff.
Peanut butter's not a condiment, sir.
No, God, no.
Y'all are cheating now.
No, I'm talking like mayo.
Are we kidding? Peanut butter. Someone said peanut butter on the text. Like,
If
what are you
relish
doing?
is a condiment, relish.
You could live on relish.
I could live on relish.
Man.
Yeah.
Figgy?
I would probably say barbecue sauce because
What
barbecue
kind?
sauce could go with anything.
What kind?
Probably Sweet Baby Ray.
Oh,
no, I'm just playing.
Dude, Sweet Baby Ray's is good, man. Sweet Baby Ray's is good.
And see, it's
and you
a
can
different.
squeeze it out the bottle.
and
Sweet
see-
Baby Ray's goes in, Lopez.
It's
Don't
a
be
different.
hater.
See, Sweet Baby Ray's is more like for they good with like nuggets and stuff like that.
See-
But I feel like the OG sauce is good with like barbecue.
Let me pull back the curtain on how I even started making OG sauce 20 whatever years ago. It was because of Sweet Baby Ray's, which, let me be clear, I like Sweet Baby Ray's.
It's good.
But it's all sweet. And I like
That's what I like about it.
I like sweet and tangy.
How's
That's
that
what
bad?
OG sauce is.
Yeah.
You know, I like the sweet and tangy kind of combo.
We're trying to survive in life.
Yeah,
and you're trying
man.
to do a damn commercial.
No, I'm
We're
answering.
trying to find a way to survive, and you're making this a damn commercial.
Well,
Plug your website, sir.
I mean, the website is ogsauce.com if you're interested. But no, I'm answering your question.
Mine is I'm going paste picante
Ooh, that's not bad.
because it has a lot of
Not
nutrients
bad.
in it and stuff, and you can put. I bet it would be good on leaves. Like if I had to get a leaf, I think paste picante would be good on it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can scoop it or Arby's sauce.
Oh God, no, that's too much.
Nah, dude.
Yeah.
Nah, that could make anything taste good. I might be able to eat bugs with Arby's sauce.
What about chow chow?
What's that?
It's that. This might be the answer. We've had it at some meals. It's popular in on the holidays and stuff. It's that one that has like vegetables in it and stuff. It's kind of sweet and spicy.
That's like a relish.
Chow.
Man,
that would be a good one.
me up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Someone says salsa is the only option. That's fair.
It's not a bad pick.
That's fair.
Not a bad pick at all.
For sure. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up, the slime off. Am I going to win or am I actually the victim? We're going to embrace debate. Coming up next.
The Tech. sports leader.
It is time for a very controversial, perhaps, slime off.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite in the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got two contestants. They're both sitting in this room. The first one is John Lopez, and I just figured something out today. Didn't know this was the case, but I mean, I can't say I'm surprised, but you know, it just kind of happens.
Mm-hmm. What are you talking about?
This is John Lopez breaking a little news here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Yeah,
but you're already subscribed to Bite Me, right?
Yeah, I get a lot of those emails, man, or those notifications. It's
on
like
YouTube?
95% of my Facebook.
On YouTube?
YouTube, yes, I think so. Let me see.
Yeah.
Check.
I mean, it's only right. I figured you were.
Let's see.
Yeah, you're not. I'm just kidding. I don't expect you to.
I am.
You are?
You jerk.
To the Bite Me podcast
Yeah,
on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm subscribed.
I'll be dog.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Damn, you are a slime ball. Hit the damn
No,
slime ball.
I just
So
said
John
I'm
Lopez
expecting
just
great
today
things from you.
been doing this locker room. Shout out to Parker Hillis for letting me do it.
Mm-hmm.
The locker room on YouTube.
Here we go, baby.
I've been doing this stream for a while. It's pretty popular stream.
Very popular.
And remain consistent. John Lopez just subscribed today. I started it before Lovie Smith's first game.
Mm-hmm.
Week of.
Mm-hmm.
Grinded through it.
Mm-hmm.
Consistency.
Yeah.
Nightly show.
Yeah.
Locker room on YouTube. John Lopez subscribed today.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
You know what should be the intro for
Thanks for the support.
your show now?
What's that?
Back then, they didn't want me. Now they are. They all on me.
Okay. So here's where you're both wrong. I freaking talk to you 4 hours a day. I know the rundown for the youth locker room.
No, it's different.
It's sometimes different.
Yeah, it's a little
and
different.
sometimes it's a tease for what we're going to talk about the next day. But I talk to you 4 freaking hours a day. Why would anyone want to hear another hour? I'm doing it as a solid, or however long. I'm doing it as a solid for you, and I'm doing it because I think it's going to be, it's what I should do now that you've blown up. I want to be able to enjoy some of the things.
Why
maybe
you
get
do
some
it
ideas.
when he blown up
You
though,
believe
man?
this, man?
Because
You got the support from the beginning,
no,
man.
because I talk to him 4 hours a day, man.
Don't wait till he selling out arenas to be like, hey, let me get a backstage pass.
You mean what everybody does? You mean like what the planet does?
But that's your man's, man. You gotta support. You should support from the beginning, man. Just subscribe, just because.
Locker room on YouTube. Just
You ain't-
subscribe.
Like I ain't saying you gotta watch it
A lot of you
every
do.
night, but at least
Gotta be
subscribe, man. You need those subscribers,
Yeah,
man.
come on,
I did.
man.
I subscribed.
We're 8K deep, man.
I
8.3.
salute, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I subscribed.
Staying consistent, no time off, none of that.
Mm-hmm.
Some people cover the Texans like in and out because they're in and out. Cover it like Whataburger because it's 24/7.
Look at you
in the locker room.
That should be your
Okay?
should be your slogan. Covering the food.
Hey, for all the loopholes, might be barbecuing this weekend. Want to add a little something to it?
Mm-hmm. You know where to go.
Go to HEB and get
Not
you some
there.
Sweet Baby Ray's
Not there.
barbecue sauce,
Not
baby.
there.
Sweet Baby Ray's.
Not
Multiple
there.
flavors, tangy, honey
Nope.
barbecue.
Nope.
Get you some
Nope.
Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce.
I mean, if you want to eat a shoe, maybe.
Contestant number 2. Now, this was probably 15, 14 years ago. The conversation about catfishing came up.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that if you're a young man, shout out to all the young loopholes, or if you're an older guy or a middle-aged guy and you're on a dating app, if a girl catfishes you, then I believe you are the victim. And I believe all bets are off, and I do not think they deserve your respect because they are liars, they are cheats, they are slime balls, and they are the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
Here is how I, the claim victim, got nominated for this week's Slime Off. Her pictures look like, I would say, the chick who played Barbie, and the actual presence, she looked like the mom from Honey Boo Boo before she got surgery.
Oh, man.
Man, this big chick. She was ordering like the double vodka sodas.
Oh, wow.
And then, man, I didn't even know you could dip your fries in ranch. She damn sure knew that.
You were on the date when you left?
Yeah, I drank a couple beers and then I walked over to the restaurant.
Oh, man.
You ain't tell her you was gone?
Oh, man.
No, I dipped out.
Oh, man.
I dipped out. I just said, hey, buddy, can you swipe me? I'm out.
Look at this slime ball.
How am I the slime ball? She lied.
You were engaged already.
She lied, brother.
Yeah.
That's awful.
She lied, brother.
Oh, man.
That's not my fault. It was a long time ago. I might not do that these days, but
it's kind of your fault.
No, she's the one who lied. So I think,
how the hell are you a victim?
Because she lied. If your pictures, if you look like the chick who played Barbie on your pictures, and then in person you look like the mom from Honey Boo Boo, I'm the victim. So if I dip out and pay, that's on her. And I don't, and I'm defending my actions. There's probably a very small percentage of my actions from 16, 15 years ago that I would defend. This one I will defend till the grave, till forever. If you get catfished, you are the victim. They do not deserve for you to play things right. They do not deserve you to be a gentleman. They do not deserve for you, especially at that phase in your life, to pay $65 so she can pre-dip her fries in ranch and drink a lot of vodka sodas. If you are catfished, you are the victim. All bets are off. You can dip out.
Bullcrap. And here's why. If you'd have dipped as soon as you saw her and just like stood her up, I might have been on notice. He said, yeah, I had a couple of beers. So you had at least a couple of beers with her. In other words, you were on the date. You were literally, whether you liked it or not, you were on the date. You had fries. You mentioned that. You had a couple of beers. You mentioned that. And then you bolt?
No, she ordered,
slime ball.
She ordered her fries pre-dipped in ranch.
Okay.
Not even like dipped them. Like that's how fat she was.
No, but what I'm saying is you're already on the date. You're giving her hope.
They didn't bring the food out and everything,
They brought the food. You'd had a couple of beers. And then you left? That, by any standard, no matter you're a victim or not
I was I was going to give her the benefit of the doubt and to see if she was cool.
Mm-hmm.
And like maybe I could at least be nice and then ghost her.
Yeah.
But instead of just a normal ghost, I basically sped up the ghost because not only was she a liar, it wasn't enjoyable to sit here and have a man versus food competition in front of me while she's gargling vodkas, John. I'm the victim.
No, you're not.
Why are you defending her?
I'm not defending her. I'm saying you're a slime ball.
Why do some of you men just defend women and let them do shady stuff?
I'm not defending her at all.
She lied.
I am not defending her.
Once you lie,
she lied.
It's on you.
No, she lied. I'm not defending her. Once you commit to the date, you're on a date whether you like it or not.
Why would I have committed to have
You
John?
did, but you
why?
were okay. But you could have left.
Why?
You could have left before.
Okay, so but why would I commit?
Because you were catfished. I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is you could have seen her and said, "Nah, I'm out," and then just stood her up.
John, sometimes you gotta like. So let's say you're in your house and someone comes in and they're hanging out and stuff, and then all of a sudden you get a text message that says, hey, this is a serial killer in your house.
Yeah.
Are you going to immediately run? Are you going to try to play it cool and say, hey, would you like a drink? Hand him a drink, and then run out the house and call 911? I was taken advantage of. I was in an awkward situation. So instead of just sitting there and freaking out when the serial killer, a.k.a. serial slime ball's in front of me.
Serial killer.
Whenever I
bet she is a serial killer.
Like a double slime ball.
I tiptoed it and played it as cool as I could.
Just because she was a little
it's not. I'm
robust.
the victim. I don't know why you have to just be pro-woman.
No, I'm not. I mean,
you're misogynistic 99% of the time.
I am not.
But whenever you get around a chick, sometimes they can do no wrong.
I am not.
They can do no wrong.
Let me clear this up before we get to the phone here. Like what would have killed you to stay 15 more minutes? What would have hurt you?
John.
What would it have hurt you?
What would it have hurt me? First of all, it would have cost me like $75.
Okay, you were in
on a date that was centered around a lie.
You okay? But you had already committed to the date.
This
so
is
you were
16 years ago, by the way.
You were going to pay that no matter what.
Yeah.
So
no, I wasn't. I was going to pay my own.
What would it have hurt you to stay 15 more minutes rather than be an a-hole?
The principal. She needs to learn her lesson. I don't need to pay money for it, and I got to get the hell out of this situation.
That is slime ball.
Wood, what's up?
Hey, I got one for you. Now, check this one out. You know, friends always want to hook you up, right? But, man, my wife, one of her friends want to meet you. They saw you in the wedding and blah, blah, pictures you in the wedding, blah, blah, this and that. So, okay, I talked to the young lady. We talking on the phone. Everything going good. So I go to meet her, and so she opened the door, and all I see is her head peeking around the corner. And I say, this ain't a good sign. Man, she had to be I got it like the heavyweight lover. You know, I mean, a big young lady, you know, and everything. And a nice person, but that ain't who I am. Man, you got to watch out on them blind dates. And I don't let friends hook me up no more. I'd rather do bad by myself.
There you go. See, Wood, and this is a blind date. Blind date, I think you're kind of on your own.
But you also know
a picture where it's clearly not the right thing.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I'm not defending her.
Bye-bye.
I'm saying you're a slime ball for doing what you did.
Bye-bye.
After the fact.
Bye-bye.
Slime ball. Figgy?
Bye-bye.
We voting?
Yeah.
All the young kids out there, if you and I'm talking to anyone who's on any dating app, if you get catfished, all bets are off. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even be mad at you if you just left without paying your portion of the check and just left her with the check.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is that much of a slime ball for that.
I feel like you don't really look at her. I feel like you don't have a problem with the catfish part. You have a problem with her the way she was eating and ordering and drinking and stuff.
Both. Yeah,
nah,
it doesn't change what you
feel
did.
like the way she looked, if she looked really that bad, you would have dipped. You wouldn't have gave that a chance.
You're trapped. It's like a serial killer coming
Well,
in the house.
you're trapped, so why not spend 15 more minutes and then get out of there and be done
Let
with
me put it this way. If you get stuck, and this is basically proportional to what happened to me. If you get stuck in a rhinoceros cage at the zoo.
Oh yeah, it seems like it's going to be very
Are you going to immediately run, or do you got to kind of dip out before you try to crawl over? Because you don't want the rhinoceros to come at you right away. She was the rhinoceros.
Yeah, she was a rhinoceros. So you decided to drink some beers with it.
Yeah. I'm going to have some beers with this rhino.
Let me drink a couple beers and all that.
I was trying to dip out,
I feel like you're digging the hole deeper right now.
Trying to dip out.
Comparing a woman to a rhino.
I'm voting. I'm voting for you because that's messed up that you just now subscribed to the Locker Room on YouTube.
I'm supporting you, man. I'm voting for Landry.
I'm getting a lot of love on the text line.
You are not.
Lots. A lot of people feeling me on this one.
No.
Figgy.
This is tough, man. I ain't gonna lie. This is really tough because I do feel like Lopez is a slime ball for subscribing now. I do think, man. I think you should have did it from the beginning, man.
I talk to him 4 hours a day.
But a subscribe is showing support, man.
I did. I just did.
That's showing support from the beginning.
I wanted to make
sure.
You
don't want to wait till he 8,000 subscribers deep in, and now you want to come on the bandwagon.
I didn't want to embarrass him. Like if I subscribe the first week and then it dies off, well then he kind of feels
man.
bad.
When you
I did it for his feelings.
Look, when people start something like that, you got to support no matter what, man. No, if he got 2 subscribers, you got to support.
I'm supporting.
So that, man.
But
man,
there's got to be a statute of limitations too. Although I'll defend it in court. I'm fine with this. This was 15 years ago, 16, something like that.
I'm gonna have to go with John on this.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to go with John.
You guys are pigs.
Thank you very much.
Man. I think you should have supported him from the beginning.
He called the woman a rhino. He called the woman a rhino.
Not to be fair,
you know what?
And by she was wrong. I mean, she was wrong too.
If anyone should be mad at me for calling that woman a rhino that catfished me, it should be PETA because that's an insult to the rhino.
Okay. And by the way, texters are saying, well, he paid the bill. No.
No, I paid my own bill.
He paid his bill.
Yeah.
Like, that's slime ball,
I mean, man, all the stuff she was ordering.
I got to appeal this ruling.
Kidding me? I didn't even know they had 20-piece meals. Yeah. Coming up next, A new texting gets investigated by the fans, and let's put a bow on the end of week 1 of free agency next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I said before when we're looking at free agency that they need to add a player that is a proven Pro Bowl level player. They now have one in Danielle Hunter. Big move from Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan.
Yeah, this is big, man. I mean, this guy can flat-ass get after the quarterback.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelry.
Rome with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Yo, Cowboy fan. Rough week much? Yes, I know. I know a lot of you think that I'm some big hater, but nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, I love your Dallas Cowboys. Deep down, the Dallas Cowboys are one of my favorite things in the world because I am all about team content. I'm Jim Rome.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped
these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
And Daniil Hunter, I felt like he was getting investigated yesterday. Listen to these questions. The guy comes and watches the Houston Texans, and he gets set up to where, man, any misspoken word, we could be talking about the Texans getting investigated for tampering. Here are the feds asking Daniil Hunter how he got his tickets, who he spoke with. Goodness gracious, man. You need some water?
Well, in regards to the building, did you enjoy the environment? Did you interact with any of the Texans players or any of the Texans coaching staff or anything like that after the game, especially seeing the that you saw that? It was very positive.
I wasn't able to do that because I left early because of the traffic. So, yeah.
Ride ticket regularly, you didn't get a hookup or sideline passing up?
So my agency got me a ticket. So we were able to figure something out. Got me a ticket. But I liked what I saw. I mean, good energy.
Yeah, I couldn't do that because, it's illegal. It's against the rules.
Who gave you the tickets? Who gave you the hookup?
Look, by the way, you should be telling me thank you.
For what?
Thank you.
For what?
Just say it.
Thanks. For what?
You're getting a lot of subscribers just because I did. Because I've been talking about it.
Oh, well, thanks, man.
Yeah. Yeah. You need to rescind that slime ball.
Nah, ain't happening.
I'm making you bread, man.
Oh.
I am.
So, speaking of bread, Texans have been spending bread. Some people say at times that they've been saving too much bread. They've been making trades. Let's see that were leading up to the conclusion, and these are the final words of the first week of free agency. So on Monday, very quiet day.
Mm-hmm.
We were excited. 3 hours in, only move that they'd made was Lonnie Johnson. It was almost like a cruel joke. They ended up getting Shire, but a relatively quiet day for the Houston Texans on day one. No Saquon Barkley. And I think that one was... There was some panic among the fan base.
There was nothing on day one, right?
Yeah, not much.
Yeah.
But there was Shire, really was like the main one.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, it was a pretty quiet day. And I would say a lot of the fan base was a little bit anxious.
They had opinions.
Anxious.
Mm-hmm.
I was upset that they didn't get the running back. And that would summarize day one. Day two.
Back up.
Joe Mixon, traded for. Daniil Hunter, signed. Danico Autry, somewhere between one and two. Day one, actually, Autry. And that was where it became, okay, Nick's making some moves. Nick knows what he's doing. Nick's staying true to himself.
Yeah.
So day two kind of canceled out day one.
Big time. Like all of a sudden, the pendulum is swinging all the way to the other side.
Day three, relatively quiet, Wednesday. But you had a big move in the division where the Jacksonville Jaguars, we assumed at 301, they're going to sign Calvin Ridley. The Tennessee Titans come in and they swoop away Calvin Ridley, pay a little bit too much, and we're kind of laughing at the Tennessee Titans at that point.
Yeah.
What the hell are you guys doing?
What are they doing?
You guys are a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Then we go to day four. Eric Armstead. The Texans make a trade. They trade for Malik Collins. Or they trade Malik Collins to San Francisco.
The buzz is palpable.
Everybody's thinking, or a lot of people are thinking, perhaps Eric Armstead's coming to the Texans. He ends up signing with the Jags. Seems like there was a dose, maybe like a small dose, medium dose of confusion as to, okay, so you traded Malik Collins, you didn't get anything for him. What the hell are you doing? How are we going to get a defensive tackle? Or are we going to draft one in the first round? So that one was a little bit more of kind of like the move that you originally thought was just going to make the Titans a laughingstock. It kind of gave the Jags a guy that you wanted.
So you're conflicted.
And you have the trade and all that.
Yeah.
And then this morning we woke up, and this was perhaps the most surprising. I was at my crack dealer's house.
McDonald's
sodas. McDonald's sodas are like crack. It's in the drive-thru. And we have a trade. The Houston Texans trade out of the first round. They get a second-round pick now. They move up 40-ish slots in the late rounds, and then they get a second-round pick next year. And that leads to even more questions. How would you summarize if you had to put a headline up, and you're pretty good at this, you got some experience in doing so. Like if you were writing a column on Sunday and the assignment to you was, J-Lo, I need you to summarize the Texans week. What's the headline going to read?
I'm thinking. It has to do something with up and down, up and down, up and down.
Roller coaster?
I want to go with rum and Coke. Texans have a rum and Coke week. They don't know if they're
Why
up.
do you act like rum is going to put you on your butt?
No, it's not like getting you drunk. It's a downer. Rum is a...
rum is a downer?
Yeah, like some alcohols are stimulants and some are kind of like downers.
I don't feel like rum's a downer. I feel
rum is
like if you're sipping rum, you're having a damn good time, damn good active time.
No. Rum, like chemically, rum is more of a downer. And so that's why I said it's kind of like a rum and Coke. You don't know if you're up and down or down.
Chemically, huh?
Chemically.
Yeah. Well, we got just the right expert for this one.
We got the right guy walking into the room for this
I will let him be the authoritative voice on this.
Now, tequila is an upper.
It can be.
Yeah.
Tequila. It can knock you on that ass very, very nicely,
No,
too.
no, I'm not talking about the effects in terms of, like, being drunk.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the effects of the alcohol. Rum is more of a downer, and tequila is more of an upper. And that's just how it's always been.
Is this accurate, Clint?
Yeah.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
I don't know rum. I don't know rum, but I have heard and tell you it's not from a source that I'd like to repeat on the radio typically. But what I've heard is that tequila is a bit of an upper, and in some way, shape, or form, it's good for your hair.
Really?
It's good for your skin.
I believe that.
Now we're not talking about the alcohol in it. Now we're talking about
the chemical,
the agave that it's made out of.
Yeah, I shouldn't say chemicals. But.
So it's supposedly somehow is believed to speed up your metabolism a bit, which I tend to move a little quicker. At least I feel like I'm moving a little quicker when I'm on that tequila. But man, I've heard some of that, but I was an easy convince. I read it in an article and I became a tequila guy.
I'm in.
I was on an airplane and it was stuck in the back. I don't remember if it was United or.
Oh, you remember the first time you started hitting that tequila?
Yeah, it was right before, like right as it started getting this, where it was all of a sudden the cool drink to have,
kind of
the
higher
cool alcohol to
and,
go after. You know, well, I mean, it's nationally, I think it got more popular among the clubs and the bars and all that. And when that happened, I was reading up. I said, man, what is this craze? So I read up on it and I was like, hey,
yeah.
I mean, if I'm as much as I drink, I might as well drink something that's good for my hair and good for my skin. So here we are, boys.
Yeah.
Is this is random? I don't know. Maybe y'all know this. Is Ciroc vodka still around? Or is it
still out?
Yeah.
That's Diddy stuff, ain't it?
Yeah,
or
that's
was.
the reason I'm asking is because is it on discount because of Diddy? Is it hit a brand? Like, can I go get like can I go to the liquor store here and get it on like the bargain?
I would imagine it's a little cheaper.
Can I buy low? Can I buy low on Ciroc?
Yeah, you probably can.
I imagine you can get a boatload now especially for what it used to cost when that stuff first came out.
Yeah,
used to get you.
Hey man, I'm gonna tell you, man, on that Grey Goose was mine.
Yeah, Grey Goose.
I like Grey Goose.
When I was
in Dallas, like you were special.
Hey man,
yeah.
Hey, locked up. When I was in Dallas,
Did you get
man,
the big
one? I didn't know. I'm talking about when we hit them old swanky joints.
Oh yeah.
I give them Goose and Bulls. I thought it's cool as hell, boy.
That's an up and an up. That's an up and an up.
Let me get one. I couldn't just walk up like a normal human being and say, "Yeah, let me get Red Bull vodka." It's like, all right, let me get one.
You know, the word on the street is that Pinnacle's actually Grey Goose. Like it's the exact same. Like if you go to a bar and the well is Pinnacle, get it. But don't get it any other time. Like you probably want to go Tito's, but Pinnacle is like most pure wealth.
That makes sense.
It's distilled the same amount too, same distributor, everything. It's just marketing.
It makes sense,
but McCormick, stay away from that.
Hey, it makes sense because that's the only, like, the vodka drinkers in my world are pretty heavy. Well, the drinkers in general are pretty heavy drinkers in my world, but the vodka drinkers, that's the only thing that I ever see anybody drinking out of a plastic jug.
Yes. Yeah. Pinnacle is actually a very, very nice bargain.
You want another little tidbit of alcohol trivia?
What's that?
Crown is actually closer to vodka than bourbon. They put food. It's actually clear when it comes out.
It tastes better. I know that.
Really?
Yeah, it's clear. It's a clear liquor. They put food coloring.
Lighten it up, huh?
Yeah.
Boy, the damn Canadians got us.
They got us.
They got us. Hey, I was on that Crown, that dirty water until I started forgetting what I did that night. I was on that Crown.
Have you ever drank with Bajani?
No, I never.
He throws him down.
Drank with Johnny.
He throws him down.
At Kirby Ice House when we had a little gathering.
Yeah, but that was T Mill and everybody else. We were just all trying to.
I shut it down at your house one night.
Yeah. No, Bajani gets down.
Lopez had to kick you out of the crib at 2 a.m. one night.
Hell no.
Drank 2 bottles of Lopez's wine before.
Yeah, that was fun. Actually, that was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. Boys.
I was wondering why I didn't get an invite on this year's Christmas
Let me ask
party.
anybody in the room: have any of y'all ever gone drinking with T Mill?
Oh, God.
If you have, you've had a good time.
Lord.
Hey, I think, look, if you hadn't gone drinking with T Mill, then it's safe to assume he doesn't like you.
Yeah. The real question, has anyone gone drinking with T Mill twice? You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
Oh, this is great. All right, man.
Landry knows it's a damn good time with me.
Hey, we always have a good time with these boys, but we were up against it today. But that Justin Timberlake, boy, them Justin Timberlake takes had me hot in that car, boy.
They had Timberlake takes?
How in the hell does Lock Dog not like Justin Timberlake?
They talked about Timberlake, and he said he doesn't like him?
Oh, yeah. What do you say, Lopez? Well, he doesn't really like anybody or anything. Does he?
Well, movies, music, stuff like that's pretty trash.
Look, I'm not going to get personal about it. All the takes, Lock Dog, get in here. You don't like Justin Timberlake?
How?
I do. I just don't have interest in listening to him now.
Hey, take that Justin Timberlake to the house right now and go ahead and get number 2 in the oven. Put on that Timberlake and lay down next to Holly and get number 2 in the oven, baby.
I've seen him in concert. I like Justin Timberlake. I just don't have any interest now.
Come on, man. I listened to 3 songs on that new album on the way in, Lock Dog. I went straight from Justin Timberlake to ITL on the way in today, man. Give it a listen now. Timberlake's got that. Woo! I'm gonna tell you, dude's talented.
I love it, man.
Dude's talented, man.
If I had to say I had a man crush, it'd probably be Timberlake.
Hey, Timberlake. I mean, when you look, here's the deal with Timberlake. You gotta. He is. There ain't. I'm gonna tell you what. Timberlakes don't come in white very often. I'll put it to you like that. I mean, he can exist.
You know what?
Facts.
He don't come in white very often.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Whether we're talking about the singing, the dancing, the swag, the confidence, like that, that's just a different level.
That's what the whites used to do.
Yes. I mean, I'm just telling you what Timberlake can do. I mean, and don't minimize or discredit the overall talent. I mean, he ain't Mike Jackson, he ain't Prince, he ain't them all-time great performers. But when you're talking about the music, the voice, the effort and energy put into a performance, Timberlake's one of the best.
Dude is special.
I mean, but you have.
And
obviously,
he
you went and saw him.
He showed us all Janet.
You went and saw him. Like, I'm not riding around in my car jamming Justin Timberlake because, 1, I'm not a girl, but then 2, it's like I haven't seen him in concert to appreciate
I've never seen Justin Timberlake in concert on TV. I would pay big money. He's one of very few artists right now, especially really outside the country realm for sure. Mm-hmm. But he's one of very few artists that are alive today that I would pay to go see and pay good money to go see.
100%.
I would pay extra money to sit close to the stage for a Justin Timberlake, and I'm a very happily married man.
I'm with you.
Me and Landry don't typically agree on much, but I would agree with him on the Justin Timberlake
thing. And here's the deal: if you've never driven down the road in the car by yourself or with some co-eds, and at a volume 10, listen to Justin Timberlake. You short yourself
with co-eds. I'm 41. That probably happened 20 years ago, but not now. It's beyond a certain age. There's just certain things you don't do and don't listen to.
No,
you move on. And that's kind of like where I'm at.
No, I disagree.
I have different taste in music.
Hey, go get your babysitter tonight. Get your lady. It's Friday night. Ease around that north side up there with that new Timberlake album banging and see what happens. I'm just going to tell you, man. I mean, I've only heard a few of the songs. I'm going to tell you, they're in the right spot. All right.
We've all been there where you do certain things to make certain things happen, but you don't necessarily enjoy that thing.
No, I got pulled over late one night.
I'll invest in that.
I got pulled over late one night blaring Justin Timberlake, and it was a noise ordinance. So look, I was by myself in the car, by the way. I had me a brand new Cadillac Escalade back in the day. I was rolling that thing. Hey, and Timberlake. Well, I can't remember. Every time I hear the song, I think, boy, that a great night got rough that night. But
anyway, real cool. Clint, you're right. Timberlake showed us Janet. I'm forever grateful.
There you go.
He did pull her
Tip my cap to that one. Yeah.
Hey man, that dude can go. Now, I've never ran into a woman, by the way, in my married life or in my single life, and had them go, forget about Justin. Every one of them.
Hey,
stop and stare every single time.
Oh yeah. Hey, look at me. You looking at me? JT's wifey now.
I was looking at this earlier. Is it Jessica?
Jessica Biel,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
Oh,
she's strong. She's strong, and she goes hard in the paint. No question about it. I mean, why would you? It's Justin Timberlake. Hell, you knew he was going to have him a dime piece. Today's show, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we brought you Bun B, Houston rap legend, H-Town entrepreneur, one half of UGK. Kept him a little late. I still hadn't got my I imagine I'm going to get my detention slip from the boss when he gets back in town for that one. I kept him a little late.
That's on me. That's on me, Park.
Hey, I can no longer give Ron hell about pushing the break. I think we went about 10 over on that one yesterday. But anyway, we brought Bun B to you yesterday. Today, it's Roger Clemens. Roger Clemens, the Rocket. H-Town legend, obviously MLB legend. Roger Clemens, he joins the show at 3:40 today. 3:40 today, Roger Clemens. And we do have, which we're going to jump into in the second segment, the Astros. We do have a little bit of news on the Astros front. News, hearsay, reports. I think it's pretty.
It's a tease is what it is.
It's pretty valid. We got some pretty information, let's put it that way, on the Astros. So Roger couldn't join us at a better time, if we're being completely honest. Fellas, we got a little movement on the Texans front. Was that the last night or was it this morning?
This morning.
It popped this morning.
Yeah.
I
woke up to it. I know that.
So did I. So I didn't know if it happened last night when I was toes up, or nowadays I go to bed so damn early with these kiddos. I don't know if I was toes up or if it happened this morning sometime. But nonetheless, the Texans. I mean, here's the deal with the Houston Texans. We getting a lot of love nationally, getting a lot of love for the free agent class that they brought in, and I do like the pieces that they've added. But boy, there's a void there that we just didn't expect to see at the interior defensive line position. That is, look, there's not much that could make me like really uncomfortable, given how much I like or believe in the roster that was still Texans that weren't free agents. Yeah. And I like and I believe in D'Amico Ryans and Nick. I didn't think there was anything that was going to make me like, man, what the hell are they going to do? Mm-hmm. Like, I would like for them to have gotten a really good running back, but I figured they would get it. There were so many available. You don't get a good one. I'd like to see them go get a receiver, but it's not one of those like, man, you just absolutely have to or you can't compete. I'd like to see them do something on the interior offensive line with that center guard position. That's a problem, but you got some answers there.
Yeah.
Defensively, I think you need another corner. I'd like to see you add a safety. Obviously, there was linebacker issue. Even you needed a defensive end. I didn't ever think, Sean, we'd be sitting here, man, and there wouldn't be a starting defensive tackle on the roster.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I got hot about this yesterday during the course of our conversation, and I still couldn't come off of it. After the show yesterday, I was talking to B. Scott, who had about an hour to prepare, who's sitting in for me on my show.
Right.
But he said what we basically talked about for 4 hours yesterday in a different way that really made me even that much more uncomfortable.
Articulated a little better than you boy over here did.
And well, consider it this way. This might piss you off a little bit more, or maybe make you scratch your head a little bit more, if that's even possible. But you created a hole that you didn't need to, that didn't exist at the end of the season. If you had one thing you could hang your hat on, you knew that you You could do it with Malik Collins.
Yeah.
He was here. He was signed. There wasn't no negotiation, conversation needed to be had. He was here. And so you created a massive void for what? For what reason in particular? I just wonder now, and we're all going to be left wondering, we'll never really maybe know the answer to these questions, but does this trade with the Minnesota Vikings go down this morning if not for the Texans striking out on Eric Armstead, striking out on Sheldon Rankins, not making an offer to Armstead in free agency, not looking or blinking twice at DJ Reader, or any of these other top-level defensive tackles, and anything else that happened without that? And to what degree was that negligible on behalf of Nick Caserio? But I asked this question to B. Scott, and this is really something we're not going to know the answer to until we do, and maybe we never do. Where's D'Amico in all of this? Because it's not just Caserio running this show. You don't pick up the phone and offer to make a trade unless D'Amico's good with it. That was his main priority, is to strengthen that defensive front. And you're not making a call to trade a guy unless D'Amico's cool with it. So I wonder where D'Amico stands in all of this, and if he's as calm, cool, collected as other people seem to be around here.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, look, I mean, Nick and D'Amico are always going to put on the front of, "Hey, man, no worries, man. It's a fluid situation." But here's the deal: all of that we just discussed about that interior defensive line position. Clearly, you heard it in Sean's voice. It's a big ass deal. The thought is well, you mess around. T.R. Tart still out there. Who was the other defensive lineman that's still out there? I think he was in Atlanta last year. The big guy that I mentioned yesterday, older, 37 years old.
Calais Campbell.
A couple of guys still out there that I think are still definitely would be starters here, but you still need more. And the thought was that 23rd overall pick that the Texans have in the first round of the draft would be something that you could use on an interior defensive lineman if somebody slid. You could use that, package it up with something else, maybe move up in the first round and get one of those defensive tackles that slid into the late teens. Well, when the Texans have traded their 23rd overall pick to the Minnesota Vikings. And here's how it went down. Minnesota Vikings, they get the number 23 overall pick this year and the number 232 pick this year.
7th rounder. That's the one the Texans got from Frisco for Collins.
The Texans get number 42, 2nd rounder this year. Number 188, what round is that, Sean?
That's
you got
6th.
6th round. And then a 2nd rounder in 2025, which I guess a caveat there is a lot of folks believe that Minnesota's going to be starting a rookie quarterback. They could struggle, so that 2nd rounder in 2025 could be a late 30-something pick, which would be 35, 36, 38, somewhere in there, maybe, possibly. I don't believe it, but that could be the case. So the Texans trade away this year's number 23 overall pick. And so I think the next question is, what options are left? I mean, we talked about it yesterday. There's some luxuries that I think the Texans would like to have. There's some security blankets that I think the Texans would like to have. Build some depth at positions, create some competition to see who can start at some positions. And then there's just flat-ass needs. Like you can't go into the NFL season as a team that won 10 ball games last year, went to the 2nd round of the playoffs, and the expectations are you to take that next step with no, impact, big boy, game-changing,
proven
defensive tackles. The number 23 overall pick is gone. The pick of the litter in terms of free agency, veteran free agency, appears to be gone. And now, hey, we're going to make a trade. We're going to have to make a trade. Or I heard I can't remember who, somebody I was watching this morning on TV talking about, the June cuts. I guess the first wave of cuts that come in the NFL. And I guess you got lucky with the Mixon deal, really. I mean, it kind of fell in your lap, I think, with the Texans.
Yeah,
so
lucky.
maybe that could happen with a defensive tackle. Seems like that's an iffy way to live at such an important position.
Lucky, but then, the Texans turn right around after you swing that deal with Mixon and you extend him. You give him a 3-year deal. You didn't have to do that. So I do wonder where Mixon was in the grand scheme of things after you strike out on Barkley, because in no way, shape, or form, correct me if I'm wrong, but did I read or hear that the Texans were ever in conversation or had interest in anybody else like a Josh Jacobs or an Aaron Jones or a Swift, in any one of those guys? I think the only guy that we heard that the Texans might have mutual interest in is retaining Devin Singletary. And we know what happened there. So lucky, I don't know. That's subjective. We'll see. Here's how it stands right now as far as the Houston Texans go going into this draft after this trade this morning with the Minnesota Vikings. They've got 9 picks coming up inside of the next month when the draft starts, April 25th, I believe. 9 picks. So you got 2 in the second round, 1 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the sixth, and you have 3 seventh-round picks still. You also get that extra second rounder in 2025. Is this a deal in which the Texans are going to compile draft picks to maybe trade back up a little bit higher in the first round and go get that interior defensive lineman? Are they going to still address that on the open market? Are they going to do something with a wide receiver a little bit higher up? I mean, at least it gives them flexibility. I don't think even Nick Caserio or DeMeco Ryans knows what they're particularly going to do in the draft right now. It'd be impossible. I mean, your first pick right now is in the second round. So it's just creating flexibility at this point in time while still having money and a lot of it to make necessary additions on both the defense and offensive side.
Right. Well, we'll see how it all unfolds. I mean, I don't want to try to overthink what Nick is or isn't thinking or what DeMeco is or isn't thinking, but boy, it especially with Nick. I mean, Nick obviously he's a mover and a shaker around with these draft picks, and who knows what could come next. But it's getting more and more interesting because I've got there's a feeling with the Houston Texans that I didn't have a week ago that I now have on the negative front, a concern, a worry that I didn't think was even possible that we'd be here, and we're here right now. Now the good thing is this, boys. With that trade, the Texans have the number 42 overall pick this year. And so I did a little digging on a couple of mock drafts. I use ESPN because I got an ESPN account, and I found me a mock draft. And that 42-43 range, there's a player that sticks out that I really like. I liked the guy before, but I really like this guy. Xavier Leggett, he's a wide receiver out of South Carolina. 6'3", 230 pounds. He ran a 4.39 40 and had a 40-inch vert at the combine. Put up some big numbers, 70-something catches, 1,200 yards this year at South Carolina. And those are big numbers with anybody, but when you do it with a team that isn't necessarily winning a lot, and you do it with a team that seems to be somewhat dysfunctional, it's even more impressive. Mm-hmm. So I've liked the guy all along. And then I see he's sitting at 42, 43 in the mock draft. So I'm like, I like this guy. And then Tyler sends me this audio. Tyler sends me a little audio. Tyler, I don't give a damn which one you play first. I know we got 2 cuts of Leggett, or do we have one? You just got the one? Okay, yeah. Got you. Okay, well, this old boy here is he was pretty high on my radar. Yep, this is who I need the Texans to go get at 42.
Man, I'll be right down the road. It'll be a little easier for my family to come watch me play, so that'll be great. That's just them telling me that they want me on their team, man. A lot of coaches came and hollered at me before and after this process here, man. A lot of them, man, they say they got a buzz in their facility for me, man.
Bubba!
Hey, come on now.
Bubba!
Come on now. Hey, T, I got a little more where that came from. I heard a cut on Payne and Pendergast. I believe it was Payne and Pendergast this morning. He's talking about going and getting a deep ball.
Hey, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
God, it's good, man.
On a good day, you catch over him.
Hey, I'm telling you, it's good, man. Not only is this sucker 6'3", 230, and goes 4.39 and a 40-inch vert, but he ain't scared. One, he sounds like that, which is absolutely great. Number 2. He ain't scared to tell you. I just go get the ball. I go get touchdowns. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. This is where I want the Texans to go. If you're going to drop down that second round, get C.J. Stroud another weapon, and I've made it loud and clear. If you're going to go get him another weapon, I want it to be a big-bodied, 50-50 ball-catching wide receiver, and it don't hurt that he's a 4.39, so he can take the top off the defense.
He's not that 6'4", 6'5" guy, but 6'1", 220, fast, athletic,
6'3",
big.
230, Chief.
Is he 6'3"?
6'3", 230.
I thought I saw 6'1". I can get down with 6'3". Give me that 6'3".
Yeah, he's big bodied, man. I mean, it's and then when he goes like that, you know he's gonna go hard and don't care too much. It was so beautiful.
And give me a little Boonhauer and Bubba in there, man. I can get down with that. I know you can.
You can catch over 100 pounds of shrimp.
Cold boil shrimp.
Boy, that was a good call.
Shrimp,
I did not go there right away, but that is a good call.
First thing I heard. It doesn't help that I watched like Forrest Gump for the billionth time again last week.
All right, Astros fans, we got a little breaking news, man. We're going to talk to you a little bit about these Astros next. Anyway, there's an article out there in the Athletic that is sexy if you're an Astros fan, and we just got a little breaking news that may make it more real. We'll let Tyler break that thing on the backside of this break right here. Before we get there, I got to tell you about generators. I want to talk about tech.
in the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Stay active this year with the Odyssey app. Whether you're at the gym, on the field, or walking around the block, find your favorite workout mix on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Little breaking news. What do you got, Tyler?
First hour breaking news, and it has to do with the Astros here. This is coming from Chandler Rome. It's not good news. Astros pitcher Jose Urquidy, he pulled himself from his minor league game after only 43 pitches with right elbow pain, per manager Joe Espada. Urquidy is being seen by team trainers. We'll see what kind of details we get, but not great news if you're an Astros fan, man.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there. I mean, the current starting pitching situation. Let's look at it from the worst side. Worst angle, I guess, here. Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers Jr. are out until after the All-Star break. JV's out at least the first 15 days. Framber and Javier, the wheels came off late last year down the stretch. And now Jose Urquidy pulls himself, that guy right there, pulls himself from a minor league start after 43 pitches. Some kind of elbow injury. They're looking into it to obviously figure out what's wrong, but
add this to the mix. Justin Verlander starting the season on the IL, and JP France is making his first spring start tomorrow, and he started the spring with inflammation in his shoulder. So you're still waiting on things to go really well for JP France to feel even good about him being one of the 6 men to start the season as a 6-man rotation. You were counting on Jose Urquidy to be one of those guys. Valdez, Javier, Brown, France, Urquidy, and then a combination of Bielak or Blanco to be that 6th guy in the rotation to start. That's what you're looking at right now, minus Jose Urquidy as it stands, and potentially there is a little bit of potential. You don't know what it's going to be like tomorrow for France on the mound, but he may not be ready.
Yeah, so it's even worse than we thought. While the Astros clearly have a surplus of starters if and when they're healthy, they're having a hard time keeping these fellas healthy. Now here's Jose Urquidy news broke. There was already I would say a mild concern of how the Astros were going to navigate the season with everything we just outlined. Mm-hmm. There was already a concern of Father Time with Justin Verlander. As I mentioned, the wheels coming off in the second half of the season with Christian Javier and Framber Valdez. The injuries piling up, obviously. So much so that the Astros, reportedly, according to The Athletic, the Astros are engaged with free agent starting pitcher Blake Snell, who was a National League Cy Young winner last year, 32 starts, Major League Baseball low 2.25 ERA. Obviously a guy that, boy, you get him into this rotation right here, it completely changes the game for the Astros immediately, but in a big way down the stretch as guys start to get healthy. Now all of a sudden you've got bullpen options in that middle relief role that is strained right now. Blake Snell, though, that's one that I know the Astros have flirted with him and Josh Hader last year. Couldn't get anything done. They get Hader done this year, and now they're flirting with Blake Snell reportedly. Here's Dana Brown on the Blake Snell situation. As I've said multiple times, we always have our foot on the gas when it comes to winning and acquiring pitching, which, thank you, Dana Brown. I love that, hearing that from you. He said that Thursday night, and he said as long as Snell is on the check-in to ask what is the latest. Nothing new as of now. This would have been a big move for the Astros before the Jose Urquidy injury. assuming this injury is going to put him out for some time, I would imagine that probably motivates the Astros a little bit more to get something done here, Sean.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was thinking. And I put it like this. In life, sometimes things happen that force you to make certain decisions. We've all been through that at some point in time. Usually it tends to be a car, right? I just went through that this last year where, you're driving a hoopty around and things keep going wrong with it, and you just try to pour money into it, keep it alive. If it's new tires, a new radiator, new water pump, whatever the case may be. Sometimes, you know what? It's trying to tell you, I'm done. You got to go get a new ride, my man. This might be one of those situations where the Astros are hemming and hawing. Jim Crane has already been on the record that, you know what? Blake Snell, I'd love to have that guy. Dana Brown, yep, Snell, anytime he's on the market, we're looking, we're checking, we're seeing. Well, there was already trepidation about this rotation going into the season. You felt a little bit better about it in recent weeks because Fromber's looking good. Javier's 15 pounds down. There's a tick up on his fastball. Hunter Brown's coming off of a really good spring start again. So things are starting to trend in the right direction, but you need dudes. And you thought Jose Urquidy was going to be a guy to plug a significant hole for him because you're going to play 38 games in your first 40 days. This is a sign, potentially, for the Astros to go ahead and pull that damn trigger. And that trigger is not going to come, in my opinion, via a long-term contract, but rather something that Scott Boris's clients in recent weeks have done where they're bridge-type deals, where like Matt Chapman signs a bridge contract for the Giants. Who's it that just signed a bridge contract with the Cubs? Cody Bellinger. Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery, both Scott Boras clients, in my opinion, I think have a really good shot at getting a bridge kind of a deal. And this makes maybe the most sense for the Astros to do something like that with either one of these guys. Cross your fingers. Hopefully it's Snell. Just given the injury situation now, but then the what-if factor of Justin Verlander, who's 41, he has to reach an inning threshold this season, Clint, of 140.
Yep.
That's a big if, too, considering the way things are currently going with him.
Yeah, look, man, I don't they were interested in Blake Snell before this injury with Jose Urquidy, which I absolutely love. If the Jose Urquidy thing may make the squad a little bit more aggressive, the opening day being so we're inside 2 weeks now.
Inside 2 weeks, March 28th.
Opening day, you got to think that Scott Boras and Blake Snell. I mean, assuming they want to be a part of an organization, you got to believe that closer we get to that, the more likely they get to maybe giving a little bit. But boy, you add Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery to the top of this rotation, man. Just hold on to your boots until guys get healthy, and then it's going to be absolutely lights out.
When guys get healthy, and if they're healthy, they come back and they perform, and they prove that they can sustain.
Yeah.
Looking at you, Luis Garcia, looking at you, Lance McCullers, that gives the Astros options.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were talking about this before, Sean. Like it's for me, it's one of those where, you have options. You have like all kinds of options. I mean, you can go 5-man rotation, 6-man rotation. You can move dudes to that middle relief role where you're a little bit strained or a little bit concerned at when guys are healthy. And I'll be honest with you, I said this with Robert Flores, and he kind of warned us of this last time he was on. He looked at it through the glass half empty in terms of what could happen in a negative light. And I can't help but look at this from a positive light. I mean, it would take with or without Blake Snell. I mean, it would take multiple guys either getting injured like Urquidy or staying injured like Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers, plus Father Time jumping on Verlander, plus the wheels continuing to come off on Framber Valdez and Christian Javier. Like, it would take so much bad to go wrong in Houston for this not to be a really competitive team, and I'm talking about on a World Series level, right? And I understand there's a lot of injuries right now, so maybe those things will happen. But, boy, I just can't help a little bit of luck of guys getting healthy. And guys just pitching. Like, if Christian Javier just gives us what he's capable of, if Framber Valdez just somehow rights the ship and doesn't have the wheels come off in the second half, the Astros are going to be fine. Big ifs, because now you got half the damn starting rotation hurt. But we'll see. Now, speaking of new Texans on the other across town here with the Houston Texans, new Texans defensive end Danielle Hunter. He wore 99 in Minnesota. We talked about it for 2 days here about should he or shouldn't he wear number J.J. Watt, number 99 here in Houston. Well, he answered that question, and I'm going to be honest with you. I think he did a hell of a job. And somebody out there in that meeting, don't know who it is. Somebody seems like they're trying to get Danielle Hunter and them Texans in a little bit of trouble. We gotta hash this thing out. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
We don't like that.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
If you had to grade this free agency process for the Texans over the course of the last 4 days, how are we feeling?
If we're already saying they're better now than they were a year ago, does that constitute an A?
I think so.
I mean, that feels like a lot of winning.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Clint Stoerner here for Lewis, Flory, and Ability Tree Experts. Look, spring is here. It's time to flex your curb appeal, baby. If you have big, beautiful trees on your property, yeah, you got a leg up, but you got to make sure you're taking care of them. Check this out. Texas weather, it's been wild lately. Let's make it simple. Your big, beautiful, valuable trees, they've been through hell. You need to address any and all have occurred, and it's no better time than now to make it happen. Call Lewis Flory over to Ability Tree Experts. They are the experts. They have the best products on the market. They have 45 plus years in the tree care business right here in and around our beautiful city of Houston. Lewis, he'll come out, inspect your trees, give you a report, give you a plan of attack, whether it's basic trimming and pruning, disease and insect control, or a deep root feeding. Ability Trees is your one-stop shop for the best tree care business available. 281-441-4179. That's 281-441-4179. Or you can always check them out online at abilitytrees.com. Lewis Flory, Ability Tree Experts, Houston's leading tree care professional.
We're the Hellsberg Wedding Band, and whoa, look at that ring. Boy, is she fancy dancing with that ring. Everybody checking her dancing with that ring. Disco ball on a finger, dancing with that ring. Honestly, nobody's dancing because they're just staring at that ring. Ha! For a great selection of high-quality natural and lab-grown diamonds and custom rings at a great price, visit a Hellsberg near you or Hellsberg.com and she'll be dancing with that ring. Ha!
What's good, Houston? Clint Stoerner here. Check this out. Have you ever found yourself in an Uber or Lyft and suddenly, bam, out of nowhere, you get hit? If that's you, pick up the phone, call Mokaram Law Firm at 281-222-2222. Whatever you do, don't wait. Rideshare accidents happen, and when they do, they're more than just a bad day. It ruins your week. Hell, sometimes it ruins your month. But remember, whether you were catching a ride or behind the wheel, you got rights, and Mokaram Law can help you. In fact, when it comes to rideshare accidents, there's one name I trust, and that's Mokaram Law Firm. They've earned the stripes, folks. They've Erston's rideshare attorneys. These guys don't just talk the talk, man. They walk the walk when they take on these massive insurance companies. And the best part, they're fighting for everyday folks just like you and just like me. Don't get lost in all the insurance jargon and paperwork. Don't be intimidated by attorneys representing those big insurance companies. Just give Mokaram Law a call, 281-222-2222. It's a free chat. They got you back. If they don't win, you don't pay. It's simple as that. In a rideshare accident, call rideshare attorneys at Mokaram Law, 281-222-2222.
LoneStarChevrolet.com. Log on and get the low Lone Star Chevy price on over 600 brand new Chevys and find out why we're Houston's favorite Chevy dealer. LoneStarChevrolet.com or visit the legendary Lone Star Chevrolet, 290 at Eldridge. Chevy, together let's drive.
You're all set with your new Navien water heater.
I can't wait to take a shower without running out of hot water. I'm just going to love my Navien tankless water heater. I just want to say
Oh, no need to say that, ma'am. You'll always love Navien's high efficiency that will save you money on gas.
They're in Cypress, 713-913-5285.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ryan Hughley's out. Sean Bajani is in. We've already had a little breaking news on the show today, y'all, and it's not good news. Houston Astros pitcher Jose Urquidy walked off the mound after throwing 43 pitches in a minor league game today with an elbow injury. He was expected to throw 60 pitches. He's being evaluated by doctors as we speak or in the near future. The Astros rotation was already down several starters, and Jose Urquidy was at the very least expected to be one of those starters in the middle of that rotation and chew up some innings. Really for the entire year, if we're being honest. He's not a guy that I think would have been bumped. He's a guy that would have given you a chance to go, even if everybody's healthy, gives you a chance to go with a six-man rotation if you want. So he was going to chew up some innings for the Astros any way you slice it, regardless of what slot he was in. Jose Urquidy, elbow injury. He'll be further evaluated. We'll keep you posted if we hear anything. We told you yesterday during our show, actually, I think it was right as we went on air, the new Texans, they had a press conference. They met with the media. Texans defensive end Danielle Hunter and Texans running back Joe Mixon. And we've had a little time to tear into some things here overnight with Danielle Hunter. And I think the big question out there, I knew when we talked about it yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, Sean, that this was going to be something that at least the fan base cared about. Last fan we heard from was Bun B, and Bun B said, "Hey, man, ain't nobody else should wear that 99.
Said he was going to bring us Trill burgers, too.
Yeah, good point. That's okay. That's okay.
He even gave you a timeline, like before the show today, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
or was it at the time
he was specific?
He said, "What time do you go on air? 2:00." He said, "You will have Trill burger before you go on air tomorrow." So
I didn't mean to get sidetracked, but Bun, that okay. Sucks, bro.
Look.
That just means your ass should have swung by and got you a burger.
Well, no, there's a plan. There's a plan, boys. There's a plan that needs to be executed, and this just adds to it. I mean, everybody keep your ears and your eyes on. Sports Radio 610 may be invading Trill Burgers in the future. So keep your eyes and ears on, and we'll see what happens. But Danielle Hunter, ward number 99 in Minnesota, and he signs with Houston. Great sign, great get. D'Amico and Nick tip the cap. You get the best edge rusher available in this year's free agent market. And he's a Houston Texan. Much needed when you let Jonathan Grenard walk, which, by the way, did y'all see Jonathan Grenard say he don't even think that there was an offer given to him from the Houston Texans?
I did not see that.
I saw that. I read that today. Like, he didn't even think there was. He was very, very quiet on the Texans front. Not sure if there was ever even an offer made from the Texans. So, clearly, they were going in this direction right here with Danielle Hunter.
He's sure. And if he ain't sure, he's sure.
Yeah, he wouldn't even have brought that up, right? Well, the question was, is Danielle Hunter wear 99? Should anybody in Houston wear 99? Even if it is a guy that's signed and makes a boatload of money and expectations are through the roof. I said hell no. Tyler said hell no. Larry and Stafford said hell no. Bun B said hell no. Bajani's poll said hell no.
Mm-hmm.
But Bajani said, why not?
Why not?
So that's where we sat.
Give it a go.
And really, let's be honest. All that matters is what the hell Danielle Hunter said. Here's Danielle Hunter when he was asked about wearing number 99 for the Houston Texans.
Man, 99. That's he's done a lot with that number. I'm not even going to mess with it. So to be able to do what he's done with that number for the community and the Texans, I'm just leaving that under him. So I decided to possibly go with the number 55.
Well done, young
Well
blood.
done, Daniil Hunter.
He thought
Glad
about
you
it.
got more sense than Sean Bajani.
He thought about it. He was like, yeah.
Smart play, my friend.
Too bad JJ didn't reach out to me first, because if JJ would have said, hey, bro, 99,
boy,
it's yours, big
If
dad.
a frog had wings, he wouldn't bump his ass every time he jumped, Sean. Hey, look here. It's well played. Well played, because I didn't think about the part. This is awful of me to admit. I was thinking about just, hey, this is all about football. This is 99. But when you talk about 99, I mean, there's no like it's football and it's the community, and really, let's be honest, it's the Hurricane Harvey situation that he was just absolutely huge through for the city of Houston. Daniil Hunter talked about being more active in the community off the field, which he'll have a huge opportunity here, as all NFL players do. But he is back home, having grown up here.
Yeah.
He'll have a huge opportunity. But what a great job! By the way, don't like 55.
Why?
Too big, too bulky.
55.
I mean, I don't dislike 55 generally speaking, but I don't like 55 on my edge rusher that I hope gets me 15 plus sacks.
How is it bulkier than 99?
It's not. It's not. Okay. I just don't like 55. In fact, I bet it's the same. I bet the dimensions are. I don't like 55. I think Daniil Hunter should rethink that one. I think he should. I think he should come off the end, and like I said, I think it should be a single digit. Can he wear a single digit?
I thought
off the
so.
edge? I think they can. You got guys wearing 0.
They changed all that crap.
Who's wearing 0 on this squad now?
That's the point you're at. The question you're asking is a large part of the reason why I don't give a damn what the hell jersey number he would have wore. It's like, who cares? But
I do, clearly.
Well, you do. It's weird, but I mean, you do. I liked your idea yesterday, 9 or 2 days ago, whatever it was.
So you do care. You care enough to like 9.
I liked your idea. I'm not like standing on the table. He's got to wear 9 because it's JJ. It's half of the number.
Yeah, I thought it was a good idea. No, I just thought it was creative, man. I mean, hell, sorry. I was validating my own idea. Sorry, man.
And if we're customizing stuff, I'd put QB on the back of his jersey next to his last name.
Okay, I like that too.
A little XFL style.
You can do that on Tyler's jersey that he's going to buy of Daniil Hunter. He gets corny creative like that. You can do it. I got a little bone to pick here, boys. But let's start with this. Tyler, you got apparently Daniil Hunter was home during the playoffs last year and got a chance to attend the Cleveland Browns Texans game, which we all know was lights out Houston Texans, a hell of an atmosphere over here at NRG. Here's Daniil Hunter talking about attending that playoff game.
I think it was a big part of it, I remember last year during the playoffs, I actually came to the game against the Browns, and I like what I saw there. So, and just the home feeling and how the guys were on the field, playing together for each other, and that was a big part of it. So I'm excited about that.
He went on he expanded a little bit on that.
I was home, and I didn't have nothing else to do. And it was the playoff game was going on, so I was like, all right, let me go check it out. And went there. Man, we're out there just playing together. The excitement, everybody celebrating for each other. That hit me. So I was just thinking during this process. I was just thinking about that. Just being home and just seeing the excitement that they had. And that played a big part of it.
Beautiful. I mean, just evidence right there that Houston's a great city. I mean, obviously he's from here, so he believes that. But you go to a game and you watch something. Look. Either the needle's going to be moved or not. You either like what you see, you like the atmosphere, you like the team. It's one of those like, yeah, hell yeah, I want to be a part of this. Or it's like, I can do without this right here. Clearly, Daniil Hunter attended the playoff game. Texans played well, and he liked what he saw.
Mm-hmm.
These next two questions, Tyler, are answers. And I have no idea who asked these questions, so this is blind. I apologize if anybody's offended. But what are we doing here? Keep in mind that right now, we've got the Eagles, and who's the other team that could be in some hot water over some tampering? The Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons.
The Falcons with Kirk Cousins, the Eagles with Saquon Barkley, right? I don't know if there's any smoke or fire where that smoke is or not, but ultimately that's that time of year where stuff like that starts coming up because people talk too damn much. Players talk too damn much, and they get organizations in trouble. And a lot of times I think it's inadvertent. Daniil Hunter says, yeah, I went to the game. I was home, hadn't everything else to do, liked it, okay? Well, then later in the time with the press, here's him answering questions about interacting with the Texans players.
I wasn't able to do that because I left early because of the traffic. So, yeah.
So did you interact with any players or any staff? Good job. Well done, Daniil. We appreciate that. D'Amico appreciates that. If you did so happen to see him in the hallway and speak to him before or after the game, we all greatly appreciate you avoiding that question. Well, that wasn't enough. How about this? Did you get a hookup or did you get a sideline pass?
So my agency got me a ticket. So we were able to figure something out. Got me a ticket. But I liked what I saw. I mean, good energy and all that.
What do we do? What do we
Pivot to the product
Boys,
that you witnessed on the field. Good job by him, too.
Right. Great job by Daniil Hunter. But what are we doing? What are we doing here?
Just running out of crap to say, so you're going to ask dumb questions.
I don't necessarily. I don't think they're dumb questions, Sean. But it's.
They're pretty dumb questions.
Like you got to know. You got to know if you ask this question. If he's like, "Oh yeah, man, I met with D'Amico Ryans in the hallway before the game and after the game. Man, we had a great conversation, man. Hell yeah, I like this game plan against the Cleveland Browns."
It's a dumb question. Hey, did you talk to anybody when you were here? He knows what he can't say. So just shut up with the dumb questions
already. If he slips up and says, "Oh yeah, I talked to the linebacker coach or I talked to the defensive end coach," Texans gonna get they're coming.
And my guess, the people or the person that asked both of those questions has been doing this for a little bit and knows damn well, when they're not
what
in the
was
moment.
going on.
Yeah, but in the moment, I got to ask a question. Let me see what I can come up with, kind of a thing. And you go that route. Yeah, maybe just pre-plan a question or two so it doesn't happen in the future.
Well, look, I don't ask those questions. I know you're there a lot. I know it's a different animal, and I'm not. I know it's difficult.
Well, I let the machines, the ones that have to hear themselves talk and ask questions and get the first ones in, you kind of let them do it.
Right.
If there's anything that I feel like generally that I can actually bring to the table or I feel like somebody missed out on, you ask a question. But I don't give a damn who you talk to when you were here. Ooh. You're a big badass baller. Of course, you're going to talk to people.
Could have got the squad in a little bit of trouble there, fellas. Let's keep this thing tightened up. Now we got some winning ways going on. We got some things to look forward to. Now's not the time to be.
Hunter is a smart feller.
He is. That is on the flip side of that. You are correct. Clearly, Daniil Hunter is not. He's not going to take the cheese on that one. So that's clearly a good deal. All right, on the Texans front, we got a trade from the Texans. We got a contract restructure from the Texans. We'll tell you what that trade looked like, what it means. We'll tell you who got restructured and try to figure out what the hell that means. A lot of action over at NRG Stadium from Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans. They're making a little room. What are they making room for? We'll discuss next.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
Ron Hughley's out. Sean Bajani is in, and it's the Big Three. It's the Big Three at 3, y'all. Texans trade their 23rd pick to the Vikings. That happened at 8:55 a.m. this morning, I believe, is when that happened. Sean, I think I saw that timestamp.
Yep.
Texans trade their 23rd pick to the Vikings. Minnesota, here's the details. Minnesota gets number 23 and number 232, which is a 7th rounder, according to Bajani, right?
Yep.
The Houston Texans get pick number 42, which is a 2nd rounder this year. 188, which is a, would you say 6th round or 7th?
6er, baby.
6th round pick this year, and a 2nd round pick in 2025. Sean, I guess my only reaction to this is I'm not going to try to get inside the head of Nick Caserio and what they're going to do next. They stockpiling picks to trade this year, that year, whatever.
Well,
I mean, we're just shooting in the dark at that point in time. But where I'm at is you need 2 big-time defensive tackles. Like, you've got a serious problem, a serious void on the defensive side of the football, and it is right in the heart of things, the defensive tackle position. While you've got some cap space left, there are a couple of guys available that I think are sexy and could get you worked up a little bit if the Texans were to sign. I thought for sure the number 23 overall pick this year in the first round of the draft was going to factor in some way, shape, or form. Whether that is you move up to draft one of the top college defensive tackles coming out, you use that number 23 overall pick to trade for a veteran defensive tackle, package it up, and trade for a top defensive tackle that may be available. I never thought we'd sit here and see the Texans in the situation that they are in at, I'll argue, many will argue, the most important positions on the defense, interior defensive line, and be trading down in the draft March the 15th.
You were anticipating them going defensive before Collins, and that trade even went down?
Given their current situation, yes.
Man.
I mean, I don't know what they're going to do, but I got to believe that the biggest need for this football team by a mile is defensive tackle.
Yeah, well, now
why would anybody not think that the number 23 overall pick could potentially be used in some way, shape, or form to acquire a top defensive tackle?
Now you had to go that route. Now you don't have it.
Even if you added Sheldon Rankins or Malik Collins to this thing, there's still a major void.
Yeah, but you could address that again on the open market, as they have with guys like Tim Settle, and you have Khalil Davis, and you have Kurt Hinish. I mean, how many?
That ain't what I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, how many freaking dudes do you possibly need a defensive tackle if you would have had Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins back, and you went out and got Danico Autry, who can also play on the interior? Like, now, regardless of all that, you still need a defensive tackle. I'm very curious about what the hell's going on here with the Texans now restructuring Shaq Mason's contract to save money. You trade out of the first round to save money. You traded Malik Collins to San Francisco for a crap 7th round pick to save $6 million on a cap hit this year. You're saving money for what? Like, trying to figure out exactly what they are thinking, that is the story here, because we don't know. There are questions, so many questions that are continuing to crop up now, and we have no answers. We're going to have to wait at least a month or so maybe to get to the draft before we have. You could have overpaid for Armstead. You could have overpaid to keep Rankins. You could have overpaid to maybe go get DJ Reader, and still done everything that you've done over the last 24 hours in cap-cutting moves. So for that alone, I have no idea in hell what they're doing. I mean, people are talking about, is it to go get Mike Williams? Is it to go get this guy or that guy? Like you're saying, hey, what about the damn defensive tackle? Because I didn't want to wait till the damn draft to address the defensive tackle position.
Well, no, I don't. That's not I wouldn't wait till the draft to do it either. I think they've got to address it more than once, Sean. They're in a spot where they ain't one guy away.
You're right, but
I don't care if that one guy is Christian Wilkins. You're not one guy away.
You're down to some jags and some maybes and some ifs on the open market,
right.
And you're down to a 38-year-old Calais Campbell who's hemming and hawing about. I don't know if I'm going to play again.
Yeah, look, I think that the thought that number 23 overall pick would be used to advance your stance in terms of getting that position addressed, I guess is where my mind was. I don't know what they're up to, and I know Nick is a mover and a shaker with these draft picks. And here's the other thing, is I know absolutely 100% as a Texans fan that this void in this interior defensive line right now is a concern to D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans is sitting there going, boy, we got to find somebody. Mm-hmm. I hope this works out because I can't play with what I got right now. I trust that they're going to get something done. Yeah. I just don't see the path in which you're going to get it done when you're when you're trading away the most valuable asset you had at this point in time was a number 23 overall pick.
I guess they all don't have to be directly connected to just one position. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like there's multiple things probably at play here. And I have to believe that D'Amico Ryans, for them to have gotten to this point and for us all to know, and it's been made very public multiple times by him, what's priority this offseason, that's improving significantly, throwing a ton of resources at the front. He's got to be on board with what's happening right now. And he has to be very much a part of that swing and miss effort by Nick Caserio to have that trade fall through with San Francisco, miss out on Rankins and whoever else, that maybe we don't know about right now. But yep. I'll tell you this, there's got to be multiple things going on. It's not just about connect the dots and it's one position. But defensive tackle's got to be priority number 1, and maybe corner number 2, depth at safety 3, depth at running back 4. If I wanted to power rank it off the top of my head right now, you got a lot of holes to fill. Linebacker as well.
Yeah, a lot of holes. One of them's a damn problem in a major way.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Texans are active again with a current player. They've restructured Shaq Mason's according to Texans cap. Here's a little explanation of what's going on, about as thorough as you're going to get. What we don't know right now is if this is a basic restructure or a new contract with revised terms. Either will likely generate cap space for 2024, which is, I think, what we're talking about here, Sean, is creating cap space for 2024 so they can address in 2024 the needs this season is ultimately what these moves have to be for. Texans cap added basic max restructure could create $5.36 million in cap savings this season and add $2.68 in 25 and 26 respectively. So create about a little over $5 million worth of cap space. Mm-hmm. As you mentioned earlier, trading Malik Collins created a little bit of cap space there as well. So I don't know where that number sits right now. Texans cap always has that stuff up to date. If you want to follow him at Texans cap, he does a hell of a job. But there's still some money out there to spend. They're making room. They're making room for more money, more cap space. So you got to believe that they're on the verge of making some kind of move. Stay plugged in, Tyler. You got any? You're 1 for 3 at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean that's still a good batting average in the majors, but sure. I got to get more bold, I guess. I got to get more bold. I'm going to give myself a big time window, but I'm going to say by the end of this show right here today, by the time we get to 6 o'clock this evening, Justin Simmons is going to be Houston Texans.
Specific.
There you go.
I mean, you gave yourself a 3-hour window, but hell, you went with the name, huh? Justin Simmons.
That's all that matters. If it happens on this show, it happens. And then Area 45 can follow up with it from 7 to 10 tonight. Cap number, according to Spotrac, 19.9 in an estimated cap space right now for the Texans.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. Stay tuned. We'll keep you posted. Obviously, if something pops, we'll have it immediately.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, problems over at Minute Maid Park, y'all. Really not Minute Maid Park yet, obviously, but for the Astros. Jose Urquidy had a start today, was scheduled to throw 60 pitches in a minor league game today. He threw 43 pitches and walked off the mound with an elbow injury. He's being evaluated by doctors now. We'll know more detail, obviously, as we move forward here. But this is going to put a major strain on an already strained starting rotation for the Astros. Sean, this is unfortunate news given the current situation that the Astros are in.
Yeah, no question. You have to think about, as it stands right now, Ronel Blanco and Brandon Bielak rounding out your six-man rotation to start the season because of the unknown about a guy like J.P. France as well, who's going to make his first spring start tomorrow for the Astros. That has to go well for you to have any confidence in him starting the season on schedule. We already know that JV's, so it's something that you could still kind of play with in the heart of it, but right now you're going to go play 38 ball games in your first 40 days of the season. A six-man rotation to protect guys like Justin Verlander, that's important. To protect guys like, J.P. France, to protect guys like Hunter Brown, who experienced a career highs, for them in innings pitched last season. You don't want to have to go to the well too soon.
Right.
You've got to have an ace in the hole, and I feel like they got two of them right now that are on the open market. You go out and you get Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery to fix this thing, to feel really great about your rotation to start the year.
You mentioned two guys that I think any Astros fan would love to have in this rotation. We'll dig into that a little bit more as the show goes on here. But Jose Urquidy, apparent elbow injury, will keep you updated on the extent.
I've got a number 4, man.
Oh, is that 3? Oh, we added. That's right. Well, we added. We don't have another swipe?
No.
My bad. I split up Shaq Mason, didn't I? He said,
top 4 at 3.
I ain't got it. Well, I added Shaq Mason because that was new news.
We're out of numbers.
I'll give you a number 4 at 3. One of the best.
Bonus, baby.
Yeah, bonus big 3 a big 4 at 3. Rams defensive tackle Aaron Donald announces his retirement after 10 years in the NFL. Two guys, y'all. Two guys in NFL history have played 10 seasons, been to 10 Pro Bowls. And anybody, y'all want to? Would anybody like to guess who the other guy was?
I guess one of them is J.J. Watt.
Nope. Anybody got one? Anybody got the other guy? Aaron Donald. Any position. NFL, in the history of the NFL.
You have to go through that. You gave a laundry list of accomplishments.
Who retired early? 10 years, 10 Pro Bowls. Retired early. One of the greatest of all time.
Barry Sanders.
Bingo. There you go,
wow.
Baby. Those two guys. Now look, there may be some stipulations there. Only played 10 years. I don't know exactly but him and Barry Sanders are in a league of their own. 10 years in the league, 10 Pro Bowls. Donald was a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. 8-time first-team All-Pro, 10-time Pro Bowl selection, 2014 Defensive Rookie of the Year. Finished his career with 111 sacks, second most among primary defensive tackles in a career behind John Randall. Impressive run for Aaron Donald. I wonder how this is going to impact the Rams, because look, let's be honest with the Rams. Everybody thought since them picks kind of went south after that Super Bowl and they had some troubles out there, I think people expected them to fall off, and in reality they made a little noise last year, and I would imagine they had plans to make a little more noise this year. I wonder how this impacts their plans moving forward.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Sorry to see him go, but not really.
Right. Yeah, no joke, right?
I mean, it's not like the Rams were on the Texans' schedule at any point in time this upcoming season. Is a QB killer, man.
Well, you talk about somebody that's got to be glad to see him go, since you said it. I mean, old Texas high school legend Kyler Murray, who's quarterbacking in Arizona, has got to be. I mean, he's got to see Aaron Donald in his nightmares after that playoff. Was it a playoff game, or was it just the final game of the season?
Ooh, I don't know. It was either way.
The year that the wheels came off late in the Arizona season, and it was due. I believe it was due to that matchup with the Rams and Aaron Donald it was wow. It was tough. So, but I imagine all the quarterbacks around the league are going to sleep a little better tonight with Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald calling it up, man.
He's got to be getting involved in broadcasting in some form or fashion, I would imagine.
Word on the street is he's going into acting, and I think I thought they were joking at first, but
really?
but apparently, yeah, him and he's got a chance to do some stuff out there in L.A. I would imagine being a player of that caliber in L.A. probably and built like that, probably going to lead to some opportunities.
Him and JJ need to team up and do something in Hollywood.
That's right. By the way, today. 3:40 T, is that right?
Rocket 3:40, baby.
Roger Clemens, he's going to join the show at 3:40 today. It's a hell of timing right now, right? We got
unfortunately a little bit more baseball to talk about with him than we did before.
Yeah, man, we've got some big time questions. So at 3:40, we'll definitely talk to the Rocket and get his insight on Justin Verlander. The overall strain that's on this starting rotation right now, as obviously looks like the Astros are tied to Blake Snell and maybe Justin Montgomery, and I wonder if this Jose Urquidy thing speeds up a potential deal there to get something done. We'll see what happens, fellas, but nonetheless, that's Rocket at 3:40. Coming up in about 20 minutes here.
Let's go. Can't wait, man.
Hey, the NFL running backs around the league. This is an interesting topic. I know it's been topic A over the last handful of days with free agency, but the NFL running backs around the league have got a lot of run of late. And there's big names that are expected to take organizations to the next level at the running back position. It's funny how that works, right? These guys are undervalued. Don't pay them. Then all of a sudden, they're getting 3-year deals. They're getting big money deals. They're getting guaranteed money. And really, the expectations on these guys are to take a team to the next level. Which move around the NFL? Which running back move do you like the best? And which running back move do you like the least? After looking at this list, I think I'm gonna surprise some of y'all, Houston. We'll do that next, right here on Sports Radio 610.
Pick number 23 is on the move. A month before draft day, Nick to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Tyler.
What up?
I know everybody knows you're a nut job.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a psycho at times.
This guy over here next to me, he's a closet nut job.
Nut job. Oh, Bajani, I know he's nuts.
Chief.
Bada bing, bada boom.
This dude just told me in the last break, back to back.
No, but I want to know.
Let's see what hits you right here.
My man took 5-hour energies in a matter of minutes.
What?
Not right now.
Not right now. No, he survived it. He survived it. It's been a while. He survived.
That's reckless,
and
bro.
Then he commits to telling me he's jumped out of an airplane twice.
That I don't get, but I know people do that. But this is coming from a guy over here. You see me with the White Monster almost every freaking day. I drink way too much caffeine. But five hours in a row.
I'm not with you every day.
I never saw Clint.
I'm not with you every day.
An energy drink. I thought he was like a health nut, so I didn't think he touched that stuff. But I said, dude, I haven't had one of those in a long time. In fact, the last time I had anything like that was years ago. I was up here doing the show at night, and these 5-hour energy chicks came by.
I wasn't going to tell the whole story.
Ooh, nice. No, I want to hear this.
Because Tyler would have took 5 of them, too. Yeah, well, they'd have ran out of 5 hours.
You know, like, I figured, like, what the hell, I'll try one. They taste good. And, you know, nothing happened. They were still lingering around, and long story short, I ended up having, like, 4 or 5 more of them. And I think I was like good. It tasted so good. It was like a blueberry, blackberry thing, whatever. I got home and I tried to go to bed that night. And I just remember my heart just going brrrr.
Yeah, dude, that's so scary, man. That's a crap ton of caffeine in a small amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, they tasted good. It was I didn't think anything of it. I was like, okay, well, these little contraptions, they got to be just as good as a stupid monster or a band or whatever.
The crazy thing is he just kind of was at work and did it. Like I've done some stupid stuff on when I went out when Xena. Y'all remember Xenadrine? Y'all are probably too young to remember.
Xena.
It's XEN. It was like
a television show.
No. It was a pill you would take, like workout pill that help you lose weight. It's like a fat loss pill.
Like what's that real popular one? I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, this was back before. I think it's called ephedra. I think was before it was banned from just like over the counter substances, and we would use it when we worked out. I mean, it was just a way to get a pump and a high, an extra punch to go work out to the next level.
Pre-workout.
Huh?
Basically, your pre-workout.
Yeah, but this one you take your workout to a whole nother level. I mean, it's clearly not safe because they banned it. But we went out one night. Me and my partner went out one night. And There was several of us. We were up in the hill country and running the streets up there, floated the river, drank all day long. And all of a sudden, man, I opened my console. Hey, man, we'll go all night. Hit one of these Xenadrines. We ended up taking 2 or 3 Xenadrines that night, but we were obviously had been drinking and weren't thinking straight.
So that's way better than what I did.
You consciously, soberly walked out there and drank 5-hour energies in within minutes. I was
reckless.
I mean, I was being influenced by several things in the night that led me. Hey, the next morning we were driving back to Houston. I remember I pulled over and said, I told my brother, bro, you got to drive. He's like, what's wrong? I said, well, I think my heart's fixing to be out of my chest, and if it does, I'm going to need you to be able to get me to a hospital, to an emergency room. I mean, it was terrible, man. At one point, I laid down in the back of my Tahoe. I was so scared, all the way in the back.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I was so scared. Them days, woo. Yeah, man, when you started telling that story, I was like, damn, at least I was inebriated.
Yeah, so that's why that hit you a certain kind of way.
Hunting in the hill country, baby.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like maybe I still don't realize how lucky I was to survive that, but it's all good.
Hey, man, good makes for good stories, man, if you do survive.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, NFL, I want to get y'all's take on this real quick, man. These NFL running backs have gotten a ton of run of late. These free agent running backs I'm talking about, obviously. Saquon Barkley goes to Philadelphia. Derrick Henry goes to Baltimore. Josh Jacobs goes to Green Bay. DeAndre Swift goes to Chicago. Joe Mixon comes to Houston. Austin Eckler goes to Washington. I may be leaving 1 or 2 off the list there. I'm not a big believer in Pollard in Tennessee. These are the guys that I think are the expectations are like next level. These guys, and I've heard a lot of conversation. I'm just curious, Sean, which one of these do you think? And I'm talking about in terms of has an impact, a major impact, because these guys are expected to have major impacts on their offense. Which one do you like the best to have the impact, and which one do you like the least to have the impact?
I mean, this was pretty easy for me. Not saying it's right, but I just felt like Barkley going to Philadelphia. I feel like if Barkley, no matter where he landed, if it was here, Chicago, you name it, he was the guy. To me, that was the best on the market. And when you couple him with a dual threat quarterback like Jalen Hurts, I mean, my God, the possibilities are endless. Yeah, I love it. I mean, I feel like that's the most impactful. I feel like that was really the best value too. Not just contractually, but because of what's already built around them up there. I think no matter where Barkley would have gone, I would have had the same answer.
Yeah, look, I think he puts up monster numbers. Assuming he stays healthy, I think Saquon Barkley puts up monster numbers this year.
You can imagine, how who's their new OC, Kellen Moore, like how he feels with that offensive line, the weapons at receiver, Jalen Hurts, and now you've got Saquon Barkley at running back.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a kid in a candy store type of feeling for any offensive coordinator.
Yeah, it's got to be, man. I mean, look, DeAndre Swift went for damn near 1,200 last year, running and catching in that offense. I mean, Saquon Barkley's got to get upwards of 1,800, 1,900 and flirt with 2,000 potentially. I think in this offense, a ton of help around him. We'll see what happens. I like Saquon as well. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. And some people won't beat me up about this, but when it comes to impact, there's a real chance that old boy the Texans got could make the biggest impact on his team. Now, like I said, I think Saquon's gonna have damn near 2,000 yards.
I think Josh Jacobs has got a chance to put up big numbers in Green Bay. But when it comes to like what is wrong with the organization, they just flat ass can't run the football.
Mm-hmm.
And you bring a guy in, and I believe he's going to run it well. If this offensive line, if it's more what you say and less what I say, and they do get this thing going, in terms of having an impact on an offense, there's a real chance that Joe Mixon could have the biggest impact of all these damn running backs coming out.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it as you're describing it, and, look, you're right. You go from having one of the worst run games in the entire league to now having, a proven, pretty durable, multifaceted kind of a running back like Joe Mixon, who can catch the ball out of the backfield, still make guys miss. I just showed you a highlight video earlier of him basically ending Dre Greenlaw this past season.
Yeah.
And so thinking about it from like that standpoint, like now, you saw how valuable even a guy like Devin Singletary was for the Texans. Like when they started getting the run game going a little bit,
right?
And a guy Joe Mixon, who is younger, explosive, can turn it up, can run through you. That's to me kind of a huge missing piece of the puzzle here. So I could totally see it, like in total package. You're talking about most improved.
I'm not talking about the best back. I'm talking about the back that could go to their team and have the biggest impact on that team's ability to win football games. And I think maybe the other one, it's crazy, people don't like this either, but I think Austin Eckler in Washington and Cliff Kingsbury's offense is a great fit. He could have a big impact on them turning the corner as well. Look, I think they're all going to change the dynamic of their team. But I just think there's a chance we're going to look back and Joe Mixon could be the biggest impact in terms of what the running back movement in this year's free agent. On
the surface, it's almost as simple as saying like, hey, who had like the worst situation with their run game last year?
Sure, yeah.
And then, okay, who got the best running back, I guess, to give it the most improvement, like on paper.
There's an opportunity in Houston for whoever that running back to make a bigger impact than whoever was in Philly, obviously.
Yeah, it's almost like pick, close your eyes and just pick, go up and down the board. Could be Barkley, could be Swift, could be Jacobs, could be Aaron Jones, whoever. Well, you settle on Joe Mixon, you plug that guy into the Texans, and there you have it. There's the anecdote to all of your issues.
All right, big news coming out of the Astros camp with Jose Urquidy being injured. And reportedly, them flirting, potentially. We'll see how those two marry up to each other, and nobody better to talk to about all the goings on with the Astros than one of the greatest to do it, Roger Clemens, the Rocket. He joins us next right here on Sports Radio.
to discover. Limitations apply. Learn more at discover.com/creditcard.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley out. Sean Bajani is in, and we got a little news on the Astros front. Some good, some bad. Jose Urquidy came out of a minor league start with a little elbow injury today. We'll see exactly what's going on there and what's the extent of that injury. And the Astros could potentially be, or at least they're reportedly flirting with Blake Snell. That would be nice. That'd be some nice news to break here during the show.
I don't want to flirt. I want to go get him.
Hey, I'm with you, man. You got to flirt a little bit before you get him in the boat, though. You know how that goes. But nonetheless, a lot going on the Astros front, and we've got one of the best to ever do it. Obviously, needs no introduction. Roger Clemens. Roger, how you doing, man?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Man, we're rocking and rolling here. It's in this business, you know, when you get an athletic article talking about the Astros flirting with Blake Snell, and then you get a little bad news on the injury front for the Astros, it makes for a pretty quick day, man. So we appreciate you joining us.
You wonder which came first. Well, you know, which one, they're already working the channels on Snell, I think, before this happened. But, man, you're hearing about it a lot, again, with these guys and their elbows, it's something to pay attention to for sure, because then once you have that, and a JV's going to be down for, he's not going to be ready for a couple weeks. So it's going to be interesting to see who steps up.
Let's start right there, Roger. You talked about Justin Verlander. I mean, you've been a guy that obviously Father Time. You battled Father Time as well as anybody, and Verlander obviously is in the latter stages of his career, and. Not that I'm not overthinking this little 15-day IL stint, but just the dynamic of being that older pitcher and dealing with these injuries, and just your thoughts on what he's going through right now.
Yeah, whatever JV's routine is, you got to alter it each year as you climb closer, around 40 or whatever. I was just talking to Roy Oswald about it the other day, where he was throwing. And he's going to throw in the Savannah Banana deal. And he said, Rock, I can't believe, I'm 44, 45. You were pitching at this age. He goes, I have a hard time getting out of bed. And I go, I know, dude. I said, that's why we ran, had that 2-mile run from the stadium to I-10 and back. And you have to get maybe in the swimming pool a little bit more. But I try and encourage the guys. Tell you what, guys, I just try and encourage the guys to run more, run distance. Everybody goes inside and rides a bicycle for 12 minutes, man. Whatever happened to running some poles and getting out there and getting some miles in after your start? That gets that blood moving and circulating around the elbow and shoulder. Your normal long toss routine and your 3 to 5 pound cuff weights. It makes the world go round. So I keep encouraging these guys when I see them. I'm coming down to camp on Sunday, and whether I talk to some of the veteran guys or the younger guys, that's what I keep trying to tell them: get out there and get your road work in.
Hey, Rocket, you can't just gloss over the Savannah Banana thing. We saw you throw it out there. I'm going to come back to that. I have a lot to ask you in regards to that.
Oh, God.
Sticking, John Verlander for a second, really his mini-me, Hunter Brown. All offseason, I've been looking at these talking heads, a lot of the analysts tell me I need to be looking at Hunter Brown this season as a real guy that's about to pop. And I kind of want to know from you what lens you look at this through in relation to having a guy like Justin Verlander on the squad from day one all season, how important that is for a guy like Hunter Brown, who's obviously mimicked a lot what he's done mechanically to get to this point in his career. What kind of season do you anticipate Hunter having at this point in time with everything that he's kind of gone through?
Yeah, you're dead on. I look for this to be a massive breakout year for him. He's got a feel for everything that's going on. He should have a really good sense about what he can do well on the mound. Even when he doesn't have one of his best pitches, you still have to win. And so I'm looking for, like Javier. I had him a couple years ago breaking out, probably winning a Cy Young. It didn't work out. But, I mean, this kid, Hunter, he's got the stuff to do it. And it would be great to see him jump up and lead this staff. Again, he's had up close personal tutelage with JV right there, similar to like I did when I was his age and I was in Boston and we traded and got Tom Seaver. I mean, the ultimate power pitcher. So I got to watch this dude for 3 months do his thing and ask questions and grow, in my game from that. I was already a pretty good power pitcher, but I learned Seaver. But yeah, you're dead on. Like I said, I'd love to see him really blossom. And somebody's going to have to step up. With JV down, somebody's going to have to step up early so they get out of the block strong. And now that you guys, what I just heard, what you guys are talking about, Urquidy, it makes it even more important.
Roger, you mentioned Fromber and Javier briefly earlier. What do you make? Because, I mean, we here in the media, man, we talk about it a lot, obviously, and make a big deal about it. What do you make of the Javier second half and the Fromber second half of last season, where the numbers ballooned, the ERAs were up over 4, and it was unexpected from both of those guys, I think. What do you make of it as we come into this season?
Yeah, you just hope they can put it behind them and get some of that spark that they had that we're used to seeing. Everybody's got a beat on them. I mean, every time you go through a year, guys have so much video and so much, information on you, what your habits are, what you do, what your tendencies are. You got to continue to be creative. I still go by the same book. Hey, I'm going with my best until you probably might almost have to take me deep twice for me to change. I'm kind of hard-headed in that way, but I'm looking for these guys again to trying to rekindle some of that magic. They're going to need it. And again, the other teams are getting better. When you win and you have the success that the Astros have had, you're going to have guys come after you, and they're going to rise to the occasion. They're going to get their rest when they're facing you, and they're going to be ready. They kind of have an idea of what you do. And in the big leagues, they try and take away at least one of your weapons that you do really well, and then see if you can survive after that. Of course, they're throwing a lot of pitches over 5 innings, man. I'd like to see them, attack the zone a little bit more, trust their defense, and be able to get to the 7th inning. I mean, I heard a couple guys, I won't mention their names because you guys know them, but there's guys like, yeah, hey, man, I'm ready to break spring right now. I'm ready to throw my 150 innings. And I'm like, 150 innings or 30 starts, you're going 5 and diving. So I said, you gotta, I'd like to see some of these cats get to the 7th inning or so.
Yeah, you talk about 5 and dive. I'm with you on the 6th inning, because if you got Astro pitchers that can get you through the 6th, you got to feel really good about the back end of that bullpen this year, Roger.
Exactly what I was going to tell you with Presley and Hader. I mean, there you go. The deeper you can get, the more outs you can get to get it closer to them. It's a huge advantage.
Rocket, I want to ask you about if you can take us through the relationship between pitcher and catcher. We've heard it all before, but specifically as it pertains to the Astros, they've got a young, really exciting guy, Yainer Diaz, who is the guy this year per Dana Brown, replacing Martin Maldonado. And I want to know what you think about that dynamic, how well you see him working with this staff in a full-time role this season.
It's massive. I mean, there's no question about it. It's massive. He's got to breed confidence to these guys and show them that he can handle it. He's got great hands back there. He can make some of their borderline pitches look like strikes and grab some of those strikes for those guys. I hope it doesn't affect his hitting. Sometimes charge of the entire staff now. You got to be careful, because it does. I want my guy to handle the pitching staff. I'd love for him to hit 330 bombs, but I need him to handle the entire pitching staff. That's something that Posada did for us in New York. Georgie could hit from both sides of the plate, but he still really concentrated on what we had that night, what I had that night going out there to get me through 5, 6, 7 innings, whatever it might be. So he's one guy. Obviously, I'm going to watch him at the plate because we've all talked about how his bat's going to be a big part of things. Jordan batting second. I kind of love that. I want to see what happens there. That puts a lot of pressure on a pitcher to have that man step in the box as the second hitter of the game. And then Tuck. It'll be interesting to watch Tuck in the 4th hole if that's where they're going to put him in. Put him in the 4th hole. It's something to watch.
Hey, take us a little deeper into that, Roger. That catcher conversation, because I agree with you. By the way, you did me a huge favor right there. That is a hill that I've just decided I'm going to die on. Is one of the biggest question marks, concerns, if you will, with the Astros this year is Maldonado's out and Yainer Diaz is in, and he's a young, kind of seems to be a free-spirited dude when the other guy was managing the show. I guess less about Yiner and whether he can or he can't, because that's yet to be seen. But early on, if he's not comfortable with it or if he's not ready, what does that process look like?
Well, good question. I mean, I just hope that he's paying attention to details. Somebody like JV, they got that pitch comp, so, you can throw it in there and shake real quick before you get on the mound. But you have that pitch struggling with it more than some of the minor league guys that made the team and came up because they were used to it. They had it for a year and a half in the minor leagues. So, like you said, it's going to be interesting to watch, no doubt about it.
Rocket.
I think that, it's something that you got to pay attention to when they're working the other guys. You're going to watch it. I would say you got to give them at least 3 regular season starts to try and get comfortable in what their pitch selection is going to be and what team they're facing.
Rocket, I didn't mean to step on you there. I want to ask you about your son, Cody, starting at DH tonight against the Astros. I saw that earlier today, and I was like, damn, we've got to get Rocket on and ask him about that. Look, he's having
awesome.
I
appreciate it.
Yeah, he's having a really good spring, man. I just kind of wanted to know what you've observed from him, what you've been hearing from him, how camp's gone, and if you think he's got an opportunity to crack the opening day roster for the first time.
Yeah, so I appreciate it, boys. He loves it. It was super fun for him to come home and get a start in Minute Maid last year. He had his high school coaches, all his buddies there, and he showed out pretty well. But, if I take my dad hat off, he's a gamer. I mean, nothing bothers dude. He's got thick skin. He'll play anywhere, anytime. He just wants to be in the lineup and hit. And same thing, he's carrying on like he did at the University of Texas. He can help teams win, and I'm just proud of him. Like I told him, I was even with Casey, my number 3 son, he just retired from the Blue Jays and doing some financial stuff, and he's actually trying to qualify for the U.S. Mid-Am. But both those dudes, I told both my guys, awesome, you got playing pro ball, but I'm more proud that you graduated from Mahomes Business School and what you did there. So I'm hoping Cody sticks. He's fighting like all get out to make that staff, to make that team there in Philly. And hey, I know Houston's looking for a left-handed bat off the bench too. So it'd be pretty nice to sleep in your bed. So you never know.
Hey,
get another rocket rolling in.
Come on, wouldn't that'd be beautiful, man? I know you and your wife would love that. Hey, which one is it that unless I ran into you in the airport in Northwest Arkansas, man? Which one is it that got? He's got to be the smartest one of the bunch. He up there in Fayetteville, went to Fayetteville to ask his lady to marry him, I believe was the situation.
That was Cody. Yep, that was him. He was. We were on our way up there to get it done.
See, so I'm sure Cody's he's probably gonna hit a couple bombs tonight, boys. He's clearly the smartest one with great taste, man. Northwest Arkansas to tie the knot, man.
Hey, Rocket, I can't let you go, man. I need you to address the Savannah Banana situation. I saw you bringing it the other night. I saw Roy Oswalt snapping off the freaking hook. I mean, what was it like going out there pitching with him and being a part of that?
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to wear some white pants so I didn't look like a giant banana, but when they went for it. So I told him before it started, I told Roy O and Jake Peavy, who were down there, I said, I'm blaming everything that happens on YouTube for getting me into this mess. So the owner of the thing, great guy, Jesse called me and said, Rock, I'd love for you. You're going to be in Houston. We got 40,000. Can you do something? I said, well, sure. I'm 61 and throw out first pitch for you, something like that. If you want to make it funny, put an old man wig on me and give me a rocker, and I'll go out there and throw all that down and whistle one in you about 80 miles an hour. He said, well, that would be great, but I'd really like you to pitch in the game. I said, are you crazy? So I got about 12 days notice. I threw one bullpen and tried to stay at about 80% so I didn't blow anything out. But it was fun. The fans, it was a lot of fun, and I really did it. I have 2 twin grandboys. They're 7 years old, and they're in the ball right now. So they got the eye black on and the batting gloves hanging out of the back pocket. And I told them, I said, if Poppy goes out there and pitches, you guys got to meet me on the way off the mound and do the gritty.
Yeah, that was awesome.
And they said, we're in, Poppy, let's do it. So that's how it came about. And, yes, I did have to ice for 3 straight days after that and get in an ice tank. So thank you very much.
What was the velo, Rocket?
Yeah, it was fun.
What was the velo?
I don't know. I might have got one in there 75 or so. I don't know.
Ooh,
I should have just kept going my split. My split was nasty. It was still doing its deal. catcher told me, he's like, "What's up with that?" And I go, "I don't know, man. I can't control it. That's a good thing when it's moving like that."
Hey, how's that golf game, man? You swinging them? You still swinging them?
We are. We're going to play a little bit this weekend. When I get down to Florida, we got the Valspar. I'm going to play in the PGA event with the Valspar boys, and always do that. They do a great job in that area. And then it's, Clearwater, probably Tampa. I think I got a couple guys that want to learn the split, so I might bounce over to Astros camp. We'll see what's happening.
Gotcha. Real quick, man. Within the next couple of days, man, the Astros got a new starter in the or no?
Well, I tell you what, I think if we're really scared about Urquidy's elbow, it's going to heat up real quick. I do believe that.
All right, that's Roger Clemens on Sports Radio 610. Roger, we appreciate you, brother. Always good.
All right, boys. Thanks you.
Thanks, Rocket.
All right, that's always good. Good to get him on and talk a little Stros in the middle of the week and all this action going on over at NRG Stadium. Speaking of that, we got a couple of things going on. Texans traded a draft pick. You're not gonna like the one they traded, and they also restructured a deal. We'll catch you up on those two things next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, tell you a little bit about Advanced Hair. Right, if you get up every morning, get ready for.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, the Texans, old Nick Caserio, he ain't scared to wheel and deal, y'all. He is not scared to wheel and deal. This morning, the Texans trade the 23rd overall pick in this year's draft to the Minnesota Vikings. Obviously, the Minnesota Vikings, many believe that they're preparing themselves, loading up and trying to move up in the draft to get their next quarterback. Kirk Cousins goes to Atlanta. Obviously, there's a vacancy there in Minnesota, and the higher those guys can climb, the better. Although I would tell you, I personally believe you sit at 23 now that you got the Texans number 23 overall pick, and if Michael Penix Jr. is there, you take him. I'm sure they're going to try to move up and get one of these guys that is raw and is a project versus the most NFL-ready guy in the bunch. But nonetheless, the Vikings are clearly making moves. Again, Minnesota gets Texans number 23 overall pick and Texans number 232 overall pick, which is a 7th-round pick. So the Texans' 1st and 7th-round pick, Minnesota gets. Houston gets Minnesota's 2nd-round pick, which is number 42 overall. Minnesota, which is 188 overall, and a 2nd-rounder in 2025, which is obviously yet to be determined because that'll be determined by where Minnesota finishes next year. Now, some people are under the impression that Minnesota may struggle because they're going to have a rookie quarterback playing. I guess at least they expect that to be the case. So maybe that's a good thing looking in 2025. But I can't help but view this move here. I don't know what Nick has up his sleeve. I don't know what D'Amico has up his sleeve. All I can do is really focus on what we know. And the reality of this situation is the Texans have two major voids in the middle of their defense. They don't have either defensive tackle that I believe that they're going to play as a starting defensive tackle when the season rolls around in 2024. The free agent market is drying up. So it would potentially end up being a trade that the Texans would have to make. Or really, if we're being completely honest, you would use a draft pick, your 23 overall draft pick if somebody falls, or you would you'd move up in the draft, package that 23 overall pick, move up in the draft, and get one of the better defensive tackles that's more likely to be a plug-and-play defensive tackle. I assume that would be the approach here. Clearly, it's not. So, Sean, I'll push it to you. The minute I see the Texans move number 23 overall and move down in the draft to number 42 overall, I shift immediately go back to the voids that have been created in this defense through free agency.
Yeah, it's now just a part of the process. I think there's multiple things going on here. The Texans, like any other organization, to be concentrating on just one single solitary position, to be making all of these moves when you still have a little bit money to spend this offseason. The latest cap number that I saw was just less than $20 million. But they're making other moves necessary to save money in what looks like to me to create some flexibility, both in the draft and financially on the cap this season. You don't do what you do with going ahead and trading Malik Collins to save $6 million on a cap hit this year. You don't restructure Shaq Mason's contract to save in upwards of $5 or $6 million. You don't trade out of the first round in effort to save $5 or $6 million without something bigger coming down the road. It doesn't necessarily mean now that it has to, be by way of the defensive tackle. It could be maybe they're trying to clear some room to go out and get a high-profile safety. If it's Justin Simmons, cool. He didn't come off the board yet, by the way.
I don't believe he has. No.
Okay.
I don't believe he has.
Because our internet was down for about 30 minutes or so, and we're still trying to play catch-up on that. But it could come by way of that. I just don't know. As it stands right now, with the Texans still having 9 draft picks, no first-rounders, you got a couple of second, couple of fourths, and you got 3 sevenths and one in every other round, I think, as it stands right now. Like, they're not done yet in my mind, It's just an effort to compile and create flexibility to answer some of these larger questions.
But yeah, I mean, look, here's the deal, Sean, is the Texans are missing 2 starting defensive tackles, a hole that they've contributed to by trading Malik Collins, the one they had control of. Mm-hmm. Now they don't have a first-round pick as well. That's what we know ultimately. We'll see how they address that particular situation. Mm-hmm. I'll be honest with you, I'm not – like, as it pertains to all this movement in the draft, like, this doesn't bother me with Nick anymore. He is a – now I didn't know how much of a mover and a shaker Nick would be as a general manager. I think now if we look back at the drafts that Nick has mm-hmm. had here in Houston,
yeah.
I mean, this dude, he ain't afraid to move up, moved up and got Nico Collins, moved up and got Tank Dell, moved up and got Will Anderson, obviously, moved up and got Juice Scruggs. I mean, if they see something they want, he's going to work his way to that particular player. I don't doubt that in any way, shape, or form. I think you said something a couple of days ago about this draft, and I have not seen the article, but it comes out every year where, and we've heard Nick, the reason it's pertinent here is because we've heard Nick talk about it. Every draft has X number of first-round graded players. Yeah, there's 32 first-round picks. Mm-hmm. But there's usually only X number of legit first round grade. 16 was the number, I think. I could be wrong.
Jeez, I don't know. That might not have been me. But
well, maybe it was Ron. Somebody said that number 16. But nonetheless, I don't care what the number specifically is. The one thing I can gather from this is clear the number wasn't 23 or bigger. Mm-hmm. Like if Nick thought at 23 he was getting one of 23 or 24 first-round graded players, he wouldn't have moved from 23. I think Nick he's said as much. So I got to believe that he feels like he can probably get as good a player or in the same window, whatever the draft grade is, at 42 as he can at 23. Or he can play with 42 to ultimately move up and get that same caliber player that he could have got at 23. As it pertains, I don't know what his board looks like, but as it pertains to his board.
Damn, you talk about trying to see the forest through the trees. I mean, damn, we've just plopped us down in the Amazon.
No, I disagree. Nick's board. Now, like obviously we can't see it, so yeah, we're blindly shooting here. But if Nick's board's got, hey, prospect 1 through, let's say 18. 1 through 18, there's a first-round grade on it. 19 through 42 has a second-round grade on it. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, at 42, you can get one of those second-tier players in this year's draft that you're talking about. So I've just gathered through Nick's comments on Payne and Pendergast that's how his mind thinks. And I can only think that if he thought he could have got a first-round graded player at 23, his ass wouldn't have moved back to 42. The simple value there doesn't make sense.
Moving back and settling for a second-round graded player there, like now you need a first-round graded player at defensive tackle. You need a first-round graded player at corner. You need a first-round graded player at safety, depth, somebody to develop, because I don't trust Jimmy Ward, nor should I. Your needs have expanded, and it's to your own fault by doing what you did with Malik Collins. You created a void there. You created another job for you to fill. Yeah. And you have watched as teams like the Jaguars, teams like the Bengals, teams like the Lions have swooped in and killed your plan A, your plan B, presumably your plan C, and made your job that much more difficult. I was just having a conversation with a texter who were going back and forth, and I'm like, look, nobody knows. But what I can tell you is that D'Amico and Nick, they got to be in the same boat together, and there might be multiple holes in the wall in their respective offices at this point, but there's no way, shape, and form Nick does what he does or doesn't do what he didn't do without D'Amico being on board.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So if we're going to sit back and say, in Nick we trust, in D'Amico we trust, okay, cool, it's still early on in the process. Yeah. It's just, dang, this thing better be good.
Yeah, Sean, look, I may be wrong on this, but based on, again, history with Nick Caserio, not when they won 6 trophies in New England, but in Houston, like, I just sit back, like, this doesn't other than, hey, now you don't have 2 defensive tackles and a first-rounder, like I feel like Nick is working a plan here to where his ass is going to jump up and take whoever he they got their eyes set on.
Hey,
maybe I'm setting myself up to be disappointed.
It's early to say that, though.
Well, yeah, but we've seen the history of how he works these things. Like I don't see a guy moving back from 23 to 42 in this year's draft to gain a second next year ultimately, unless there's a plan to package these 2s up and this up and move on. And in the process of packaging things up, you somehow gained a 5th rounder, or a 6th rounder. You benefited on the back end of it because you were able to make these moves. I just trust that Nick and DeMeco are going to do that. Again, it may be setting myself up to fail, but that's where I'm at.
You accumulate picks to go get players sometimes. You accumulate picks because your franchise is in a position to where you need to build over time. Well, the Texans aren't in the latter. The Texans are in the former position where they might be compiling picks to go get the dude that they ultimately need now that they missed out on X, Y, and Z.
Well, I got good news for everybody out there on this front right here, because once the Texans moved back to 42, I said, well, let me do a little digging here. So I looked at an ESPN mock draft, a couple different mock drafts, but the latest ESPN mock draft. And sitting at number 43 in the latest ESPN mock draft, Texans have 42nd pick, by the way, Xavier, receiver out of South Carolina. Now, I'm going to tell you, I like Xavier Leggett. I like his style. Hadn't really dug into him much, but I did now because the Texans are going to have a pick right around that area. My man, 6'3", 230 pounds. And went 4.39 in the 40, and had a 40-inch vert. This dude is a big-bodied wide receiver that can absolutely take the top off the defense and jump out of the gym. This is the kind of guy that if the Texans do go wide receiver, which I'm leaning more towards Landry Locker's way of thinking of, boy, it sure would be nice.
It's a dangerous place to be, man.
Ooh, I know, but hey, I got to keep it real. I got to be honest now. I really like this guy. And then old Tyler randomly sends me this tweet of a video. And I'll be damned if I didn't fall in love. If this guy's here at 43, I wouldn't be one bit mad. Big complimentary to Tank and Nico. Big-bodied 50-50 ball catcher. And you know what? He sounds like this.
Man, I'll be right down the road. It'll be a little easier for my family to come watch me play, so that'll be great. That's just them telling me that they want me on their team, man. A lot of coaches came and hollered at me before and after this process here, man. A lot of them, man, they say they got a buzz in their facility for me, man.
They got a buzz in their facility for me, man.
I just got another visual. What was that movie where the guy was like, 2 chicks at the same time?
Oh, God, what is that movie? Damn it, I can't think of it.
I ain't got that one.
I tell you what, there, boy, 2 chicks at the same time. A conversation with Boonhauer on King of the Hill.
I don't know, man. I'm going to go over there, man.
Hey, you get Leggett and Stoerner together? That's what that would sound like.
Great. Hey, look, this is it right here, man. This is it. And he's not done. That was just to kind of showcase his country accent. Now, let's take that country accent and let him tell you what he does on the field.
Oh, man, I'd say the deep ball, man. But I really feel like any way that I can get the ball in my hand, I can get it to that end zone.
Any way I can get it in my hands, I can get it in that end zone. That's what I'm talking about, man. That is absolutely beautiful, man.
Office Space.
What about Office Space?
Yes, that's it. And that is a great movie.
Yeah.
I'm mad I couldn't think of that.
2 chicks at the same time.
Hey. All right, boys.
Get that ball in my hand.
Yeah, right. Got it. You know, I'm just so thankful that that we've got C.J. Stroud, and I'm so thankful that we don't have the situations that were going on before with the Houston Texans. And I don't know if y'all are following this Pittsburgh Steelers Kenny Pickett deal, but there's been another trade in the NFL, and this is an interesting one. Now, I saw it coming from a mile away, but I'm not sure that Mike Tomlin did. But I'll tell you about the Kenny Pickett situation. Kenny Pickett is no longer a Pittsburgh Steeler. Clearly, Russell Wilson done ran his ass up out of town. But we'll lay that out, and we'll discuss it next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do quarterbacks on the move. I guess this one may have been a little bit somewhat expected on the front end. Russell Wilson, we all found out and assumed that breakup was going to happen between Sean Payton, the Denver Broncos, and Russell Wilson. But Russell Wilson, once the new league year kicked here, Russell Wilson signs a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh. It was interesting, because the way this thing worked out was, and this all happened apparently within a 48-hour span, right? First of all, Kenny Pickett found out about the trade via social media, apparently. Kenny Pickett being the Pittsburgh Steelers' starting quarterback last year. Did they draft him? He was a first-round pick, wasn't he? He was middle of the first round.
20th overall.
Former first-round pick. I never was a believer that he was going to transition to the league quickly and effectively. Clearly, Pittsburgh thought he did. It was unimpressive, to say the least. They get a shot at Russell Wilson. They sign Russell Wilson to a 1-year deal for that $1.5 million, whatever the hell it was, where Denver's going to pay the majority or not the majority of, Denver's going to pay $38 million of his salary in 2024. So anyway, smart move by the Steelers, right? Well, apparently, Kenny Pickett finds out, first of all, on social media. Mike Tomlin tells him it's going to be a competition, but Russell Wilson is going to have the leg up because he's a veteran. He's going to get first-team reps. So when Mike Tomlin told him that part of it, Russell Wilson's going to get first-team reps, Kenny Pickett went and met with the coach and said, then go ahead and trade me. I want out. So the Pittsburgh Steelers have traded Kenny Pickett to the Philadelphia Eagles. So he goes from a place where he was at the very least going to have what they refer to competition, and he goes to a place where he has zero chance to even compete or start. But I'm going to be honest with you, Bajani, I think this is a smart move by Kenny Pickett.
In doing,
I mean, if a team drafts you, gives you a shot, you flop, they decide to sign somebody else. If they want to try to shape this thing as a quarterback competition, we all see the writing on the wall. Kenny Pickett knows he wasn't going to be able to compete in that situation. I mean, it's borderline dysfunctional to even say, hey, man, it's going to be a competition. Kenny Pickett knows what's going on. So often you see quarterbacks just sit and say, I want to stay here, I'll make some money and be a backup and be disgruntled and feel some kind of way about it and stay in a bad situation. Instead, he just said, hey, man, I want to be traded. So they shipped him to Philadelphia where he'll sit behind Jake.
Because the organization wasn't being transparent. You know, you could sell the idea of a competition if you take care of business up front.
Right.
Well, when your quarterback finds out via social media, that means there's a lack of communication there. There's automatically a breach of trust and respect between Pickett and the organization. I mean, how hard is it? These are the things that I don't get. It's almost like you're dealing with middle school drama crap.
Sure.
Like, how hard is it to pick up the phone and say, hey, man, we're thinking about doing this? Just doing the proper respect to a guy who you drafted 20th overall a couple of years ago. We're going to bring in Russell. And if you have this conversation, you say, hey, Kenny, we're bringing in Russell. We want there to be a real we still think you could do it. I mean, hell, you were 7-5 for us in each of the last couple of seasons. We made it work. We think you got an opportunity to benefit from this whole thing. Let's see what you got in camp. You could totally sell that, and Kenny's then left to his own devices and can make a sound decision either way. He might still make the same decision, but I'm so glad. You prefaced this perfectly. I'm so glad you got C.J. Stroud now over there wearing a Texans uniform, and you don't have to go through this
no doubt.
This gross, negligent malpractice that organizations, and it's a different one every single year, goes through.
Yeah, man,
it's amazing to me.
God bless you too, C.J. Stroud. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Jesus.
God bless, brother.
Look, it's a great situation for us. I think. I mean, in terms of him getting a great situation for the Pittsburgh Steelers to have the opportunity to bring this caliber quarterback in. I just don't believe it's going. I don't believe it's going to pan out the way that Pittsburgh thinks. I mean, it's They done a good job of getting rid of Deontay Johnson, one of the problems at wide receiver, one of the hotheads at wide receiver. George Pickens is still there. I don't think they're as stable an organization as we've come to believe that the Pittsburgh Steelers have been of the past. Nonetheless, I just
teetering.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, I mean, it's
did him a solid too by sending him to the damn Eagles.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see.
Do not care.
But that's Sean Bajani. He's in for Ron Hughley. Listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. We got a little breaking news a little earlier in our show, Sean, and I need to keep reminding the people of what's going on with Keedy today. Walked off the mound after throwing 43 pitches in a minor league game with an apparent elbow injury. He's being evaluated by the doctors. I haven't seen anything. We've had some Twitter issues here and some internet issues here over the last hour or so. But I don't think we've seen any kind of updates on Jose Urquidy come out. But this is a big hit to the Astros because you were already obviously the starting rotation, who you have a surplus of starters under contract with the Astros. Hell, you've got a surplus of experienced starters under contract with the Astros. But when you look at it, Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers Jr. are out until after the All-Star break, presumably. Justin Verlander is out at least the first 15 days. You mentioned earlier J.P. France is up against it in terms of will he be ready for his first start in the rotation. He was behind schedule originally, but then they thought he would be ready for opening day. And then today, Jose Urquidy pulls himself from that minor league game. Sean, this is putting a hell of a lot of strain on that Astros rotation to start the season. And, I don't know what Joe Espada and Dana Brown are going to work up next, but there's some strain on this group.
Yeah, and it's hard to follow, the line of thinking from Dana Brown, at least as it concerns the pitching situation. Just reading the last paragraph of the initial report by Chandler Rome in The Athletic today, he said, on the day Houston announced Verlander would be sidelined to start the season, Brown told reporters, quote, "We don't need now," end quote, for an additional starting pitcher. A few days earlier, Brown told The Athletic, quote, "I don't envision going out and signing Snell, but would I love to have him? Yeah." Okay. So maybe take that little nugget of information, which came by way of Chandler Rome 4 weeks ago. Is that how long we've been in spring training now?
Roughly.
When Verlander said, hey, I'm 2 weeks behind. Well, now you're 2 weeks out, and there's no guarantee J.P. France is ready for his first start of the season. He pitches for the first time this spring tomorrow. That has to go well for you to feel good about it if you're the Astros. And now you're dealing with this Urquidy situation. You could be looking at a possible six-man rotation to start the year that includes Framber Valdez, Christian Javier, Hunter Brown, Brandon Bielak, Ronel Blanco, and Sean Dubin. Get you some of that when you're facing the likes of the Rangers and the Yankees.
Right.
Bam! And the Blue Jays right out of the gate, playing 20 games in your first 21 days, 38 in your first 40 days. That's a lot to ask from the back end of that rotation.
Astros are on thin ice now.
Go get Snell.
Could it push them into a situation to go get? That's a hell of a deal, boys. Boy, when you're in that kind of situation, you've got the option of Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery. That's a hell of a situation to be in. And so, look, I'm gonna take a big step. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. It's been a long time since I've been into to something. It's been a long time since I've found entertainment in something. Maybe it's considered a sport. I think it is. Sean Pendergast definitely considers it a sport. But I think I'm in. I'm going to tell you what that is, and we'll discuss. And I'm even going to let you hear the audio that got me wrapped back into the game of wrestling. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans are expected to sign former Vikings pass rusher Danielle Hunter to a 2-year, $49 million deal. The Morton Ranch grad racked up 16.5 sacks last season and will look great coming off the edge Edge opposite Will Anderson here in H-Town. Coach D'Amico wanted help in the front seven. Looks like he got it.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, I got to tell you guys about Mo. big step for me, man. This is a big step for me. I may have made a mistake, right? I mean, there was a time in the day. Were y'all ever big wrestler fans?
I was a huge wrestling fan as a kid.
I'm going to tell you,
huge Attitude Era, man.
I mean, I don't have all those Tyler. I don't have all those details. Like I don't have all the well, I don't know what era that is.
That's it's Stone Cold. It's
okay.
The Rock.
That's where we're at. That's where we're at. Like I mean, Stone
that was
Cold
after me.
Stone Cold was my dude.
Same.
Stone Cold was my dude, and I mean, when I was playing ball at Arkansas, when all that was going on, we would have Monday Night Raw parties, that were absolutely ridiculous. Bunch of well, we thought we were grown, sitting around watching wrestling. I was like absolutely dialed into all the storylines, loved it. It was beautiful. And then I don't know, as those guys got older and it kind of transitioned and wrestling went through their thing, I just kind of completely tuned it out. And I'll be honest with you, I've entertained it. Actually, Sean Pendergast, one half of Payne and Pendergast, he invited me to one of the, I can't remember what it was. It was one
like a Royal Rumble.
All Elite Wrestling, I believe.
Yeah, AEW. That's what it was. Yep. And I went, and I'm very entertained now. I mean, those dudes are athletes. It's freakish, right? But I just never into a way I once was, and like it being appointment television and watching it on TV. Like I just thought those days were over for me, boys. And I messed around and watched a video on the way into work today, or before I came into work today. I messed around and watched a video. And I don't have all of it for you, but I got some of it. And I want to know if this captures you guys the same way it does me. It was about an 8-minute video. And I am back, hook, line, and sinker. Can't wait until the show's over so I can dig into the details of when this is all going down. But I don't know if y'all have seen this. The Rock is back. The Rock is back. I was a fan when he was in his heyday. I'll be honest with you. I exited wrestling when he was probably still running the show. But he put out a video that has got me hook, line, and sinker. I am back into wrestling, and I'm going to check this out. Here's how it started. This is the first bit of audio that hooked me on this 8-minute video and ultimately has got me back into wrestling.
Good morning on this Friday morning. Did you guys have a good week? Did you have a productive week? I hope so. Did you get a lot of ass kicking done? I hope so. You're going to end your week on a down note, or you're going to end your week on an uptick, getting momentum going into the weekend? I hope so. It's been a big week. It has been an exciting week. It's a big week here in the world of professional. Once again, professional wrestling is cool. Once again, professional wrestling is relevant. Once again, everyone's talking about professional wrestling. Why? Because of one man. And you're looking at him because of The Rock, because of the People's Champion. Professional wrestling is happening because of the final boss, The Rock.
That got me. All right, that got me to say, hey, I'll give it another chance. I've been a fan of The Rock, the person, for a long time. And I said, I'll give it a chance. Well, apparently, what's gone on recently in wrestling, Dusty Rhodes, which is from back in our day, he is deceased, correct? I believe Dusty Rhodes. I believe Dusty Rhodes has passed away.
I'll check. I don't want to kill him off if he's not.
If Sean's listening, I'm sure he'll.
Yeah, he passed in 2015.
But his son Cody Rhodes is in the game, and last week, I believe it was, Cody Rhodes slapped The Rock when Rock was in more of a managerial role. He wasn't wrestling. He slapped The Rock. He was interviewing, I think, and he slapped The Rock. And The Rock didn't respond in a way of beating him down. The Rock just turned around and set this up. So then The Rock obviously is going to address the slap that took place. Here it is.
And Cody Rhodes, The Rock, wait to see how you were going to react and respond after that Friday slap. On Monday Night Raw, 2 days later, what were you going to do? And you get on Monday Night Raw You get in the middle of that ring, the world is watching. And here's what you did. Here's how you responded to the biggest moment of your career when you slapped The Rock. Take a look.
My mother. She's the only one I got left. And I can't hand it to Dusty Rhodes, but I certainly can hand it to Michelle Rubio.
Are you kidding me? You start crying? You start crying? That's how you respond? No wonder all your fans are crybabies. Cody crybabies. No wonder, because they're Superman, their hero. He's not crying too. You can cry. You can cry. I can't give the belt to Dusty, but I can give it to my mama. I can give it to my mommy. My mommy. Shut the up. Give it to your mommy.
He's so damn good, dude.
Hey, and he's in character the whole time, boys. And he goes on to tell, he's got this belt on, and he's in the gym, obviously, all ripped up, and he goes on, I got this belt, I'm gonna beat Cody Rhodes with it. I'm gonna give you this belt, Mama, and Mama, I tell you, here's the belt. I'm gonna have your son's blood all over it. And he just goes. He's got a couple of lines in there, man, that are just absolutely golden, man. And then, of course, he wraps up the 8-minute video. If you hadn't seen this video, you need to go online and find this video. It's absolutely tremendous, and listen to the whole thing. But here's how Rock rallied a way that The Rock can.
If you smell, Rock is cooking. Now, Mama Rhodes, don't go crying too much now. See you at WrestleMania.
I'm in, boys. I'm in.
Dude, The Rock is. I'm in. I'm in just because this is one of the dudes that when I was into wrestling, like this is what he was doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
I don't even have the backstory, and I'm in, boys.
That's where I would be if like Hulk Hogan or somebody like from that era, just before you got into it. As I was getting out of it, probably as a 12 or 13-year-old kid in 94, 95, I would be where you're at right now. I saw The Rock, but it doesn't pull me back in, but I would probably watch. WrestleMania, he says, right? We got a texter. That's in Philly next month, apparently. There's SmackDown tonight in Memphis, and from what I'm reading, The Rock is supposed to make an appearance.
Oh, in that video, Rock said he's getting on his private jet and he's flying to Memphis tonight. Absolutely.
I know what I'm watching tonight.
Absolutely, he is.
There's speculation that he's going to return to do one of his most famous segments, The Rock concert, tonight on SmackDown in Memphis. So we shall see.
I'm as excited as about this whole situation as I was. I just got to get the details of it because I don't know yet when all of it's going down. But I have. First of all, we interviewed the fella at the on Super Bowl Row, and on The Rock. No, not The Rock. No, that'd been great. No, we were nowhere near The Rock. But a young dude is kind of up and coming. I can't remember his damn name. Ron has it, man. It's awful that I don't remember his name. But my point is that kind of piqued my interest because you could tell this little dude was jazzed up now.
Yeah.
I mean, he was jazzed up, and I had seen him wrestle before. In fact, he wrestled that night. This guy wrestled that night that I went with Sean, and it was it's always kind of piqued my interest, but. I've never looked at it like, hey man, I got to get home.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm really amazed that people like Sean Pendergast and so many, basically everybody in sports talk radio seems to be like a wrestling nut.
Yes.
Still.
Yes.
Our boss Parker just had like a wrestling party at his house a month or so ago.
Oh yeah, Royal Rumble.
Yeah, Royal Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we were all invited. I didn't go. I couldn't go. But
no, we weren't.
You were invited.
I don't think I was.
I don't think you were in.
If I was, you were. I just
appreciate that.
Take it or leave it, and I usually leave it.
Appreciate that, Park Dog. Nonetheless, I'm in. I tell you what, Sean, since you're too cool for this, I'm gonna have a wrestling party. And you're not invited.
That's all good.
Am I invited?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You've been excited.
Sweet.
You've been excited about it. Sean's over here telling us when he's 12 years old how he bowed out of the wrestling game before. How old are you?
How old am I?
Yes,
41.
Well, you're a young ass. Talking about bowing out at 12 years old.
Well,
man. You didn't watch wrestling when Stone Cold Steve Austin was running the show?
No. I mean, look, wrestling coming up in my generation, it was on, so I'd be watching in front of my TV on my knees, eating my cereal. Whenever it was in Tyler's era, it was like an evening kind of a thing.
Yeah.
It was a bigger event.
Monday Night Raw.
And that I was a little old to enjoy it. Like, I guess I was like, hey, when did the Astros
Meanwhile,
come on?
I was 22 years old enjoying it. This guy's too mature. This guy's too mature. Too
I don't know.
cool.
It just
get the hell out of here, Bajani. You wasn't too old.
Look.
Sean's never stopped. He's
This is going to hit people a certain kind of way, but when I realized it was fake, I was just out. Okay,
it's still real to me, damn it! It's still real to me.
I actually knew it was fake, and it was still entertaining. I don't know what the hell. What does it say? Hell,
I don't know.
We built parties around it at 22 years old.
To each his own. Well, the parties were really built around drinking more than it was really watching.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if I watch it in The Rock, if he entertains me in any way, shape, or form, the way that Stone Cold used to, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it at 46. I was doing it at 26. I'm going to do it at 46.
To get yourself hyped up, you should go back on YouTube and watch like some clips of like The Rock with Stone Cold and them like cutting promos on each other. It is freaking gold.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Anyway, The Rock got me, y'all. I don't know if you got anybody out there listening, but he damn sure got me today because I went from not giving two rips about wrestling to being like, damn, I got to get dead in the middle of this right here. All right, we got a little more news on the Texans front. Nothing major, but several moves being made today. The biggest one, the major one, was made this morning, as well as obviously the Astros. Some news coming into the show at 2:00, and we've had some news break on the Astros. Unfortunate news with the Astros. We'll let you know what all that is going on with the Texans and the Astros. We'll do that next in 5 o'clock Fire right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light. You know, every
for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bajani is in. 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. Let's get after it, man. The Texans over at NRG. Y'all, we've got woke up this morning and we had a trade. The Texans, they traded their 23rd pick to the Vikings. They traded their first-round pick, number 23 overall, to the Vikings. Minnesota gets number 23, first-round pick. Number 232, seventh-round pick. Houston gets number 42, second-round pick. Number 188, sixth-round pick. And a second-rounder in 2025. I'm not real sure what the hell Nick Caserio's up to here. I've grown based on Nick Caserio in draft situations. I've grown to not really pay much mind to early movement up and down this time of year because on draft night, Nick Caserio has shown to make all of this make sense. He's shown the ability to package draft picks up and move up the board to get Nico Collins in his first draft. I believe it was his first draft here, wasn't it? Nico and Davis Mills and all those guys.
Yep.
He moved up and got Nico Collins. Last year he moved up and got Tank Dell, Juice Scruggs, Will Anderson. Pieced some things together. So all that moving and shaking on draft night, I feel really good, Sean, about Nick Caserio's ability to end up in the green, if you will. Like all the movement and, trading late ones for mid twos, and then draft night trading the 2-2s to get back into the first round, and he's ultimately going to gain a sixth round pick by doing all that movement. Or I just believe that he's going to do that. But
I feel better about that situation because of D'Amico. Has more to do with the duo than Nick Caserio as an individual.
Yeah.
That's why I think there's this. In Caserio, D'Amico, we trust.
Sure.
It exists because of the D'Amico factor. That is very real to me. That's why, look, people are perceiving like this is like panic and, overreaction and all this stuff, the conversations that we're having. Just on it, how kind of see it. At least that's where I'm
What
coming
in the
from
hell
with
has
it.
been a panic?
People, I don't know. Would you perceive how I've reacted over the course of the last couple of days as doing a show as panic? Some people have.
No, Ron will be back Monday. Ron will be back Monday. I'd imagine he'd be having a hissy fit over his 23rd pick because you don't have the truth of the matter is of the Texans right now. You don't have an impact player at the interior defensive line position, and you just gave away your only first round draft pick this year. I think there's reason or cause for pause, if you will, here to go, wait a minute, what in the hell's going on? How are they going to fill the void at the defensive tackle position with no first-round pick? So I don't think anybody's overreacted. No, I think it's very natural to say, man, what in the hell's going on here? I just happen to be – and, again, I trust Nick based off what he's done as a Houston Texan. And to your point, you make a very valid point. Like D'Amico entering the room this past season – made things a lot easier in the trust category.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the draft, look, Nick's got his warts, man. I mean, Nick's got his warts since he's been in Houston, no doubt about it. But when it comes to the draft, I mean, it's hard. It's going to be really hard for him to get a negative grade based on how he started. I mean, with the exception of, there's been some guys that they've missed on. Look, Kenyon Green is wow. That's a tough one, man.
It's TBD.
Sure, but it ain't. It's starting in a bad spot, and then the what was my blank that had the health issues.
This past year for the Texans?
Yes, that didn't play his rookie year because John Mechie. That no GM in the world could have saw that coming.
No.
So you can't. That's a tough one. Draft wise, Nick has been really good. So I look, maybe I'm going to get myself in trouble. Maybe I'm setting myself up to fail here, but I'm going to trust that they're going to work these draft picks in a way in which, as Texans fans, we benefit.
Yeah, I think the draft prospects is definitely a work in progress. I'm less worried about that at this point because there's so much time before you get there. It's a month plus. I'm very interested to keep an eye on the Minnesota Viking and Houston Texan relationship. I found it interesting that this week, we've seen guys like Jonathan Grenard, Blake Cashman go up and sign in Minnesota, and you basically get a former Viking and Daniil Hunter. There's a relationship there, like a little unrelated, maybe just coincidence. But then you work a trade with the Vikings this morning. Well, what's there? There's got to be some sort of relationship there. Doing a little digging, it didn't take much. Their general manager, Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, who's in his first year, I believe, as Viking GM. It might be his second, but he spent 7 years in San Francisco. Was there 2 years prior to D'Amico Ryan starting his coaching career in San Francisco in 2017. So I think there's probably a relationship there, and we see this all the time between organizations. Relationships matter, trust matters, respect matters, a familiarity matters. So maybe look at the Vikings and see, is there anything that they have that the Texans might also be in need/interest for that they might be able to help you out with? Because that's a team that's very in flux. It looks like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. They're going to be in the market for a quarterback in this draft. If they stock up, they get your 23. They already had an 11. Maybe they're trying to package that to move up. Maybe they could help you out somewhere else in a draft if, in fact, you wanted to move up or down again, or you need a player that they have that you might covet on the defensive side. I think that's going to be an interesting follow.
Yeah, we'll see what they do, but the Texans no longer have a first-round pick, and they don't have a starting defensive tackle in the building over there. We'll see how they handle it, see how Nick and D'Amico work their magic, and get this team to take the next step.
5 o'clock fire.
Another couple of movements, deals over on at NRG. Texans, they restructure Shaq Mason's contract, making room for somebody. And then the Texans, they've also signed offensive tackle, swing tackle Charlie Heck to a 1-year deal worth up to $3.3 million. So
I like that.
More depth at key spots. Look, I think with Titus Howard being a full-time tackle, with Charlie Heck being in the mix, I like Charlie Heck as a swing tackle. Although I don't know that I'd call him a swing tackle. If something happened with Laramie Tunsil, then I think Titus Howard would move to left tackle, and Charlie Heck would be your right tackle at that point in time. But nonetheless, I think as a whole is probably pretty set.
I think so. Just if anything, it fills out the depth chart. You might still need a little depth on the interior of the offensive line, but Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs give you that flexibility. I mean, Juice right now is going in as your starting center, at least pen or pencil to paper. But there's still some iffy things here. Kendrick Green, who is occupying a spot on the depth chart, is going to be coming off an injury, just like Kenyon Green. There's some prove it there. They're not done addressing this. There's going to be bodies in there to compete with guys like Nick Brocker and Dieter Eisel, Jalen Thomas for depth and rotational guys if you need them, and hope to God the Texans don't, at least to the degree that they did last year when you trotted out 9 different starting lineups. But yeah, it's kind of coming together. And if there's anything, continuity, guys that are familiar with the coaches, with the scheme, that is hopefully going to be improved this upcoming season, I think is important. And Charlie Heck was a guy that, hey, you needed to step up for a couple of games. He did when George Fant went down with injury, or you just decided you didn't like him for a couple of weeks, whatever the case was.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, on the Astros front, we got bad news, man. Jose Urquidy. I think he was going to be an integral part of this starting rotation any way you slice it, especially in terms of chewing up innings and giving you quality innings throughout the year. That guy right there, Jose Urquidy, he walked off the mound after throwing 43 pitches game today with an elbow injury. He was set to throw 60 pitches, got to 43, obviously had some discomfort in the elbow, and he's being evaluated by doctors. Sean, it's this is the news that the Astros just simply couldn't afford to have at this point in time. If you just look at sheer numbers, it's going to be hard for them to with Lance McCullers, Luis Garcia, Justin Verlander, and now Jose Urquidy, all four of those guys on the shelves to start the season for different amounts of times, obviously. It's going to be tough sledding in terms of the starting rotation with the Astros out of the gate at the very least this year.
Yeah, it's TBD. You're inside 2 weeks, and you're going to have another major question answered, hopefully in a positive light tomorrow after JP France makes his first spring start. So you might have a little bit more clarity there. But, hey, you're inside 2 weeks. I would be absolutely shocked if guys like Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery are not on Major League Baseball clubs by the start of opening day. Something is going to happen with those two guys. The Astros are not the only team in Major League Baseball, Clint, that are experiencing like injuries and have question marks left to answer. So I told you this earlier, and I believe it, and it fits the Astros as I know them to be true right now. Sometimes in life, things happen to push you towards making a decision, and if Jim Crane was hemming and hawing about making Blake Snell a part of a trade package last trade deadline, and he didn't do it, but still has interest in him, if Dana Brown interested in him and wants to hear and feel and see what the market's like for him, when Jose Urquidy goes down and there's a question mark with Justin Verlander, there's a question mark with JP France, you make it happen. And honest to God, I don't care if it's Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery. I think both of those guys could add extreme value to this rotation. I think it's prime for the Astros to be a serious contender for those guys on a bridge contract.
Yeah, look, I've been one that's been a little bit more, hey man, Astros are going to be okay. They're so deep in the starting rotation, they're going to be fine. This Urquidy thing's got me concerned, and I do wonder if that's going to push, which I would think, good gosh, if you're ever going to be pushed to maybe be a little more aggressive with Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery or any other starter that's out there that may be available that you feel like gives you a chance. Boy, I would think this Jose Urquidy situation is going to push him a tad bit closer. But we'll see. We'll keep you updated on the Jose Urquidy situation, and we'll further discuss this potential Blake Snell situation that I hope there's some legs to that thing, and I hope we could – well, you get a guy like that in here, and it's going to be look out now.
Urquidy. 5 o'clock fire.
How about them Houston Cougs, man?
The Krugers.
How about them? Taking on Texas Tech. Well done.
That was a horrendous Cougar growl, man. I'm sorry. I just gotta call it.
You want a good one?
Give him a good one, man. He's dead serious too. Hey, go Cougs! Is that what y'all did at the games?
No.
Imagine like a whole crowd trying to do that in unison.
Hey, do it with a dip in your mouth like he is, spitting all over everything with spitting worm dirt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to make these microphones less disgusting.
Less disgusting they already are.
I got my mic condom on.
Oh, man. Houston Cougars men's basketball. They take on the Texas Tech Red Raiders in a Big 12 championship semifinal tonight at 6 p.m. Look, and there's a real chance these boys are going to bring it home, man. And I ain't talking about a Big 12 championship. I'm talking about the dance. I'm talking about the big one. I mean, this is going to be March Madness is going to hit a little different this year with the Cougs being. And I know they've been good. Look, they've been contenders. I get it. They've been good over the last handful of years, but for some reason I feel a little different. I feel like this is a year they can make that run.
I do too, but I don't want to jinx the reason why.
That's my guy.
I just they're in a better position now than they had been in any one of the last 3 seasons because they've dealt with players that have not been operating at full capacity. I will say that. So for that reason, I feel as they have as good a chance as any to do what you just said, to play in the big game and to bring a freaking massive trophy home and cut down nets.
Good luck to the Cougs tonight versus the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Go Cougs!
We got a little news on the retirement front, man. How about this? Aaron Donald. He announced his retirement after 10 years in the NFL. We're talking about a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, 8-time first-team All-Pro, a 10-time Pro Bowl selection. 8 of his 10 years, he was first-team All-Pro, simply the best in the league. 10-time Pro Bowl selection, 2014 Defensive Rookie of the Year. Finished his career with 111 sacks, which is second most among primary defensive tackles in their career, behind John Randall's 137.5. Obviously, he holds the Rams franchise record for career sacks. When I hear this, I immediately go to the Rams, and I think their intentions. A lot of us thought, and me included, that the Rams were going to slide after winning the Super Bowl and F them picks and all that kind of jive.
Mm-hmm.
But they proved last year that they can play. They proved last year they can contend. I would imagine their thought this year was that they would have a shot to contend and compete again. And you lose a guy like 99, that's going to be a big loss for the Rams.
Yeah, you talk about needing defensive tackle help. I mean, they obviously run a different defensive scheme, there, but their only tackle right now on the depth chart is good old Kobe Turner. They're going to need some help. So the Texans, as much help as you think they need on the interior, the Rams doing what they're trying to do, man, who have not made a lot of moves.
Well, out goes Donald, and in comes Jimmy Garoppolo. Can he save the day? Does that tickle your fancy?
If you're dependent on pretty boy Jimmy G, you got big problems.
No doubt, right? What a deal, boy. He's been all over the place. He was supposed to be the next Brady, man, and he's been all over the place, man. We'll see. All right, Danielle Hunter, the Texans' newest defensive end, edge rusher. He spoke to the media yesterday, and there's one question that we talked about for 2 days on the radio, had the fan base stirred up about, will Danielle Hunter wear 99, and should anybody be able to wear 99 in Houston? Well, Danielle Hunter answered that question as well as avoided a potential disaster for the Houston Texans. We'll have all that for you next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet. Right now, they got huge savings on Chevy Silverado 1500s. Big-time savings on Chevy Silverado 1500s. They got really anything on the lot that they got a deal. They're making deals. It's truck month in Texas. It's truck month at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. And so what you need to do is get down to Ron Kraft Chevrolet immediately. You can shop the lot or you can shop online at roncraftchevrolet.com. If you want to shop the lot, they're not hard to find, y'all. They're on I-10 East next to Buc-ee's in Baytown. Find new roads at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. It's Chevrolet the Baytown way.
The Texans needed a running back, and they got one. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bajani is in, and you heard the big voice guy. You can listen. We greatly appreciate everybody out there that's listening, obviously. I listened this morning like OG, 6:10 a.m., baby. Most of the time.
You weren't jamming Justin Timberlake on the way in?
Actually, I did on my phone a bit. Yeah, I got a little bit of a drive. I did listen to a little bit of Timberlake.
I did both as well, my friend.
Pray, I believe, or Play, not Pray. Play is a good one.
I like Memphis a lot.
Memphis is a good one. I think I got 3 tracks in. Listen to a little bit of In the Loop. And I listened on, again, like an OG on 610 AM. I typically listen on 100.3 HD 2 is typically how I listen, which is a great way to listen. You could also listen on the Odyssey app. I encourage everybody out there to download the Odyssey app. You heard the big voice guy talking about how everything there, you can go to a favorite segment of your favorite show here on Sports Radio 610. I would recommend you go for sure and listen to, we had Bun B, Houston rap legend, H-Town entrepreneur, one half of UGK, big time Houston sports fan. I had him on yesterday for an extended segment. I would suggest you listen to that for a little entertainment. We had Roger Clemens on today, the Rocket. Of course, needs no introduction. You know who he is, giving us a little insight into what's going on with these Stros. And obviously, any of our segments you can plug into if you're on that Odyssey app. Also, all the folks on Twitch and YouTube, we greatly appreciate y'all for joining us as well, adding that video component to our production here. We greatly appreciate that. Tyler, you got a nipple or two for the people or what, man?
Dude, I do have both my nipples for the people, first of all, and they would have been more visible than ever Manscaped this morning.
Ooh.
But the one day I finally free the nips, and I'm coming in here when we're starting the show, and Figgy tells me, man, I don't know what happened, but right at the end in the loop, you know, the camera for our producer booth, it stopped working. It ain't working.
It's still not working?
It's still not working. That's why if you're watching on YouTube, I mean, I'm sure you've been missing my pretty face, but you've been looking at Sean and Clint the whole show because my camera doesn't work.
So our cameras are working?
Your cameras are working.
Well, get your ass in here. You don't need to press a button right now. Just come in.
He wants to see your nipples up close and
show
personal.
the good people the nips.
If H-Town wants the nips,
show the nips.
Hey, man, you better ease on around here.
Come on.
I got to get to the bottom of this.
Come on.
What does Manscaped mean for Tyler? Is that just trimming? Is that just trimming them up?
I think you're about to find out.
Is that just trimming up right there? That's me right there.
On your side.
Is that just trimming them up or is that naring them?
Nippies.
Is that nair? Is that nair or is that?
I will never use nair again.
Oh, that's
burnt my nipples
is that
off.
clippers and razor or what?
That's straight clippers right there.
Hey, I mean, look, man, you got some small. He got some small nipples now.
That's such a weird observation.
What, the size of somebody's nipples?
Yes. Relative
I think if you ever see a nipple, any nipple, and you don't observe the size or the color immediately, then you're like, what else you gonna observe?
I don't know. Like, I didn't really look too close, but I would imagine they're probably
they were 2 feet
proportionate
from
to his
your
body.
face.
I didn't look.
I definitely don't have some pepperoni nips over here. That's for sure.
Are you that I don't look guy?
No, but I didn't look at his nips.
Let me guess. You never saw a piece?
I was not observing. Like, man, is that proportionate to his body? Like,
oh, yes, you were. Then you never saw one that wasn't. Let me tell you what.
You know,
that looks funny to me.
Let me tell you what. Those are the ones you notice. Like,
hey, Chief, can you turn around here for me just a second? Let me see that thing.
Hey, there's nothing worse than the old boy that shires with 400 people and says, "Oh, I can't believe you saw that." Come on, man, get the hell out of here. You saw that man's nipples. They're tiny. Tiny nipple Tyler.
I would not deem them tiny. Like, relative to a former NFL quarterback that is also in the room.
I got small nipples.
Relative to your size?
I'm just saying, what if he pulled out like 2 sand dollar nipples? Like if he pulled his shirt up and he had some sand dollars out.
I wouldn't look right.
Look, them kind of, I mean, kind of
like
pink.
Blatantly
You know what I mean,
obvious
Tyler? You know what I mean? Like some pink puffies that were about that were about a little bit bigger, like a little bit bigger than a 50-cent piece or something, and they were kind of pink and puffy.
Yeah.
We've seen those nipples before, but guys and girls have them.
Yeah,
right.
Sometimes you get the orangutan kind of looking ones.
And here's the deal. What? Like fair skinned guys like Tyler typically they come with some pink nipples.
Hey, I got a tan in Mexico, man. I'm a little bronzed up right now.
Yeah,
no, you ain't bronzed
stopped
up.
At tan. You should have stopped at tan.
Damn.
There ain't no bronze in there, babe.
I mean, you knocked the paste off. Is all you did.
I ain't clear anymore.
I mean, I
don't know. You wearing a white shirt. It ain't helping.
I mean, Tyler just came up here and raised his shirt up for all the people on YouTube, showed both his nipples. You're 2 feet from it, and you didn't look.
I looked. I didn't.
Did he make you nervous?
I didn't concentrate. Like, man, let me check this dude's nipples.
Well,
I glanced, but it didn't stand out as like, you know what? As you prefaced multiple times earlier today, he has some tiny nips. Didn't see it at all.
So
didn't strike me at all that Tyler has some tiny nips.
If y'all would have seen what the amount of hair that came off my torso with this project this morning. It was disturbing. I'm not even going to lie.
Megan thought you trimmed the dogs in there or something, didn't you?
I'm not kidding, dude. I'm sweeping it up with the toilet paper afterwards in the bathroom, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this could be like a toupee.
What is your motivation behind shaving your
I don't mind
body from the waist? I'm just curious.
He's not a hair guy, you can tell.
I don't mind a little of my chest hair, like if it's like trimmed like really low.
Right.
But y'all saw what I was dealing with. Once it gets real, I'm not. That's not a good look. I'm just not a big fan of it.
Some ladies like the hair.
Yeah.
Some ladies don't.
Especially those Krugers out there.
I would say my wife's not a big my wife's not a big hair gal, so that's why I keep mine trimmed up. Now, when I was running them streets, I kept the runway clean. You know what I mean?
But, the runway always stays clean.
But yeah, when my bride's not a big hair gal, and she hadn't been she wasn't pissy about it. She just went ahead and let me.
Yeah, so preference.
Made me aware of it. So I didn't know why you trim yours. I didn't know if Megan was.
No, I'm not. I'm just not a fan, man. Like, and it's a hell of a place to be to not be a fan of a lot of body hair and be as damn hairy as I am.
Yeah, it can be a cleanliness thing too. It's clean.
Yeah, I get out of the shower if it's real long and it holds all that water.
Holds the water.
But Johnny, I bet you ain't. I bet you ain't never had a shave.
Had a shave?
Like had a shave, trim your chest or your.
I'm a hairy son of a gun, my man.
Are you really?
Oh yeah.
I'll be damned. I'll be damned.
And there's a reason why you can't tell. Nice and trim.
You keep it knocked down, huh? All right. Well, hey, look, here's the deal. The Texans signed Danielle Hunter, and Danielle Hunter wore 99 with the Vikings. And while some people think it's silly, I for one did not. This is the topic in general of should Danielle Hunter wear 99 here, and should anybody wear 99 with the Houston Texans? Well, we talked about it. We cussed and discussed it. Hell, Bajani even put a poll out there.
Yep.
I think the majority said
it's 57-43. I think.
What right?
Yep,
what? Nobody should wear what?
JJ forever.
So I think Sean's on an island by himself that he really didn't care. But anyway, Danielle Hunter was asked that question about what number he was going to wear, and here's what he had to say.
Man, 99. That's JJ's number. He's done a lot with that number. I'm not even going to mess with it. So to be able to do what he's done with that number for the community and the Texans, I'm just leaving that under him. So I've decided to possibly go with the number 55.
Number 55 it is, baby.
Danielle Hunter, Tyler, he was great on several fronts. He was so good. But the brightest moment is clearly his awareness is through the roof. At the end of the day, I don't like 55 either, to be honest with you, but nobody should wear 99, and the awareness for Danielle Hunter right there is A+.
I think the fact that JJ didn't reach out publicly, like via any social media platform, I think that says everything. Like, it's understood that while they don't retire numbers, just nobody's going to wear 99, and it never needs to come to be where that's a conversation. I think the same thing with 80. I just thought, like, hey, you know what? Let's ask the question because they don't retire numbers. He's already in the Ring of Honor. And it just never struck me as like a big deal because of football. Football's different than baseball, than basketball, in my opinion, where the number thing doesn't really mean a whole lot.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know. I like, I'd retire the number if it were me.
Mm-hmm.
But we had a caller the first time we talked about this that brought up the Cowboys. And if you're going to do, like, if anybody's ever going to wear 99 again, it should have been Will Anderson. Like, if anybody's going to ever wear 99 again, it needs to be a first-round pick that has huge kind of like.
Because you can miss on those dudes.
Well, sure, now that's up to that dude. Now, obviously the dude's got the choice, but like Des Bryant came in and wore 88, and then CeeDee Lamb come in. Like, I think there is a cool dynamic to that. Young, spexy superstars guy. Now you want to add on to it. I want to put on this number. That I could live with. I don't like the free agent coming in 7, 8, 9 years into a career and going, I'm gonna wear JJ.
But if it was already his number, it makes sense that way. Who was the first guy you said before CeeDee Lamb?
It was Des Bryant.
Des Bryant. Okay. Yeah, so you go Irvin, Bryant, Lamb. What a bleep ton of pressure on a guy like CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
And wasn't it Bun B yesterday that made the point, like, man, you don't need to put unnecessary pressure on a guy.
I agree, but if you want it, come get it.
Yeah, but I don't think there would be pressure on Danielle Hunter if, in fact, he wanted to wear 99 because he'd already wore the number and he's already a badass. He's not being asked to
He ain't
come
wearing
in.
the number, Sean.
I'm just saying.
He ain't wearing a number.
Just saying.
All right, best of the week on the drive. Tyler's got it. He's got it queued up for the next segment, as well as we got a little breaking news on them Astros a little earlier, and we've got an article in the Athletic that may shed a little light on the Astros and Blake Snell relationship. Y'all gonna want to hear this, Houston. We'll have all that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Little programming note here on Sports Radio 610, y'all. Nick Casario is going to be joining them guys in the morning, Payne and Pendergast, them two old boys. Monday morning, Nick Casario on Payne and Pendergast. We got a time on that, Tyler?
7:30 a.m.
7:30 a.m. Make sure you stay plugged in all the time, but damn sure it's 7:30 a.m.
Well, Sean, you done stepped off in it.
Yeah, Sean, he likes to step off in it. Hell, I think he stands off in it half the time, to be honest with you.
Let me step off in it right now. I'm going to ask you guys a question.
Come on, bring it. What you got?
The number one question you'd have to ask Nick, right now as it stands, everything you know and don't know, what is the number one question you have to hear asked by Payne and Pendergast on Monday morning?
What the F happened with Eric Armstead, bro? What happened? You can't talk around it. I need something. I'm not saying I need every detail, but I need something.
I like that one. That one's a really good one. You got anything?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be easy for me is I would spend the next 2 days trying to figure out a way I can craft a question about the fact that there's not a starting defensive tackle on this team right now, and what are the plans to address that? Like, do you know that? Is it real? Are you seeing the way I see it? Is it what's the
you just crafted it? There ain't no need to think about it because he's just going to give you a word salad right back.
Well, that's you
got to ask it flat out. He is very good at that. He's going to spend less time in the response and you trying to ask a question. No, I think it's funny. All three of them surrounding the position. That is the biggest mystery right now, isn't it? I'd have to ask him specifically, why do you go ahead and make the swap? You give up a starting player in Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick without having an ace in the hole at that position. Why did you create an unnecessary void at that position? Because it's clear that they needed to go out and get a dude struck out not once, but at least twice on finding a replacement for Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins.
Well, look, I'm sure Seth and Sean will have this all figured out for us, and it'll be a hell of a listen. 7:30 Monday morning, Payne and Pendergast, Texans GM Nick Casario's joining the fellas, dead in the middle of free agency. I don't know, a couple weeks, 2-3 weeks before the draft here. Prime time to hear from the general manager, and Sean and Seth always do a tremendous job with Nick. They got a great rapport, and it's clearly a very comfortable conversation, and Nick can relax and let his hair down and not be guarded the way that most general managers are. So I look forward to hearing that from the fellas. It's always a good listen, no doubt about it. All right, talking about looking forward to hearing from. I mean, the folks, the listeners, the loyal listeners, they know on Friday in the last segment, Tyler always puts this together, man, and it's one of my favorite times of the week, without a doubt. Some of Tyler's best work. It's time. The best of the week on The Drive.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Get underneath that bar and let's push the little iron around,
How about
Ron.
that, yeah?
Come on,
All
baby.
Right. Yeah, there we go. The Drive is live, pushing iron. That's what I want to know. How are you feeling? How you fellas feeling right now? As we're rolling through free agency, yesterday they've signed Joe Mixon, and we'll talk about.
I feel good. I think it's time to break down. I think it's time to go ahead and upgrade all the my technology and all my equipment. What do y'all say?
Ron,
I think you need to, too. I think you need to as well.
Y'all both do. I'm in a good spot.
I think you need to as well.
I'm taking on my inner Nick.
Casario, you gonna roll it over next year?
Just bargaining it.
Roll it over next year.
Keep doing the bargains. I'm not perfect, but I'm fine.
My headset situation is embarrassing. I feel like we should walk in the building every day with a professional case of some kind that is radio host, DJ type.
Sounds like extra money. I got a backpack that I put stuff in.
I just want a shirt, man.
Lopez has got fungus growing in his backpack. I mean, you've got, I can see you got crumbs of something all smashed on your keyboard over there. The pad's coming off of your keyboard. We got to get it together, man. I think we should look into it.
I think I look fantastic. 979. Clint needs to upgrade his co-host. Is the main thing. Your mama.
Well, he doesn't want to be a professional, so I
truly hope he sprains his ankle this weekend. By the way, congratulations. Who was our winner?
It was Jerry in Magnolia.
Jerry in Magnolia.
Said he listens every day, and he also called you Peaches, which I got quite a chuckle out of.
Thank you, Tron. Thanks, Jerry in Magnolia. Congratulations. Enjoy yourself.
What'd you call it?
I said Magnolia. Actually, I think before I said
you said.
Took the I out of it.
I said Magnolia. I believe
that's what you said.
Peaches Hughley.
All right, we've got breaking news. Tyler, what's the latest?
Who is it, baby?
I'll start this off by saying producer Tyler called this ish. 4-time Pro Bowl defensive end Danielle, or some may call him Danielle.
Or those that know.
Danielle Hunter is signing with the Texans. Sources tell Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport. Big time get. Let's go, bro.
I like it.
There
baby.
you go. Now they've joined the party.
I like it.
Let's go.
They've joined the party. That's a big move for this team.
Show him a nipple, Tyler. There it is.
Oh, boy, there we go.
That little bitty thing amongst all that fur.
Yeah, I need to get my Manscaped on pretty soon.
No, I think you should
Pretty
let it ride.
soon. Looks like you let that thing go for a while now, man.
It's the longest I've gone in quite a while.
You should let it ride and then shave a 99 in your chest. That's that old dirty V.
Johnny, you nailed it with that pole.
You nailed it with that pole right there, brother.
Man,
and I'm talking about the one on Twitter, you dirty.
You talking about dirty V's and nailing things with poles?
Come on, baby. Hey,
what the hell we're doing?
Things get sexual on the drive every now and then.
I noticed.
Sexual healing.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I'll just leave that there.
Just be clear, if anything does ever get sexual on the drive, all the listeners out there, do not go to high-pitched Tyler voice right there. That's sexual. That is not going to end well.
All right, you want the results so far of this poll that I put out earlier?
Tell us about your poll, Bajani.
I'll tell you about the poll. It's a good poll. It was a validated poll by Clint Stoerner, and I'm very proud.
Dirty validated.
All right.
You're having a hard time finding it, ain't you?
Nah, just damn
it happens when you get older, man.
Damn comments on it. Just pushing it down.
Hey, the older you get, man, the harder it is to find.
That poll's so good it could be an onyx, bro.
Retire that poll. You just hang that poll up in the rafters. Salute that poll. Garrett Cole, I will sprinkle that in here with you because, well, the former representative of himself, one Garrett Cole, will reportedly miss 1 to 2 months after doctors have detected a tear in his UCL. Boone officially ruling him out for opening day. Will start the season on the IL.
So sad.
Yeah.
I'm not going to celebrate, but I'm going to celebrate.
That's just too bad, little buddy.
You guys are terrible human beings, man.
Bun B, our guest on Sports Radio 610 Hotline.
I ain't had a Trill Burger yet, man.
Are you kidding me?
I'm dead ass. We got to get the 610 crew down there. You got to get Scurf down here. Something. The two parties got to meet, man.
You cannot go another day living in the city you see. You should have had a Trill Burger. I'm gonna see to it.
That's what I was waiting.
Matter of fact, before you come on air tomorrow, you sir are gonna have a Trill Burger.
That's what I'm talking about.
There you go.
Getting smelly. Smell that? Turd of the week. The gold medal turd. It's got to go to Tiki Barber, man. What are you doing, Tiki?
Good one.
Like, we know you spent your whole career in New York with the Giants, man. We get it. You were loyal. We all get it, man. But now you're in our industry. You're a radio head. You're talking into a microphone. Earlier this week, Tiki Barber said Saquon Barkley is dead to me. He's dead to me. Because he went to the Eagles. Dude, the guy went and got his bag, okay? He's from Philadelphia, for God's sake. You're dead to me. Turd! That wraps it up.
Hey, Tiki the turd.
Hey, thank you.
Best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Epic fail. No Trillies today for Clint Stoerner.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, another day without a Trill Burger.
Nominating Bun B for the slime off.
Look.
Ooh, nice.
Look, it happens, boys. It happens, man. It's gonna grow, man. The anticipation, the attention, the what the hell's going on is gonna grow, and we're gonna yeah. I mean, that's ultimately it's what happens, boys. That was great, Tyler, but we got just enough time to get to this. We mentioned earlier Jose Urquidy walked off the mound after throwing 43 pitches in a minor league game today. with an elbow injury. He's being evaluated by doctors. It was already a strain, at least to start the season, first couple of weeks of the season on the starting rotation for the Astros. This Jose Urquidy situation makes it a dire situation. And when we started the show today, Chandler Rome of The Athletic had put out an article that was outlining the Astros' interest in and kind of the potential of pursuing Blake Snell. 32 starts last year, 2.25 ERA, which was a Major League Baseball low. He was a National League Cy Young winner last year. He's still on the streets. The Astros obviously have a need. And while Tyler's best of was playing right there, we look down and our Twitter feed is rolling. John Heyman says Astros are pursuing top free agent starter Blake Snell. They have 4 starters in a win-now window. Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome were first to mention. Make sure we give Chandler Rome that credit because, like I said, he had written the story and he had dropped it. Just for those thinking out there, if the Astros do sign Blake Snell, John Heyman also says this: Blake Snell threw 60 pitches today in a simulated 4-inning outing as he prepares to try to be ready for opening day somewhere, wherever that may be. The Astros obviously had interest before today with the Jose Urquidy injury. You think that interest grew significantly, and here we sit, Sean. The end of our show. Blake Snell may be an Astro before it's all said and done.
Yep. How much time we got? 30 seconds?
60 seconds.
All right. 2 nuggets quickly. Snell wants the same kind of deal Bellinger and Chapman got, a bridge contract, 3-year deal with opt-outs. That's good news in my mind for the Astros. Another thing, if they do this deal with Snell, then the Astros are going to have to